is that? What are you
Um,
doing right now?
I be-
Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
yeah. I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
okay. Well,
I'd
then
say
that's
that's
the case.
yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, yo, I believe. Okay.
He just said he
Yeah,
believes he's sitting in a
yeah,
chair.
you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that.
Are our choices, ladies and gentlemen. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he made us in his own image. In the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and we got here from goo to you by way of the zoo. Or, in the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and ETs seeded the goo to make you. Those are our choices. I don't know about you, but I'm going to go with option number one. And I'm not going to try to bend option one to match that other stuff. They are completely and totally incompatible. So one of the things I often hear about this is, well, Rob, if that's true, if what you're saying is true, it's too big a conspiracy. Have you heard that before? Have you said that before? It's too big a conspiracy. No way. There's no way that could continue, right? Well, okay, let's think about that. Is it really too big a conspiracy? Compartmentalization. Do you think a private knows what the sergeant knows? in the military? You think the sergeant knows what the first lieutenant knows, the first lieutenant knows what the captain knows what the general knows? No, they know only what they need to know to do whatever they've been assigned to do. That's compartmentalization, right? Look into the Manhattan Project. If you want to really understand compartmentalization at work and hundreds of thousands of people being involved and tens of billions of dollars being involved, the vice president himself didn't even know what was going on. The person in the office next to you didn't know what you were doing, and you didn't know what he was doing. No problem. Compartmentalization. The mechanic doesn't know what the king knows. Start looking into some of this stuff right here. Learn about the Illuminati, Freemasons, the Vatican, Jesuits, Trilateral Commission, Bilderberg meetings, Bohemian Grove, Committee of 300, Council of 13, and just the tip of a very big iceberg, right, of control. Again, that's how compartmentalization works. Not a problem. What government is trustworthy? You guys think the United States government is trustworthy? What about the Russians? The Russians must be trustworthy. Oh, I know. The Chinese are trustworthy. Or maybe the Koreans. Oh, Israel's trustworthy. Yeah. Governments are full of conspiracies. The military answers to its government. When it comes to the space program, a little over 500 human beings have allegedly been to space. And of the 500 plus individuals who have allegedly been to space, a vast majority of those come from military backgrounds. How many of you know militaries are trained to keep secrets? Right down to the private. Has to be able to keep its nation's secret, right, from the enemy. Right? So you already have people who have been trained, military trained, to keep secrets for a government that's anything but trustworthy. Then you also have, combined with that, many of the guys that are involved, not only are they in the military, but they're also in secret societies. Secret societies. You think they might have something to do with keeping secrets? Maybe. Just maybe. Space programs also answer to their government. All nations who signed the Antarctic Treaty are, in my opinion, suspect. Secret societies keep secrets, right? How many of the astronauts were Freemasons? Well, when I started looking into Freemasonry and what they might potentially believe and have to say concerning this issue, found something really interesting. Albert Pike is one of the recognized authorities in the Freemasonry world, was a prolific writer about Freemasonry. Chapter 1, talking about The Apprentice in Freemasonry. You can look this up, freemasons-freemasonry.com. It's their own website, right? They're telling you this stuff. Right at the beginning of it says, the dimensions of the lodge, our brethren of the York Rite say, are unlimited, and it's covering no less than the canopy of heaven. To this object, the canopy of heaven, Scripture calls the firmament, they say the Mason's mind is continually directed, and thither the hopes at last to arrive by the aid of the theological ladder which Jacob in his vision saw ascending from earth to heaven, the three principal rounds of which are denominated faith, hope, and charity, and which admonish us to have faith in God, hope in immortality, and charity to all mankind. Accordingly, a ladder, sometimes with 9 rounds, is seen on the chart, resting at the bottom on the earth, its top in the clouds, the stars shining above it, and this is deemed to represent that mystic ladder which Jacob saw in his dream set up on the earth, and the top of it reaching to heaven, with the angels of God ascending and descending on it. The addition of the 3 principal rounds to the symbolism is wholly modern and incongruous. When they get down to the square and compass, the square is a right angle formed by 2 right lines. It is adapted only to a plane surface and belongs only to geometry, earth measurement, that trigonometry, which deals with planes and with the earth, which the ancients supposed to be a plane. You guys get that? The compass describes circles and deals with spherical trigonometry, the science of the spheres and heavens. The former, therefore, is an emblem of what concerns the earth and the body, the latter of that what concerns the heavens and the soul. So they're telling you in their own iconography and the structure of their Freemasonic lodges that that's structured after the firmament, and the square and compass represents the plane earth. Coincidentally, many of our astronauts, were Freemasons. Maybe they were hiding something. Why was NASA completely run by high-degree Freemasons during the Apollo missions? Why were and are so many of the astronauts and others within NASA Freemasons? Could it be that they knew something and were/are therefore responsible for protecting the secret? Consider what Albert Pike had to say, what I just showed you right there in Morals and Dogma. In their own writings, they describe the ceiling as the canopy of heaven. To this object, the firmament, they say the Mason's mind is continually directed. They later say the square is a right angle formed by two right lines representing the plane earth. Right there. Okay, let's continue. Most are just doing their job and have no reason to question it. Oh, I've got a friend that works at NASA. Oh, congratulations. He builds stuff. Cool. Oh, I got another friend. He looks at a monitor and reads data. Awesome. They build stuff to put on something that goes on a launch pad with very few people are going to be involved with, that's going to launch and go who knows where. And by the way, they all lose contact with whatever they shoot up as soon as it goes over the Indian Ocean.
Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost.
Why are you telling me that you lose contact, even today, with the stuff that you send up when it goes over the Indian Ocean? Could it be in that blackout time that somebody's switching something somewhere and feeding data to the people that are looking at the monitors? Maybe, I'm just suggesting, maybe that could be something like that. They build stuff, whoop-de-doo. They read data on computers, oh wow. They lose track over the Indian Ocean. The conspiracy of cosmology is no bigger than that of evolution. Is every teacher and everybody in on the conspiracy of evolution? No, they're just parroting what they've been taught themselves. As are so many other people with cosmology. It's the same thing, no different. And they put it in a textbook and nobody questions it. All right, then what's the motivation? Why would they lie? Well, I think this billboard says a lot. In science we trust. Freedom from religion. They got their prophets, right? Scientism is a religion. This is my theory. First, get people to doubt Yahuwah's word by destroying the very foundation of our Bible, Genesis, specifically the creation account. Number two, set up a new paradigm where God is out and science is in. Evolution removes Yahuwah from the equation. Number three, when evolution finally runs its course and becomes utterly bankrupt, introduce the idea of intelligent design, but deny the true designer his due credit and place it rather on ancient aliens. Number four, promote the ancient aliens theme as much as possible in all forms of media by perpetuating the concept of Earth as a tiny blue marble orbiting an average sun in an average galaxy among trillions of other galaxies in an ever-expanding universe. With so much potential for life to exist in such a vast expanse, the idea of alien scientists being our creators seems a lot more plausible over time and heavy indoctrination. And number five, the stage is set for our alien creators to return and bestow upon us their miracles, signs, and wonders in order to convince us all the more that all religions are false. When we put our trust in them, finally, when Christ does return, we are all convinced that he is the enemy and our united world gathers together to make war with him. I went to a conference, it was called the Contact in the Desert Conference out in California, and it was the who's who of the ancient aliens crowd. Everybody you've seen, the big hair guy, Giorgio, Eric Von Daniken, they were all there. It was a whole weekend of these guys talking about, you know, the Anunnaki and who seeded our world, and they're coming back, and we've got to ascend, and we've got to be ready for them and all this stuff. And oh, by the way, they have an enemy. We may have to help them to defend against. And there's a sense of urgency. They're saying this. They're saying that there's a real sense of urgency. The beings that they're in contact with in these alien abduction scenarios are saying, hey, people got to get ready. You got to embrace us. You got to be ready for us because we have an enemy and you're going to have to help fight against them. What does Revelation say? The armies of the world are gathered together in the valley of Megiddo to make war with him who's coming on the horse. If 2% of what I heard at that conference is true, the church is woefully ill-prepared to deal with what's coming. How many of you know Scripture talks about a great falling away, an apostasy? I'll tell you, because most of these churches out there aren't talking about any of this stuff. When a mile-wide spaceship parks over the city, they're going to have no answers for it. And we've had the Catholic Church all along saying, yeah, you know what, evolution, I think that might be true. Oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, plurality of worlds. The church fathers, so-called church fathers, were talking about ideas of plurality of worlds. There could be other aliens out there. Well, if you open the door to the possibility of other life forms out there, did they fall too? Did they have an Adam and Eve that sinned and need a Savior? Did Christ have to die for them too? Or is it possible that they didn't fall? They didn't sin. Ooh, then we might have to learn something from them. I mean, you've got the Vatican saying, if ET shows up, we'll baptize them, ... if they need it. We could have something to learn from them. I'm telling you, something's coming, and what intrigues me about this topic that we're talking about this evening is it nullifies and obliterates all of it. If we're in an enclosed world cosmology, you can forget evolution and ancient aliens goes out the window. There's no likelihood. It's not even remotely plausible.
scientists or astrologers, globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence in it. And I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions. And that was like the last little sliver.
Yeah, their predictions
No
are
predictions being made.
what do they call it? The sidereal calendar. That's their predictions.
Right. I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago. Something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, well, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like so, like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just But they'll still say it moves.
You gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if the Earth is moving in the 8 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, the pyramids will angle themselves to.
Scopes, like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Following the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Okay.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk. I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
But how do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. And you can actually measure their drift. You can
Wasn't what I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question because I don't feel like we've finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I'll do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds good.
If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
He doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking
let me,
for it anyway.
let me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees, and you're going to measure okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. But you said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh is not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has all this, that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your refutation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Right?
Nuh-uh. I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession. I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 40, listen. If you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15-degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure the drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes,
you're refusing to answer me. Listen.
May I?
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is
like I've been doing this for 4 years, dude. I know how all these devices work.
Argument. That is
no,
retarded.
because you're lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so we will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
you won't do shit. You won't do shit.
So listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15-degree per hour drift is what you've already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it drift 15 degrees.
Okay, let's do this.
Camera if we have to.
Yeah, okay, go
let's do this.
Set it up, God. Right, set it up.
Let's do this, dude. Listen, I'm gonna laugh, dude. When you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject
some more?
Guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if you guys are interested.
How about I post citations? Would that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll post citations.
We can both post citations. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be...
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile.
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared, wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset.
Drop,
I know
not
you're
physical
upset.
drop.
I know you're upset, but you're just gonna have to chill. We gave you your chance, and you were gonna go and set up your gyroscope that you were then gonna say, "I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation," and we were gonna say, "Okay, how do you link that?" And you'd say, "Well, just because we know." Right. So let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob, or not Dr. Bob, but Bob. What's his name?
So just to the new people as well. This is the type of
Mr.
person.
Sensible.
This is the type of person that you get
program,
who's been arguing this for years, but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature. So they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
I would just like to kind of bring it back.
Please don't laugh. It's actually
Can I just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago? I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
I used to think the scientists or astrologers, globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence. And I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions. And that was like the last little sliver.
Yeah, their predictions
no
are
predictions being made.
What do they call it? The sidereal calendar? That's their predictions. Man.
I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago. Something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, oh, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like, so like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just, yeah. But they'll
Yeah,
just
but
say it moves.
you gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if the Earth is moving in the 8 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, you know, the pyramids will angle themselves towards Polaris. It's just how things work. Trust me.
No, I know, but they concede. They're like, no, Polaris doesn't look like it moves. It'll move in like 2,000 years. And I'm like, thanks. Yeah, but
yeah, wait a
Yeah, but that's because it's on tectonic plates. they move along.
It's a monkey Glober. He's playing the Glober.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help the Globers out there, but
you got the corkscrew solar system that's fake. In the fake Milky Way arms, what was I saying? 26 trillion miles. I mean, none of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon in the center. It goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement, it takes, I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Well, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
Even the moon has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you could see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah.
Really? How? There's no way. Like,
So weird.
yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And then they'll be like, "I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean, you drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like everybody knows everything shrinks with a distance. Yeah, they come here and ask, "Why does stuff shrink at a distance?" Like, when you're growing up, oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying driving away, and the car is like, "My car, our house is down."
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird? That they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather. Or my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm 3 feet above the. I'm 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's it's kind of it's self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, meteorologists and all, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or you read your NOTAM, your notice to airmen, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes, because the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is
Yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at 4-foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I can see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you take that as given. Because, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, for 40 years, no, a little less than 40 years, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, like it's not like a dismissal of something. They wrapped it really nice. Like, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature. Just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. And when I found out no one measured it, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure, especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. All you need is your mobile phone in your eyes.
Yeah, nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy or family or atheist or whatever. So it's.
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. So everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Yeah. Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and my uncle was a professional photographer, and when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. He was into, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff, and he was kind of with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, what am I looking at? He said, well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake. And at that time, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer. He knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth T-shirt on, but, I said, well, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then.
Hello?
Would you find out, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So like.
Yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like it was a piece of art that he made back then in the 80s. And back in the 80s, you already had that, Joshua Nowicki photograph of the Chicago skyline. That was already in the circles of the photographers. But they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Global will say, "This CGI is fake." It's you wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, "No, you can actually see it." And every photographer, like, if you, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those,
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue, and now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it, like, never mind, and I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because, it's family, and you don't want to, jerk family members all around to get a point across. I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she just shuts the blinds and says, "No, I don't want any of this."
What's your rebuttal to the mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature. but that was debunked from the Mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when red flag is there. You will see a few French mirages, but besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings. And looking.
Good morning, everybody. It's your friendly neighborhood Miggy coming at you early this morning here on a beautiful Thursday.
Friendly neighborhood Miggy. That's an awesome entrance, man. That made me smile.
It is currently 30 degrees with snow on the ground. I had to shovel the white stuff all out of my driveway so I can get out of the driveway. But doing great. Seeing Jedi's in here. What's up, Jedi?
Yeah, all good. Thank you. Friendly neighborhood Miggy. I need to come up with a name now as well. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, mate.
We're just in here. Just another beautiful day on this flat plane of our existence. And talking with everybody that's in here. Asking the question once again to anybody that's out there. Do you have any evidence for the curvature of the Earth? Is there something leading you to believe that the Earth is actually a globe? If that's you, and you are hearing my voice right now, you want to come provide evidence, please do so. Operators are standing by. We want to know what you know and why you know what you know. It's important to note that in 2023, people think that the Earth is a globe without any evidence. Very interesting. But if that's you, and you're so sure of yourself, I know the Earth's a globe 100%. These guys are crazy. What are you talking about, flat plane of existence? You guys are funny. Well, I tell you one thing, Jedi's a pushover. You could easily sway him one way or the other. Y'all come in here. You just tell him that the Earth's globe. Don't worry. He'd be like, yeah, I see your point.
Yeah, I'll sympathy all day long with that one. Yeah. Come and try your luck.
I think we got to do like those guys at the those sideshow carnivals. Step right up. Don't be shy. Come on in.
Prove your ball to the Jedi guy. Yeah.
The amazing Jedi knows absolutely nothing about the globe. So come and tell him.
I must be a ball salesman's worst nightmare. Like 7 years, pretty much, maybe coming on 8 years now. Yeah, 7, 8 years, whatever it is. And these people still keep coming and trying to sell their ball to me and you and to everybody else on this Discord server. And we're just not buying it. I mean, it looks nice. You got pretty pictures of it and stuff. But when I go and look for these, pretty pictures of reality, in reality, I don't find what your pretty picture says. So, I'm not buying it. Unless you got a better sales pitch.
I like the fact that they always go to the evidence that provides more a steelman position for us on the flat Earth. Let's talk about navigation. That proves a globe. No, it don't. Let's talk about stars. That proves a globe. No, it don't. Just everything they point to, they think that supports their position. It's like more evidence for us. But we got Kyle in here. What's up, Kyle? Little G. Join us, Medigard. Ether. What's up, Ether? We got Car in the house. What's up, Car? Hopefully things aren't too snowy for you where you're at. It's probably rainy where you're at. Adam Unsalted. Conspiracy, but he's deafened. And Batman. What up, Batman? How y'all doing? You got some more people joining in the YouTube live stream. Come on in. Have a seat.
dear. Right, that's it. I put my phone down. Had enough messages from parents about football this weekend, so I'm back in the room with you, Miggy. Has anything happened in the last 10, 15 seconds? You know, because this ball is really, really easy to prove. It should be done. There you go. Have I missed it?
All they got to do is just come in here, bring their evidence, and we can all go home. That's it. Yeah, right. I used to say that, like, all you got to do is provide evidence and that'll be it. I'm like, there's a point where I'm saying, guys, there isn't any evidence whatsoever. Now I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to be here so that I can destroy your paradigm. And the thing is, like, it actually destroys itself. I don't really have to do any of the work.
Not really. You just have to sit back and let these people talk themselves into circles. But I was going to ask you, Miggy, what sort of evidence would you be looking for this Earth that is spinning in the vacuum of space?
Well, the only thing that I'm really interested in is the very thing that makes it a globe. Well, one of the things I was talking to these globalists when they come in here, because they always ask for that. What satisfies you? I mean, I don't understand. What is the thing that would make you satisfied? Like, because you guys have such a high standard. Like, and I'm like, well, isn't it the same thing that anybody would if they're trying to provide evidence for anything? It's the actual measurement. Like, you're trying to measure to see if there's any drop over distance. That's the most important thing. I think once you get that and there's actual measurement that follows the radius, diameter, circumference, yeah, you don't need anything else, because everything else, the physics that work on a globe, like Coriolis and gravity and all that, you could start piecing all that together if you have the one single most important thing, the actual globe.
Yeah, you're going to need a ball for that. So yeah, I'd agree, Miggy. You've literally got to prove your first premise with a direct measurement of the, I don't know, 8 inches per mile squared. You'd have to know that. Obviously, obviously I wouldn't expect anybody to give me a measurement directly to the horizon, because as you should all know by now, the horizon is apparent. Refraction, right, in the atmosphere. And the atmosphere is always going to exist, so you're not going to be using that then, are you? So yeah, however you're going to do it, I'd agree with Miggy. Some direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, please.
And that is the thing that we ask for, but never are provided. Where in any time in history has anybody ever measured this curvature? And you know what's weird is that when we do time-lapse footage over any area, on any distance, we see that the air that's being observed between the thing that we see in the far distance and the observer, it's always distorted. There's a bit of distortion, and it just depends on the day, whether it's going to be a little or less. But it'll dictate how far you can see, the level of clarity and the distance. And so vision can be more or less on certain days. If that's the case, then how can you measure a curvature? There needs to be some sort of way, right, to figure out it. People are saying, well, then if you see something in the distance, how is it possible that you can see the thing in the distance? There's no such thing that we can understand that over an obstruction like a Earth curvature, you could see one day over that hump of Earth curvature versus a day where you cannot. It either is going to be obstructing your view or not. It's physical. It isn't something optical. A mound of dirt today is going to be a mound of dirt tomorrow. Your friend that you see walk over that mound of dirt isn't going to be there tomorrow via the refraction. They're just not.
Refraction would be hide and seek's worst nightmare, wouldn't it? Because you could go and hide behind a hill, perfectly invisible from your friends because the physical hill is in the way. But if the weather changes and refraction happens, all of a sudden you're going to appear in front of the hill and your friend will see you. I wonder if that's ever happened.
I think that when they're trying to work this thing out, they're thinking, well, it's happening over water, and that's why it doesn't matter. Because the Earth is bending. So water is physical, right? Everybody knows that. It would be in the way of the thing that you're trying to see if that was the case. But water's not bending. There's no bendy water anywhere that's going to bend in that way and stay bent. because of staying bent means that it's actually adhering to the outer surface of a sphere. That doesn't happen. Water's pretty level, man.
We're lucky that we understand that water's level because we construct and engineer dams to contain water, and a little bit of research into dams. And yeah, you can have a small dam. You can have some really, really big dams. Some dams are like 15, 20 miles long. Now, you'd have to figure in the curvature of the Earth if you're going to contain that water with a dam. But I'm still yet to find a dam that's ever taken into account the curvature of the Earth when containing the waters of the Earth. Problems.
Definitely problems.
Yeah.
There was a guy trying to use the Suez Canal, Jedi, as evidence that the Earth is curving. You know that the actual opposite thing that you could. I don't know whoever thought of that. Like, was everything that they point to is like the actual way that we are saying. Yeah, that's what we're saying. You're bringing up evidence that supports our position, meaning that it only supports the Earth not being a globe. How could it be supporting it being a globe?
What did he do, Miggy? Did he just point at the Nile and go, "Look, curve of the Earth"? Obviously, is that all he did? He just said the Nile. No, sorry, not the Panama Canal. Just said the Panama Canal, did he?
Yeah, the construction of the Suez Canal would have to be utilized that they're using globe geometry in order for the construction of the canal.
They just dug a hole in the fucking desert or a trench. Yeah. That's all they did.
Yeah.
That's all they did. One of the easiest things that they could have really done for such a massive project because it is, hundreds of miles, 120 miles long or whatever. So you had to take a few things into account, but by and large, they just dug a trench in the desert.
Yeah, there's no type of like evidence or idea that can ever rescue the globe from being a reality. It's just crazy, man. The level of like ignorance that we got. I was on here last night. It's weird because like now that everybody, I don't know, maybe it's just like Indio. If you're listening, man, I think you put it on your vision board or something. All the old timers are coming back. So I heard Bonk Sal last night come back. Yesterday. So he's back on.
No way. Bong's back.
Yeah,
Seriously?
Bonk Sal. Yeah.
Oh, I have got to bump into him. I miss that guy so much.
Yeah,
Oh, brilliant.
He's back. So he was on last night, and some gentleman also was brand new to the Flat Earth community. Well, here. And they were having a conversation about like, I think he was talking about Orion's belt. Don't know if that's the exact conversation. I was shoveling snow at the time. I was listening to them. I didn't chime in, but it got late on me, so I just went to bed. But I think India was in here having the conversation, explaining to them. I think his one of his questions was that he was asking about like the movement of the stars in Orion's belt, and so he was wondering, and I agreed with like the way India's explanation was, to the fact that. Because I think he was trying. What is it? The globalist guys, right? They always point to the damn stars. The damn stars. Look at the stars. And like, so what, dude? Like, you could. Why are you pointing to the stars for something that the ground needs to be measured? Like, you're not measuring the damn floor with the stars. Like, it always seems to be a point of like discussion for these guys. They always look at what the stars are doing. Yeah, I know. And Indio, you brought a great point up, but he's in here now. Nobody's ever seen a star do a complete circle, and I think there's an idea that they're doing a complete, complete rotation all the way around to the same place that they were. I don't think that's the case because, well, we don't have that in the first place. We don't have a complete picture of one star going all the way from one point all the way, because you can't have that. There's no 24-hour nighttime where you can see that anywhere. Where the star takes off from one position, ends up in the same other position. And so
That's a good point. I'd never actually thought of it like that, but yeah, obviously there's no 24-hour footage of a star doing a complete circle because half the time the sun's out.
Right. So or even at the majority of the darkness that you can get, the most darkness you can get, they're still going to be interrupted by daylight, which would then not be able to see the complete movement of the star to its original point, its position. And even if that was the case, because you still, what you'd get with the star is that you'd have the different constellations moving over across your head. And so you'd see different constellations. So what you still would get was the star wouldn't go in its complete path as to complete the circle because of the fact that you see like different constellations in different seasons. So what it's doing would be looking like a half like circle, maybe, perhaps, but it's not able to complete its full circuit.
Okay.
So it can't go from one point and then come all the way back around to the point where it was originally.
Right.
And I don't think that's able to be witnessed anywhere on Earth. There's ideas that it. But see, here's the other thing too. It's like I think people are making assumptions now. I think that's what's happening. We're trying to complete the circle.
What about northern latitudes inside the Arctic Circle, for example, northern Finland and Scandinavia, where they do, go without sunlight for a long time during the winter?
Yeah, but don't they get like daylight? They don't have sunlight, but they have daylight.
They do have a daylight. That's right. Okay, so the other end of the
it washes out the night view, the nighttime view. So you don't have you have daylight, you don't have sunlight.
No, well, you can have 24-hour sunlight. I'm just talking about in the winter when the sun's obviously gone south for a bit. I understand you're saying there is still daylight, but it's more of a twilight, isn't it?
Yeah, it would still wash out the stars, I believe. No, I'm just saying that I don't think it's a complete darkness. You can probably look into that, but
yeah.
If that's the case, then you'd have to have the time-lapse footage from that area if there's going to be that, but I don't think there is. I think you could have a really long night, but you could have like it wouldn't cover a 24-hour period because at some point you'd get like daylight. Even if it isn't sunlight, you get daylight.
I'm just going to very quickly prostrate myself in front of Google for a moment and see if the Almighty One with all of the knowledge can give me some knowledge, some cursory knowledge about this.
Yeah, well, let's summon the bring out the fake footage, guys. Your 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica.
I just want to see what the numbers say. That's all.
Yeah, sure. But still, like the idea that the star takes off from one position, goes all the way around back to its original position. I don't know, man. I just don't think that's the case. There's always a bit of like place where you can think about completing a circle, but then you're not completing a circle. That's my issue. If you haven't completed the entire circle, then you haven't. It's just an assumption that you have that it does a complete circle. And the time-lapse footage was like, look, see, it's a circle. All you got to do is finish it. I'm like, yeah, but you're not finishing it. It either is doing a circular path or it's not. So I would stand to reason that you'd have to look at it from that perspective. It either is, because we live in the really is level, right? We're not going to just be making assumptions. That's what I tell people all the time.
The longest time lapse I've seen is, I think it's like 16 hours.
Hello, India. Is it 16 hours? Yeah, really well. Thank you, bud.
The longest one I could ever find was about, I think it was like 16 hours. And it was in the Arctic.
Well, and
so the circle, this is what I was describing to this guy Dust last night. I heard Miggy just talking about it. Like some stars will just end up overlapping, right? The star trail overlaps in the trail of another star. So it looks like a circle, right?
Okay.
If you do like a 12-hour footage, right? Stars that say, if you're looking at Polaris and like, you look at it like it's a compass, right? So there'll be stars to the north, stars to the south, stars to the east, stars to the west. They end up like when it does the arc, right? They end up overlapping other stars, other star trails. So it looks like a circle, but it's not one star making a complete circle all the way around. That would take 24 hours.
Yeah.
And I've never seen a time lapse that long. And then the other thing I was describing, it would never actually, because they say the Earth is tilted, right? Tilted in the orbit, it would never actually come back to its starting position. It would be off by a little bit, and it would like go underneath it. And over the course of like 3 months in the Arctic, it would make like a spiral. Like say you could do a 3 months time lapse, right?
Yeah.
You would actually see the stars spiral around in like in a semicircle. And then the sun would come up, and then it would screw it all up.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
what you're
So the
saying.
longest you could get is 3 months, according to what they say. That's what they say, right? Is that you're going to get 3 months of darkness. It's not 6 months of darkness. It's like 3 months of darkness, of
Yeah.
complete darkness, where the sun is not above the horizon. Right. You have to be within the Arctic Circle for that to happen. But so if you filmed say Polaris for 3 months straight in a time lapse, if you could do that somehow, you'd see like the stars make a circle, but just barely miss their starting position and loop back around and barely miss and barely miss and barely miss and make like it would be basically a spiral that went from say like 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, right? It would be a quarter of a turn.
Yep.
Yeah. So
That's what I was saying. That's it. So I don't think
that would be
anybody's ever.
cool to actually do, though, man. I actually want to try it.
No, what I'm saying though, Indio, like I don't think there is an ever like no one can ever say that it makes a complete circuit, like in the sky.
Yeah, no one's ever seen that. No one's ever seen that.
But the claim is, and the assumption, right? Because the claim follows the assumption follows the claim. So or whatever. I mean, you have to assume that the stars are moving in a circular motion to complete an entire circuit. To say that they're actually going in a circle like that. If you could draw a circle in the sky, and like flat earthers and globe earthers have been saying this. So both sides, both camps have been talking about star trails in that way. And they're like, where's the evidence for that? Like, and that's what we're talking about here. I think and it's not like, well, it's fairly obvious, man. All you got to do is look up, and there it is. Just look at the semicircle. It's like, people have been assuming a lot of things like the path of the sun. And I'm always telling people, yeah, you see something happening from your horizon to the other horizon. There's also a place where you can see, I think there's video of like being in a plane somewhere and following the sun. Not really following it, but traveling from one location to the next as it's going on this western path. And the plane was actually flying in that direction. So even though like because the ground, you go to timeanddate.com, you can see the ground speed of the sun is about 900 to 1,000 miles per hour. So the plane would have to be traveling super fast. But I think one of the like cruising altitudes for an airliner is something in the way of 500 miles per hour in that range. So you're not really going to gain
it's about that.
So you're thinking of ground speed, the sun's traveling. So, because how did they get the number for 1,000 miles per hour at the equator? There has to be someone. And I looked at timeanddate.com, and the ground speed for it, you can see it for yourself. Every place that you're in, the sun will be moving at a different speed. So every location has a different ground speed for the sun, which means that the sun is traveling over the ground, over the surface at a specific rate. So then that rate is, you think about like traveling in the sky in a plane. And you're traveling half that speed, which you would be losing, that race. And so even if that was the case, you still would be seeing the sun move away from you at a faster rate than you would flying the plane. So it's not true that you can get in a plane and follow it, because it's going to be going way fast. Unless you get in a plane that's going at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour and then use that aircraft to completely follow the sun with unlimited supply of fuel, so that you can chase it and see what direction it actually takes. That's not possible. It's never been done. So I will still stand with everything that I can say, that no one has ever witnessed the path of the sun and its entire movement across the sky from wherever it's going to like back again. It's not possible. It's never been done. So the assumption is that the sun makes a circular path over the flat plane. That seems to be like the winning argument for flat earthers. And I think if that is the case, it is an assumption as a winning argument, because there's an assumption being made about what the sun's path is, and like even looking at the Book of Enoch, there's something very metaphysical about what it's doing in the sky. I mean, obviously, you get the idea that it's a bit more. It's like it's teetering on the spiritual, right? So you can't explain the sun in a very physical way. It's almost like the way it's explained in Enoch. It's not related to anything we can actually examine because it is carried by wind. So the sun, and then it's moving through 7 gates, and there's portals, and there's other things happening up there that how it, Enoch was describing the actual sun being like, he saw the whole clockwork, he saw the mechanics behind it. And like I was saying before, I think God was future proofing any cosmology that would come against like the true nature of what's happening. And so if that's the case, then no one can actually know really, because every explanation falls short of what Enoch was saying for sure. I don't think anybody can, because it says the sun runs in a circuit. There's also that. I can take it for what it's saying, but what does that mean though? Like in what path? Because for me, it's a circle. But a circuit would be, you don't have to start from where you started from, and it ends up in the same way. What we actually know the sun to be doing is not that. It doesn't make a complete circle. Because if you live in the north, right, check this out. If you live in the north in the summertime, it comes from the northeast and sets in the northwest. It appears that way. The apparent position of where it arrives on our horizons that's how it looks. So it kind of like if you're staring south, right? You're staring south. It looks like it rises from the east, northeast, and sets in the northwest, which makes like a big old U in your sky. Then, of course, in the equinox, it looks like it just goes like moves straight across, and then past the equinox, it goes from southeast to southwest, but does the opposite from making a circuit. It looks like it's making a rainbow, like in this, like the path of it anyway. Like it's more of a. And I've been saying this about like the appearance of like what it looks like to everyone, and we can all notice this. Even people in the south would notice this. In our winter time, it's going from southeast to southwest. But doesn't it happen that way for people in the south too, in Australia? Like right now, if you were looking at the path of the sun, it rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest. Like I mean, even people in Australia would, and that's their summertime. Yeah, that's when it's. So. The path of the sun, it's been a bit like a hot topic for flat earthers to say. Like there's diagrams, right? There's like concepts people have. They draw the sun moving in a circuit across the flat plane. But then I challenged them. I was like, how do you know? Because in the apparent vision of the sun, we don't see that circuit, that circular thing. I mean, you don't get that, do you? I mean, not unless you assume it. And if you want to sit on your assumptions and say, well, it just is. Yeah, but how are you? Where is the verification of that? And that's the argument I had with Percentage. And Percentage was like, because we have all these data points. I'm like, so another Eratosthenes, right? You can have data points on the ground, seeing what the sun's doing, and then making assumptions. That's nice.
What data points? What data points does he have?
Wait,
like seriously, like what data points does Percent have? Nothing.
Yeah, listen.
He left his house in months.
He was saying that we got people all over the earth and they're watching the sun. So let's say you're in Australia, I'm in America, Jedi's in the UK. So each one of us can see the sun doing something. So then we can all together collectively say, okay, you have your data, I have my data, I see what's happening in my eastern, western sky, I see the sun moving across. Now let's compare that with yours. What do you say? And then we put it together like a puzzle piece. And just like connect the dots and so forth. And I'm like, well, that's wonderful. But what orientation do you think the continents have, and what sides are they, and where? Like, there's a lot of mysteries involved, like to what we're saying here, because then we're already drawing. And so I think it's more. He would love to see a concept of flat Earth like drawn out on a map and a model, and I think a lot of people would too, right? I mean, that would solve a lot of the issues of like, what are we actually on right now? Can we depict it in a way that's going to give some kind of meaning to like putting an idea for some people's heads? And I don't think it can ever be done. There's always problems with map projections. I think the way that people actually navigate is with like charts. So they don't use. And the guy that came in here, there's like many people. Oh, I use the AE map to navigate to fly a plane. And I was like, I call bullshit on that, like right away. Like I was like, this is bullshit, dude. You know it. You're spewing out nonsense. And the guy who was, you remember him? He was he just started to learn how to fly. He was a student actually. But in that, he was like, well, we use the AE map to travel. I was like, dude, that's bogus. Look, because I can pull out a globe and then draw with crayon on it and say, look, I'm using the globe to travel across the earth. That's stupid. I'm not using that thing to navigate. No one is. Like I think Wolfie, whatever his name is, whatever numbers, 7690, whatever. What you know how the stupid idiot Wolfie. Like he was doing the same thing. He flew with a globe. I think one of his flights he took a globe. It's like, dude, you're not navigating with it. You're just taking it somewhere so that you can show people, look, it works.
It's just a prop.
Yeah, that's what the AE map is, a prop, dude. Like what? Oh, you're drawing lines on it, taking with you on the plane. Good job, well done. Like, does that mean that the pilot standard is now to use an AE map or a globe in their cockpit and say, well, we got to use this thing, man. It's useful. Like,
the reality isn't like some abstract geometry or like flying a plane is way more complicated than drawing a straight line on a map. If it was just like if you just put the plane in the air, just pointed it in a direction and flew the plane and just like, now I see the airport and I'm going to just land there. If it was that freaking simple, everyone would be a pilot.
Yeah,
of course, it's not that simple. Yeah, it's windy. You have to make probably 1,000 micro corrections per 100 miles.
Yeah.
But the Star Trail thing, the reason I looked for a long time lapse is because they say that Polaris is like half a degree off the center of rotation. So I wanted to confirm that Polaris made a circle, right? A complete circle where it came back in on itself. And I couldn't find anything.
Oh, I get you. So you get like about 80% of the circle completed, but that's all you get. You wouldn't get the finishing touch to it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You don't even get to 80%. Like the longest is like I said, it was either 14 or 16 hours. Okay. So you get like, a little more than half, but it didn't look like actually like a circle. It kind of looked like a oval almost. But that could have been the camera being moved or something, because this is a time lapse. Long exposure. Let's put it that way. It's a long exposure video.
I was looking for something specifically in the archives, and I usually go like garage sales with my wife, and I find interesting stuff. Like here in the Midwest, people have a collection of like some odd books, dude. And I found one that was called Contact Flying Part 6, and I purchased it. It even came with a protractor, or like a I'll show you in just a minute. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to show you some images, and I'll post them in the YouTube live stream, or excuse me, in the live stream voice text, so you can see what I'm looking at. But needless to say, there's a lot of information that covers here that would answer questions that people have about flying. And it doesn't say anything to what people argue about here, like in this room. So let me put them up here so you guys can see what I'm working with.
One of the main things is like they say that like if you use dead reckoning, right? Dead reckoning assumes the Earth's a plane. You just get your heading, you take like your speed, and use a timer to figure out like how far you traveled, in what direction, how far you've gone. It's supposed to be not work beyond 300 miles, and you can look this up. Anyone can look it up, right? If you look in, the source I found was called Motor Boating Magazine, and they had but it's published like back in the 40s or 50s or something. But they have a whole section, right? So, like, you know, you don't have a lot of topics to cover in motorboating, so like you're gonna run out of, you know, stuff to talk about eventually. But it was a section on how to do dead reckoning, and it had all the math and all that stuff. So, but there's an instance where someone dead reckoned for 2,000 miles. So if you're doing like triangles, and the Earth is a sphere, you can't use planar triangles to go beyond a certain point because then you're way, way, way off.
Yeah.
And this person, it was the HMS Britain in 1898. Apparently, the entire Atlantic was covered in dust, red dust from a dust storm that blew off the coast, that blew off of Africa, because it was published in the Royal Meteorological Society. So that's why it's published. It's a meteorological event. And in one of the footnotes, it says, you know, the HMS Britain, you know, traveled 2,000 miles by dead reckoning with no view of the sky or the horizon, because according to the report, everything was covered in red dust, right? Just being on the deck, like basically it was like being in a big red fog where they couldn't see anything. They couldn't see the sky. They couldn't see the horizon. So the only way to travel was to use dead reckoning, right? You use a compass, you point your ship in a direction, and then, you know, back then they would use knots, right? So they throw a rope in the water, and basically how fast the rope came off, you know, how much rope got dragged into the water. You'd count the number of knots, and that's how fast you're going. That's why they call it knots. So this is how they figured out how fast they were going. They used a chronometer and all that shit. Anyway, they went 2,000 miles by dead reckoning. I tell this to Bob the science guy. You know what his response is?
Go on.
Oh, he must have been a good sailor.
For fuck's sake.
Shut the fuck up, Bob. It's like he wonders why he gets banned and shit. Like, dude, like, say something for real. Like, oh, he's a great navigator. Yeah, he just got lucky. He just got lucky, man.
Look at
2,000 miles. How long does it take to sail 2,000 miles, though? Like 2 weeks? He got lucky for 2 weeks? Every day for 2 weeks?
Hey, Dio, look at the image.
He should go to Monaco and frickin' put it all on black if he's going to be that lucky.
Look at the images I'm posting up in here. Like, this is like really cool. 1947. And the information's there as I'm putting the images.
Okay, yep.
This book is very brittle too, so I got to be careful with the pages. But
Contact flying.
Look at what it uses.
Is that like contact parking? Because that's how they park where I live. Every single bumper has a dent in it. I swear to God, dude. You walk around Boston, every single bumper has a dent in it because people use contact parking. Okay, I'm in there.
Check this out. I'm going to put the contents. I'm going to take an image of the contents of this book, and then you can see. Hopefully my phone takes a clear image of it because I got to back up a little bit. All right, I'm putting the contents.
Oh, here we go.
You got to blow up the image, and then tell me if you want to go to a certain. Look at the contents, and then tell me to turn to a certain page if you want me to, and then I'll take a image of that page. And that is a lot of information, like very direct, very useful. Like, this isn't like some fluffed up idea. This is actually how you need, like, this is the stuff that you need to know about flying the plane.
Would you do scan these?
Yeah, I'm taking a picture of it and submitting it. This book I found, like I said, in a garage sale. I thought it was a gem. I picked it up. I was like, man, you know what this is worth, man, to me? Look at this. Look at the preface. I'm going to give you the preface. You're going to be like, damn.
Hold on. How does it, like, why does it say linear features, man?
Here comes the preface. Look at what it says, bro.
Can't have linear features on a ball, man.
I know. Look at what it states. 1947. So you got to remember, we're dealing with a different time at this. What they're saying. Air navigation part 1 to 7 inclusive has been prepared to meet special needs of the U.S. Navy's aviation training program in wartime under war conditions. The need for a thorough understanding of navigation by pilots becomes acute, while the time available for study is reduced to a minimum. This text, therefore, while it embodies enough theory and background to provide the student with an intelligent understanding of navigational principles, omits all duplicating or non-essential matter. While the text is complete in and of itself, its value will be enhanced by the use of sound motion pictures, slide films, and other teaching aids especially prepared for the U.S. Navy for this purpose. In preparation of this text and illustrations, miscellaneous publications of RAF have been consulted and assisted was received from the Hydrographic Office, the Coast of Geodetic Survey, and the Civil Aeronautics Administration. Permission to use selected photographs was obtained from the Department of Agriculture and Institute of Geographical Exploration, Harvard University. December 1944. I just read the preface.
Sorry, part 1, Introduction to Earth. I think that might be worth a look at, and then part 2, Introduction to Navigation.
All right, let me. Oh, yeah, they got pictures too. But I open this, but you guys got to see this, man. This is it. It's like so. You ain't gonna get this kind of stuff anywhere. This book probably doesn't exist like in the library. You can go look. I mean, you'd have to dig for something like this. So for me, it was a gem, bro. Which one? The content?
So basically, where we start. So an introduction to Earth, part 1. It doesn't say page number. And
what are you looking at right there?
I'm looking at the top thing that you posted underneath. Oh my god!
Does it say contents? Is that what you're talking?
So at the top it says flight preparation training series, mathematics for pilots. And then it runs you down the parts. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, Part 5, and Part 6. You understand?
Let me see. I'm going to see the image that you're referring to because I put a couple in here.
It's like the 3rd or 4th one down.
Oh, yeah. So the principles of flying or the operation of aircraft engines or...
So yeah, mathematics for pilots, principles, blah, 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 all of that stuff. So part 1, air navigation, introduction to Earth.
Okay, let me look for that.
And then part 2, introduction to navigation. But let's have a look at the Earth first.
Yeah, let me see where that is.
This, I'm already excited, mate. This could be fun.
Yeah, you should see this, dude. It's really plain and simple. Let me see.
I hope it's
There's
plain
stuff in here that like helps people navigate in the sky. So
I hope it's plain and simple enough that a Jedi can get it, mate. That's what I'm looking for. Plain and simple.
What's the title of the book? What's the title of the book, Miggy? Yeah.
Air navigation, contact flying. I put the image. The image is
okay.
The very...
Yeah. It says part 6 though. Oh, so it's a series of manuals.
Yeah, it's a series. I got the part 6 version. I think this one. It really hits home to like what we talk about in here. There's so much, dude. I don't even know where to start. Like if I'm gonna put an image in there, I don't know which one because I'm looking through it. I'm trying to see like, dude, contact navigation tells you exactly what you see from a plane's perspective, and they have little diagrams. It's filled with so much stuff, bro. Like you wouldn't even. They can't. The globalists can't argue with this at all. And let me show you what came in here also. Take a picture of this. I'm gonna see if it actually comes out. I don't know if this is gonna work.
Okie dokie. I think I understand now.
I need a clear piece of paper so you can see what I have in my hand. this out. Okay. This is what came in the book. All right. I put my hands in there a little bit, but you can still see. It's like a little.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
It's like a little piece of plastic that has like longitude, latitude,
Yeah.
and you actually use this to actually, crazy, bro. Like this is actually in the book, or it came with the book. It doesn't have the chapters like all broken down that way though.
Yeah, I
Jedi.
get you. So you've got part 6, haven't you?
Yeah, but what I do have is like the contents that I get. Look at the contents, and if there's anywhere in the contents you want me to go on what page that'll
Yep.
start from, then I can go there.
Thank you, buddy. No problem. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Cockpit navigation, flight technique, contact navigation, planning your route, flight planning, flight services, and loss procedure. Oh, introduction to map reading. Oh, linear features.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're speaking.
Oh, contours, terrain features, and variable factors. Okay.
Yes.
Well, pick any one of those ones, mate. I think the more interesting ones were probably either flight planning, I would have suggested, or anything like the bottom 3.
Give me a page to start from, because it'll
Okay.
start on the page wherever that started. And I'll start taking photos of the actual content.
Okay.
And then...
So flight planning is page 69.
Okay, let me go there.
Oh, actually, no, planning your route. Let's do that one first. That's page 51.
Okay, 51. This is nuts, bro. Like that's stuff you're not ever gonna get from these globalists. 51.
You need to go and get part number 1.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So let me start taking a picture, and then I'll just let you guys kind of look at the content.
Okay, mate. That image you posted of the plastic circular thing with the spherical graph type thing on it reminds me of something similar that you can use to plot where stars are going to be at certain times of year.
Yeah. It does. It's akin to that, and it's got longitude, latitude. All right. So that's the page 51. It starts there.
I have to get my reading glasses on.
And there's a little. Yeah, let me show you something. Let me show you the chart that it actually has on the back of that page. That's what was on the back of that page.
2 seconds. Oh, okay.
I'm just skimming through here. I don't think there's really. It's just talking about like the do's and don'ts.
Yeah. Like I said, you need part one. I want the introduction to Earth. I think that'd be really telling.
Yeah.
All right, so in wartime and stuff, so introduction to Earth. The Earth is most definitely not moving, and it's definitely a stationary plane. It's wartime, guys, right?
Yeah.
None of that bullshit.
Yeah,
we need to
this
kill people.
Yeah. It's like it's cutting out the crap. Like it doesn't. There's no filler here. You're just gonna get what you need to do
Yeah.
what you need to do to accomplish a task.
Well, this is it, isn't it? I mean, when your life depends on it, when the computers go down, right, you're going to refer to this type of understanding. You're probably going to end up getting a sextant out as well, do you know what I mean? But ultimately, when your technology fails, it's this type of stuff that's going to get you through. No flack or flannel, right? We're going to be treating the Earth as a stationary, non-rotating plane because that's what it fucking is. Oh shit.
Let's see here.
I wish I was around the first time that some scientific guy decided to turn around to the captain of a ship and say, "By the way, the Earth's a ball." I wonder how the captain would have reacted, being as he's been sailing the seas, understands navigation, understands the tools for navigation. I wish I was around when people start trying to thrust the idea of, "Oh yeah, but the Earth's a ball."
Yeah, let me put a diagram they have here. It might illustrate like, some things. Let me see here.
Cool.
Here, check that last image I just put up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, boy.
Let's have a little look at this. Ah, dear. It's interesting in this diagram for this aircraft that is... How high is it above the surface? And even that looks upside down. 500 foot above the surface. It says visible horizon is 1 mile away. 1,000 foot above the surface, visibility is 3 miles away. The fuck?
Isn't that crazy?
2 miles away now at night. What? Overtask conditions. Okay.
Look at this is interesting because you're never gonna see diagrams like these. And let me put another one. Look at that last one I put in there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's giving you distances in feet from cloud to cloud. From isn't that crazy? Look at
That is crazy. Wow. Level flight. Cool. Okay, I get you. Hoo-hoo. Sorry, Miggy. Someone's just posted part 1 in the contents page. I've got to find it. So, Introduction to Earth. Chapter 1, Part 1. Shape of the Earth. Measuring the Earth. The nautical mile, bearing, latitude and longitude, arcs of great circles. So,
Oh, who found the first? Who found the first one?
just the contents page, Simpcord.
Yeah, I have the physical copy. Ether. I'm taking images of it right now. There's a lot of good stuff in here. You can see the diagrams that I'm putting up in this book.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find that.
Let me put what a diagram they have of what people actually have when they fly. Not what globalists are saying. Yeah, look at that last photo. Jedi. It
2
shows the
seconds.
pilot. He's holding a chart. I bet that's what they have up there, man. They don't got an azimuthal equidistant projection map, man.
No.
Or a freaking globe, like either one. Then you could read there also.
That's interesting, mate, for sure.
Yeah, look what it says here. On a local flight, take with you the equipment which would be necessary for a cross-country trip: maps, computer, pencils, log form, and radio aids. Since eventually this supplementary publication will be used in the air, determine whether you have folded your charts satisfactorily, whether you have stowed your gear conveniently, how you will hold the chart and log for use, and how you will use computer and pencil. This is 1947, so you got to remember the time we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely talking about the wartime aspect and stuff that you need to know when you're in the air. If you get lost, what to do.
Fascinating, mate. You should keep reading through that. You'll probably find some little gems.
Anyways, I think it's really cool to have a book like this and just like show people.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Definitely. I like what India was saying earlier about the dead reckoning of about 2,000 miles. I mean, look, guys, if the Earth was a curved surface, we would literally be having to take account for this shit. But people don't. Wartime and so on, when, you know, your life depends on it. When the technology fails, for example, when your life depends on it, the Earth is treated as a flat stationary plane. When your life depends on it. It's not because it's easier. It'd be easier to treat the Earth as it actually was. If it was a spinning ball, it'd be easier to treat it like that because that's what it was. But the Earth isn't that. So it's easier to treat the Earth as it actually is. Flat, stationary plane. Especially when your life depends on it. Going back to that observation of 24-hour sun trails, Miggy, I noticed that any observation you're gonna take is gonna be north of, you know, inside the Arctic or Antarctic circles. You've got to be in these locations, and obviously the closer you get to the North Pole in the wintertime, the more chance you've got of having 24-hour darkness. But I don't think anybody's at the North Pole with their telescope straight up underneath Polaris for 24 hours, mate. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, that's the rub, isn't it? People often think that it's just a foregone conclusion. We can just make assumptions by looking at, you know, star trails, and you just can't do that.
No, you can't. I mean, I've fallen foul to it for sure, mate. So listening to you explain it, and was it Timbo? Was that just? Yeah, I had a little conversation with him the other evening about that as well. So he explained it to me also, and obviously listening to Injo a little bit earlier. No, you're taking stuff for granted if you think you've seen 24-hour star trails.
Yeah, and we can't make these assumptions and run around and call ourselves people who are following truth if that isn't the truth. Because who has this information? We don't have anybody that's had a 24-hour like view of a star going from one point all the way around to the other.
Yeah. So I guess it would have been a belief then, Miggy, if we'd applied the 3 points to it.
Yeah,
we would have talked with a belief, mate. Oh, damn it, those 3 points get me every day.
Yeah, no, that's the thing though. Like when you run 3 points right up to like everything that you're doing, and it's like, well, that's such a high standard. Well, it's meant to be, because if we're not, we're assuming things, aren't we?
Yeah.
And that's what we're not trying to do. So if we're saying that we're not assuming things, then you can't say that it's a circuit. Like we'll just complete the path. Well, I don't need to complete it if it's already completed in and of itself. But it's not doing that, is it?
No. That's the issue.
That's the issue. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why we're in the mess we are, because and then talking about the path of the sun over a flat plane. And we can make all kinds of assumptions. Well, complete the circle. You know, it's got to come back to, but you're thinking that the sun is something explainable. What if it's a mystery? What if it's something that we're given to by knowledge of the creator? He's given us an understanding from, like, let's say, Enoch's perspective. And what if that's the way it works? But who's taken to that position? No one. Enoch was. And like I was saying, it's future-proofing like anybody other that comes out with some weird cosmology of a heliocentric globe Earth. And also, no one can take that perspective other than the creator telling you this is what it is through the eyes of Enoch, you know? But it's like, and I've seen it this way, because he could say, you know, he could give the revelation to somebody of how it is. But I thought what was interesting is that he took someone to see it. And Enoch was the guy that he took. He took him. He was the one that he chose to go show him everything. So when he did, he showed him all the things, and now people are like, it's future proofing the cosmology. So now this created place, this really like amazing place that we're in, has a cosmological worldview from that vantage point, from Enoch's perspective. And we can say what we want with our assumptions. That's what we do. We assume things. But that's not what the case is. Like go ahead and prove it, kind of thing. That falls short. Saying the sun does something over the flat plane of existence because we're now following the truth is like there's certain assumptions people make. Like I used to say ice wall back in the day until I was pointed out to me, how do you know ice wall is verified? And I was like, well, I don't. So everything that I start doing now is like if it runs through a 3-point, like go ahead and see if it actually passes the verification method, then yeah, you can use it. But if it's not, then it's still the high standard for like how you know something.
Yeah. I don't even like saying the sun anymore. I think that makes a claim to the sun. That's the actual sun. There it is. That one right there. No, I don't even like saying that anymore. It's in some way of trying to say, well, that's where the sun appears to be. The appearance.
You can't even say if that's where the sun is because it's an apparent. But we know this, and that this is actual fact because when you look at the sun, look at the horizon when it's coming from the horizon. It looks different from when it's in its zenith position, right? Yeah. It doesn't look like, and you could say like people like in Africa, right? When they see the sun rising or setting, it's a big, huge orange ball. But then when you're like, it's above your head, it's big. It's a little white dot, like right above your head, like wherever you are. So it doesn't look like certain depictions of it. And because of that, you're seeing the apparent view of it. That's what you're doing. So go on.
I was just going to say, finish off what you were going to say. I think we've got some new people in the chat as well, mate. Some person called Kooky.
Kooky. What's up, Kooky? What's going on? How you feeling? Kooky, are you there?
I wanted to know the name of your book, but I think they've seen it now. It's like contact navigation. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I put the title of it. It's at the very beginning of the images. Just scroll up. It's Air Navigation, Contact Flying, Part 6.
But yeah, you definitely can't make claims. And like I said, I don't even like saying the sun anymore. It just doesn't roll off my tongue as much as the apparent sun.
I mean, we just got to bring it down to brass tacks, man, when it comes down to like, what are we saying? Because, I mean,
well,
you can say whatever you want.
Well, yeah, you can say whatever you want, but very quickly you're going to start making claims or claims about knowledge, especially within this forum, right? And yeah, I think every day you kind of realize that you don't actually have first-hand knowledge of very much.
Yeah, it always follows that whenever we talk about things, just kind of like look at all the cases for everything that we say, and does it stand to scrutiny of like what we would put under? Like if we're saying something, are we holding ourselves accountable to the same standard as we would for the globalists?
Well, yeah, we should do, right?
Yeah, but we've been getting away with a lot, man. And I'm saying that just outwardly because we have been in the conversations, because there isn't anything that rivals the truth that we have. But at the same time, just because we're now understanding the Earth to be something else than just a globe, then we start running off with our own ideas and assumptions. Well, the sun makes a circuit, around the entire flat plane of existence, and it's like, have you seen that? Like, who's seen that? Like, what? We could talk about Enoch's perspective and the wording that they use as circuit, but that's not what I mean. The verification method. Who's done that? Who's verified it? Because you could take Enoch for what he says: 7 gates, portals, You can do all that, but you can't verify that either.
And he's using words that at the time best fit the description of what he's probably never seen before.
Right. So how can you? Yeah, you're trying to explain something, and that's another thing too. It's like, so we have limited knowledge and verification of that which is in the heavens. But what we can do is go as far as we can go and then go from there. But that's it. No farther. But it just follows that a lot of people would want to stand on that assumption. Like there's a couple of flat earth people that I had a discussion with, like what the sun does and like its circuit. Well, what else can it do? I'm like, well, if you're asking that, that's telling, isn't it? When you're asking me that, yeah, what else can it do? Because if you don't know, or if you think I have an idea, then that's already giving you the fact that you don't know yourself. Or you can't just assume that it's going in a circuit. You can, but it's not going to make it true. You're going to be no better than the globalists that came over here that said that it does a circle the other way. Your circle is actually over a flat plane. Their circle is going over a globe. And you could say it's I don't know what you want to call it, calculable or whatever, but on the one instance, it's not going to work for the flat plane. On the other, it's not going to work for the globe. So
one of the main reasons that I always found with the conceptual idea of the square Pac-Man type Earth, where you go off of the left-hand side and appear on the right-hand side, was because of the anomalies of the sun.
Yeah.
Primarily why that idea really came around, from my understanding anyway, and this was well before I came onto Discord server, so we're talking really early, like 2017, 16, 17, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I was looking around on Facebook, and there was a couple of like square flat earth guys. There was a guy called I can't remember what his first name was, something Kelly, Ethiopian Enoch. So he'd gone through Enoch and he was trying to model the earth with, trying to understand what Enoch is saying.
Four corners.
Yeah. And that was the Pac-Man Earth. That was the sun appearing in the east, going off to the west, and then reappearing in the east again, going off one side of the table, going across the table, disappearing off the side, and then reappearing like magic. And he drew up like portals, obviously gates at either side of the conceptual flat Earth, square flat Earth idea. But primarily, it's because he was trying to answer questions about the sun.
Yeah. You can do like concepts in that, and I don't think that's bad. Even the people that think with the azimuth, equidistant projection, with it, any concept, any projection can be done, but it's just superimposing the things that we already know. So you could, like, as for the globe, you can do a map projection and paste it over a geometric shape and then say, voila, I have the answer. No, you don't. You don't have the answer. What you have is your idea of how things work on that geometric shape, or a flat plane, let's say. No one has this. Like, it's hidden. This is a hidden knowledge that was given to one human, and that one human gave us a description of the best way he knew how to say it. So. But after that, no one's ever seen the entire realm in that specific third person perspective, except for him.
Yeah.
And it's like,
did he actually see it from a far back perspective, or was he taken to individual places?
Yeah, he saw the way it looks.
Oh,
and
wow.
He basically described it like a machine. So the way he was describing it,
I can understand. Yeah, I can understand that he described it as a machine, but are you saying? I mean, I really should read more in depth myself. But are you saying he stepped right back away from the Earth's environment and saw the Earth in its entirety, top to toe, side to side?
Yeah, she said like the sun races it. Let me just pull up a few things on it real quick.
I'm kind of disappointed with myself. I don't know the answer to this question. I always feel like he was taken to places. Here's the ends of the earth. Here are the foundations. Oh, look, there's some buried angels. Oh, here's the sun. There's a portal.
So, I'll read you a little bit of the part where it says here. This is the section 3 chapter in the book of the heavenly luminaries. So chapter 72, the book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven, the relations of each according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel, who was with me, that Enoch's saying this, so who is their guide, showed me, and he showed me all their ways exactly as they are, and how it is regard with all the years and the world, and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till the eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets. And the moon rises and sets in these portals. And the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also many windows to the right and the left are these portals.
Right, sorry, Mickey, I've got to stop you right now. I've got a question.
Yeah.
So this idea, I mean, you just started saying left and right, and this idea of in the east and in the west. Where is the east? And where is the west?
What do you mean?
I know where north is, but east and west are relative to north. I can go in the direction of the east and I can go in the direction of the west, but I will be going in a circle. So where it always seems to me that he's talking about over here is the east and physical location here is the east, and over there is the west, physical location there is the west.
Yeah, he's well, it sounds physical too because it sounds like these portals are located there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'll go a little further because I think it does sound physical, right, in nature. All right,
Okay.
so
sorry to butt in, Mick.
Huh?
Sorry to butt in, but wouldn't the 4 corners also be supported by the fact that there's meant to be 4 corners of the earth where angels are going to be seen?
Well, I don't know if seen, but they're actually. Well, we'll get into that. I'm going to read a little further, but yeah, stop me if you have any more questions. Because yeah, I'm with you on the fact that his description anyway, it sounds physical.
It does, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it does. Because they're there, right? The portals are there in the west and the east, so
yeah.
can't
So
get away from
yeah, so I can't get away from that at the moment.
All right,
go on,
so
carry on.
let me see where was I left off at. Let's see, portals. Let's see, any windows left. Are many windows to the left, to the right and the left of these portals? So there's windows on the right and the left of each of those 6 portals. Okay, what that means is what might tell you. Let's see, and these leaders of the 6. Okay, where did I leave off? And the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, the 6 in the east and the 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also many windows to the right and to the left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary named the sun. And its circumference is like the circumference of the heaven. And he is quite filled with illumination and heating fire. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
The chariot. Go on.
What did you say about the shape of the heaven?
Well, it says here, the right. Let's see.
The circle of the heaven, did you say?
No, it's the circumference it's using. And first there goes forth a great luminary named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven.
Okay. So when people, circumference is the outer edge of a circle, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got. It's just trying to place. So let me get this right. Down here on Earth, we've got the one true direction of north, and east to west is a circle around that. Now up there in the sky, we've got the sun going around in a circumference. So what is east and west relative to up in the sky? Would that be Polaris then?
Well, that's
Are we up in the heaven?
Yeah, when the sun moves through these portals, you gotta think about, because we're take a look at like the way it's describing here. Like if you're saying that they're physical and it's going through a circumference, that's almost like that speaks opposite of what it should be. How can the sun be moving in a circumference and at the same time going through portals that are located east and west? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like a running track, an 800 meters running track, and the sun starts and does 400 meters. Now that start finish line's the portal line. Why do you need a gate? Why do you need a gate there?
Yeah. So let me see. Circumference of the heaven, and he's quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east.
Oh, I'm slowly getting lost. So the sun's now gone north.
Yeah, so it says...
Right, so I'm going to say this. I don't think when they say, when Enoch says north, south, east and west, they're the same things that we're talking about. I don't know whether it can be the same.
Yeah. So, but speaking of things in the heavens, so from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east. Returns to the north.
Yeah.
In order to reach the east.
Yeah.
So it is, and so is guided that he comes to the appropriate, that portal, and shines in the face of the heaven. In this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth. Those 6 portals in the is the fourth. Those 6 portals in the cast, and the fourth portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30. There's a bit of like, it's going to get a bit like hard to follow Enoch here. Mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer and the nightly shorter than the 30th morning. Mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer and nightly shorter in the 13th morning. Mornings in succession, set accurately. Let me see here. Yeah, it's just talking about how the day. So, and we see this happening during the winter and the summer months, right? That's basically what he's just describing here.
Yeah, I'm following you, mate. Yep.
I'm just gonna skip a little further because it's just talking about going through these portals and the time periods that it goes through these portals, and the accurate description of how you could measure these, like according to its specifics.
Yeah. Do you understand? Right. Sorry, do you understand what I mean by what I said just a few moments ago about our north, south, and east and west being slightly different to what he's talking about? Because it's where the sun goes after it's gone to the west, it goes to the north, and then it goes to the north to go to the east.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the same fucking thing.
Well, think about it like this. In the way of a circumference, it goes east to west to north to east again. Do you follow? Like, it's going to go...
Yeah, so this is from his perspective though, isn't it? So he's standing. Yeah. So from his perspective, he's describing it as coming from the east, going to the west, and then back to the north, and then going to the east.
You're think about this, looking at it from maybe a top-down perspective, or seeing it from a third outside view.
Yes, what I want. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's seeing it from a different perspective. He's not looking at it from somebody standing on the earth
No.
looking up. So he can see it from its like entire course. He's basically depicting what it looks like if you're looking at it from this perspective. So when he's describing the portals and the gates, and he's saying like, look at the way it looks from the way I'm seeing it. So his description of like east and west and north are from like a view as if we were navigating across this earth.
Yeah, I can get that. I understand he's kind of got more of a top-down view than we have. But no, go on. I'll let you carry on reading, mate. I haven't got this properly formulated in my head yet.
All right, so let me see. I'm just gonna skip the part where he's going to how like the day is longer and shorter. Let's skip to. Let's see. It tells you exactly how many mornings it's gonna be to where how many nights are gonna be longer and shorter. From the sixth portal, let's see. As chapter was it verse 16? Sixth portal and rises from the east and sets 30 mornings. And when the 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that sixth portal in the west and goes to the east and rises in the fifth portal for 30 mornings and sets in the west again. And the fifth western portal on that day decreases by 2 parts and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from the fifth portal and sets in the west again, in the fifth western portal. On the day decreases by 2 parts, and the amounts of parts. Oh, excuse me, I'm reading the same.
Sorry, buddy. It's now the sun setting.
Well, he's talking about the sun and the moon and their different parts. Like, how can I put it? Each succession of portals happens to be a time period of like how many parts of night.
Yeah.
So it becomes shorter and shorter until like some.
I understood that. Yeah. I understood that. It's just when he said the sunset. Well, technically, from his above view, if he's observing all of it, would he actually see the sunset? It's just continuing on its course. He's just observing it continuing its way around the Earth, right? If I've got his perspective right now. So from his perspective, would the sun actually set?
It rises and sets, it says here.
Oh. So, so for him to see it rise and set, he's got to be on the Earth.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
okay.
He's like, I think he's switching back and forth from man's perspective to like what the outside view is also.
Okay.
So he's giving you like what it's going to look like if you're seeing it on Earth, and you're going to be looking at the sun. And so when you're rising and setting, what it looks like to you, and then he's going to say what it looks like when it's running its course.
Okay.
And going through the portals. So
I've been flat for too long. Sorry, mate. I keep picking up on words. I know.
He's getting like, so if you're noticing these things, you can calculate everything by like his way of putting it, and it'll be precise, because there's how many parts that the moon's gonna have, and the sun with its mornings and its rises and sets.
Yeah.
So apparently how it's gonna look like to you would be that.
I get you.
And you can accurately time. It's like a timepiece, but then so let me see. Sixth portal. So on that day, it decreases by 2 parts. The amount, see, 10 parts. Tonight to 8 parts. The sun goes forth from that fifth portal and sets in the fifth portal of the west, and rises in the fourth portal for 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign, and sets in the west on that day, is equalized with the night and becomes equal length. It's really a lot, and it goes into many different parts. So I'm not going to go too farther into that, because you'd have to actually do the reading.
No, you're fine. You're absolutely
and then do the math.
Fine. Yeah.
So then you'd have to do the math and just figure out how many parts. But what it equals to is like the whole course of the year.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's what it's doing. It's just telling you like the parts of the sun rising, and like how it's going to vary from, summer to winter.
Yeah.
And so it's going through these portals.
It's. I think I've got it down to every time it sets and rises, it goes into a portal. That doesn't work. Yeah. So
So it
if
says-
if I'm on the Earth and I'm observing it to set, has it just gone into a portal, even though 1,000 miles away towards the west, somebody's seeing it in the sky?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because like, so like, remember I gave you the instance of the moon. So think about the moon in this way. You know, like when you see it coming from your eastern sky, you see the face of the moon. But think about this: somebody 1,000 miles away from you is seeing it in their western sky, and they see the face of the moon. And what happens is you're both facing each other.
Yep.
You and that other person, you could say the person is east of you, and the person can say, well, he's west of me. But when you both look at the moon, you see the face facing you. Each of you. See
But when Enoch describes the sun or moon going into a portal, that's when the sun sets.
Yeah.
Right? So the sun is just... Sorry, the setting of the sun is just how it appears to me at a location as the sun goes away until I can't see it anymore. But I've got you 2,000, 3,000 miles away in America who isn't seeing the sun set. It is still traveling across the sky. So when the fuck did it go into a portal?
Yeah. That's the other thing too. Where are the portals? That's would be the like where are they at? Where are they located at?
Why okay. So why does the sun need... When the sun sets, it goes into a portal, but that has to be something else than me seeing the sun set. Is he talking about some other kind of setting of the sun? Is he talking about the setting of the sun's when it goes into a portal, not what you observe when the sun goes down? Because technically, maybe it's the rising and the setting of the sun.
Right.
Now that's only, like I said, what we see.
Right, it's the perspective.
The sun actually isn't rising or setting, but the sun sets and goes into a portal. The sun doesn't actually set.
Yeah, never sets. But it sets in a way, I mean, the term that was used, because this is a transliteration of the original language.
Okay.
So you got to remember that as well. So they're doing the best they can with what words that they can use. That has to be considered as well.
You are understanding my point. I'm not just talking gibberish, right?
Yeah. But like, even saying the rises and sets was probably a different... We have to look at the original language and see if that doesn't correspond to saying that exactly.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, the person who's interpreting this could have been a globalist, and they're trying to put the words in that would best describe what he's trying to say there.
Oh, don't even put a spinning ball in there, mate. I don't.
But I'm saying, like, they're, you know what I mean? Like, they're trying to insert some kind of way to say that word he's saying. But like, I have to look at the actual original text. But it says what it says from this vantage point. That still doesn't make any cosmological sense for a heliocentric viewpoint, because it's talking about portals and gates and so forth. So
I understand so I understand in this instance the need for portals or gates to change the track of the sun. If that it moves it a little bit, I can understand that, but I don't understand why it's necessary for a sun to go into a portal if the sun never sets. It sounds, when Enoch describes this to me, it sounds like the sun goes from the east, goes to the west, goes into a portal, and then instantaneously appears somewhere else that it wasn't next to, back on the other side. So when he was describing the sun goes to the east and the west, I needed to understand that perspective. Now, was he observing it from down here? Was he observing it from up there? Because the up there, all-encompassing view is the one that I want. That's the key for me.
Well, he doesn't know. Like we don't know the portals, right? We don't know the gates. So that's his perspective, is that he can see all of that. How can he see all of that if he's taking a look from only one vantage point on Earth? You can't do that. So he's giving us an example of what it would be doing on a vantage point on Earth, and also one from his perspective where he's at, which is the entire thing.
I get you.
And so he's got to describe it in a way that you're going to be able to see it here on Earth, because he's telling this story to everybody that's on Earth that will never have this vantage. So you and me and everyone else will never have this vantage that he was taken to. So he's got to relate it to you. So you got to relate it to like what he's saying as well. So the extra perception was that he was taken to a place and he was seeing all of the way that the portals and the sun and the moon actually operate. But to you, he's got to relate it to like how you're seeing it. And he's saying when it sets and when it rises, this is how many mornings and parts of the night that are going to have, the moon's going to have and the sun's going to have. Like, so you already know the vantage from the earth. So it's what it's doing is solidifying the fact that he's saying what he's saying about the extra perception. The extra perception that he's giving you is going to correspond with your perception on earth, how you perceive it here on earth. So when you're perceiving it here on earth, he's saying, yeah, but that's because it's running the course that it is, going through the gates and portals that it's going through, and how many parts of the night and day are going to happen with the sun and the moon, and what you're going to perceive on earth. You see what I mean? So he's got to give it to you in a way that you can understand from Earth's vantage point, but also he's going to tell you something like extra perceptive, which is what he's seeing.
Yeah.
So he's got to give it to you the way you're going to see it, and then the way he sees it, both. And he's got to do it that way, because other than that, you're only going to see it his way, and you can't just only see it way, because you're going to be like, well, I'm on Earth. How does that relate to me? So he's giving it to you the way you're seeing it on Earth, your vantage point, which how you see it rising and setting. So he's like, yeah, this is how many parts of the day it is, how many parts of the night the sun will decrease in its length. And, you know,
it's when he says the portals are in the east. Okay. I mean, he's not really telling me that much, is he?
Right. He's not giving you the, because you can't ever, how are you going to ever see that from your just one place on Earth?
What is east? It's only relative to north from my location relative to north. I've got to go east relative to north. So when he says in the east, where was he when he said this? I know you're going to say he was down on the earth, but where? Africa? Australia? Eventually, east is just going to come back.
Yeah.
It's just going to come back round the other side. So it makes me... Obviously, these are portals.
Yeah, we have a conception. We have a conception of what we think going around means.
Yes.
So maybe there's something in our minds that are stopping us from like just letting him tell us the story. Because we're like, even right now, wouldn't you be assuming certain things like because of the fact that something has to make sense of why, and you know what I mean? Like if you think of flat Earth as a complete circle, right? Like as the AE map. So to you, if we're looking at the AE map, what if it's not that? What if it's something else? You know, so he's just telling you like what the vantage point, what it looks like for you down here, and then what it looks like from his perception of what he sees.
If you're going to use north and those type of cardinal directions, you're just invoking a fucking circle, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, you could invoke that, but you know, even saying circumference invokes it further for his perspective.
Yeah.
Because he says circumference of the sun.
Yeah.
But like, I'm not going to deny the fact that you'd have to perceive it that way. But if it actually is that way, then that's another thing. Do you know what I mean? Because he's making he'd make the claim that this is how it is for the ground, right? For the ground would be like. Let me just finish reading here. It says here, I'll just leave 35 daily longer and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun, and his return as often as he returns 60 times and rises, the great luminary, which is named the sun, forever and ever. And that which is thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night. And it's interesting they use day and night for the sun. And his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal. So they're both equal in size. It's chapter 73.
They look equal in size, mate, so I can go with that.
Yeah, we're not going to dispute that. Well, he further solidifies that they are equal. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind. And light is given to her in definite measure, and her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, full, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun. And thus she rises, and her first phase is in the east comes forth on the 13th morning. And on that day she becomes visible and constitutes for the first phase of the moon. And on the 30th day, together with the sun, in the portal where the sun rises, and on the half of her goes forth by 7 part, and whole circumference is empty. Mm-hmm. And half of her goes forth by the 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty.
What's that mean?
Without light.
Oh, okay.
With the exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of half of her light amounts to 1/7 part of the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half 1 part of light. And in that the beginning of her morning, in the commandment of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night, with the 14 parts and half 1 of them. And she rises on the day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun, and her remaining days she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. Let's see. So Uriel's taking Enoch, right? So chapter 74, and I saw another course, and I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. See, there's that word again. And these, and all these, Uriel, the holy angel who is the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, the appearance of their lights till the 15th days were accomplished. In single 7th parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and a single 7th parts accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. And in 2 months the moon sets with the sun, and in 2 middle portals, and the 3rd and the 4th, she goes forth for 7 days, and turns about, and returns again, through the portal which the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light, and she recedes from the sun, and in 8 day enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes from the 5th and turns back again in 7 days to the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days. It's just, let me see here. Yeah, just going through. So really, let me see where it goes to the end. And the full amount to 364 days, and the overplus of the sun and the stars amounts to 6 days in 5 years. 6 days every year come to 30 days, and the moon falls behind the sun and the stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone, the days amount to 3 years, 1,062 days, and 5 years she falls 50 days behind. The sum of 1,770, there are 5 to be added, 1,062 days. And the 5 years there are 1,770 days, so that for the moon, the 6th in 8 years amounts to 21,832 days. For 8 years she falls behind the amount of 80 days. The 17 days she falls behind 8 years are 80, and and the year is accurately completed in conformity with the world stations and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which the sun rises and sets 30 days. There's a bit of math here, but like to figure out like it all comes amounting to like how the moon falls behind the sun. I get
all
got
of
like
that.
the overall math to proceed. Like you could, this is like a timepiece for that many days. Like
I
for
get
you
all
to
of
count.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the easy bit. I understand the change of the seasons and the marking of the days and how often the moon changes and all of that type of stuff. I get it, but the things still keep jumping in and out of portals, and it keeps talking about the circumference, the revolution. Right, we've discovered that there's a repeatingness of the circle of these luminaries, but they keep jumping in and out of portals.
Yeah. All right, so let me see. I'm gonna skip to the place where
everything else I get.
Chapter 75, and the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation. So here's the metaphysical side to all of this, right? The angels who are ascribed to be governing all these things in the heavens, and the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office according to the reckoning of the year, and these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year, and owning to them men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service on the world stations, on the first portal, on the 1/3 portal of the heaven, the one in the 4th portal, and one in the 6th portal, and exactness of the year accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days, the angel Uriel showed to me from the Lord of the glory, had set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule over the face of the heaven and be seen on earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven. In the like manner, 12 doors Uriel showed me open the circumference of the sun's chariot in the heaven, which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them is warmth diffused over the earth. When they are open at their appointed seasons, and for the winds and the spirit of the dew, when they are open, standing open in the heavens and at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven and at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of the heaven in the east and the west. There are many windows open to the left and to the right of them, and one window is appointed season produces warmth corresponding as these do the doors from which the stars come forth according to as he has commanded them. And wherein
sorry. Now everything's coming through doors and portals. Not just the sun and the moon, but even the stars too.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, right, that we were talking about maybe an hour ago about never seeing a concentric circle of a star in the sky when we talk about time-lapse photography, right?
Yep.
Interesting.
It's no coincidence, and I think it's all kind of like the assumption part, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying about assumptions, because it's like there's something that mysterious about what we're trying to talk about with these things. And then when you start reading like what Enoch is saying, it's almost like there is something metaphysical. It's just like we can't verify this. Like then there's not a human that can actually say we can do what Enoch has done and give us a description. Nobody's ever spoken to Uriel. Uriel is the one that's over these luminaries.
I have to keep remembering, mate, that Enoch is showing us what's going on behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Right? And that we only see what's, for want of a better word, projected onto the curtain. The sky, for example. But we don't know what's beyond the curtain. Now, for me to understand about what's going on behind the curtain with my conceptual ideas, still thinking that maybe I don't think he's talking about the same north I am half of the time. I get it when he's trying to describe things down here. But it's these portals. Yes, sun and moon. I was trying to understand, but now it's everything.
That all of them are going to this, but it's the same portals though. They're not going to different ones. They're just the same ones that are there. They're just the portals have like gates.
How big are these portals then? Because I'm thinking of like a doorway just for the sun to get through in the moon because they're of equal size, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't take up the entirety of the sky. It's just that course. So how would all of the stars go through that door? They'd have to converge through that door. How big's this door portal?
Or maybe maybe we're looking at it like just
yeah. It's like I found some alien technology and I don't know what it does. How does this work?
It says here, for which all the stars come forth according to as he commanded them. Where excuse me, I'm gonna see if some of the stars of the works of the heaven west. Oh yeah, all the works of the heaven in the east and the west. There are many windows open to the left and to the right of them, and one window, as its appointed season, produces warmth, corresponding as these do to the doors from which the stars come forth according to as he has commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And they saw chariots in the heaven, running in the world, above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set. So
the stars that never set. Okay.
Yeah. Who are they? Those are the ones that people say were the circumpolar stars or whatever.
Yes. That's what we were talking about the other day. Yep.
Yeah. And one is larger than all the rest. And it is that makes a course through the entire world. Chapter 76. This is interesting. And at the ends of the earth, I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heaven, from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face, the east of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right, the south of the heaven, and 3 on the left, the north, and 3 first are those on the east, and 3 of those on the north, and 3 of those on the left of the south, and 3 on the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity. From those 8 come hurtful winds, which when they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth, and the water upon it, and on all who dwell thereon, and everything on which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind of those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it come forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And those second portal in the middle comes from what is fitting, and from it come rain, fruitfulness, prosperity, and dew. And through the third portal, which lies toward the north, come cold and drought. After these come forth the south winds through the portals. Through the first portal of them, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal, next to it there, come forth fragrant smells, and dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal, lying to the west, come forth dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And after these north winds, the seventh portal in the east, come dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud and hoarfrost and snow and rain and dew and locusts. And after these, there are 4 west winds. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoarfrost, and cold and snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain and prosperity and blessing. And through the last portal, which adjoins the south, come forth drought and desolation, and burning and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the heaven, and therewith completed all their laws and all their plagues, and all their benefactions, have I shown to thee my son Methuselah. So Enoch's son Methuselah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, a lot of this comes to like where we're saying that these winds come from, you know, like these strong winds, they're coming from these portals.
So what about these angels? Sorry, I know we haven't even spoken about these 4 angels at the 4 corners of the earth that are responsible for some winds.
Yeah.
But there's also windows in the sky that basically God's got an air conditioning unit.
Yeah, and these angels are like over that and the portals, and they send blessing and prosperity, and they also send destruction and desolation. Like, this is
what the hell?
Yeah, they do. They surely do.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to understand this until I'm dead.
Well, yeah, we might be, but at the same time, what it'll be pencils down, because you either would have believed in the Creator, and because all of this stuff here, like what it does is like it's faith, it's faith based. So you hear it, but you can never get to a place where Enoch wasn't say, "Oh, Enoch, I get you, bro." Like I see now. Like there's not going to be that. It's either you trust what he's saying in his word, or it is whatever you perceive it to be, and just exclaim as with an assumption. Because just like the scientists say, it's our best guess. That's what people are doing here on Earth, right? It's our best guess. So we're trying to ascribe physicality to things that are metaphysical. Like in this way, Enoch is describing. There's a lot of like angels that are doing things, you know, and they're you know, they're running the chorus, and the luminaries are doing things, and then you got portals that. So
you got chariots. Sorry, you got chariots as well, haven't you?
Yeah, that are carrying the luminaries. Yeah. So,
okay, 2 things, and I know you want to say something, mate. So hopefully you won't lose your point. 2 things. I understand. Do you know what thrones are when we're talking about the angelic hosts? The different classes of angels. So we understand thrones are those concentric circles or rings with lots and lots of eyes on them. When they're brought up, they're used for transportation. They carry the throne of God, for example. Second of all, I wonder whether he's using that as a description for what they are, or he's got a misconception of maybe some kind of technological engineering process, maybe like a conveyor belt or something like that. Yeah. That's transporting these things around. It's the only thing that comes into my head.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's mechanical. It's mechanical. So chariots would be ascribed to something that was in their day the technological way of saying like a car.
Yeah, this was moving this from here to there.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's and I'm glad you brought that up, because it's the mechanical view of the cosmological paradigm. That we can ascribe the actual machine looking like. So he's telling you it's a chariot. Look at this chariot. It's chariot.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's like he's trying to describe blue to me, and I've never seen blue. Do you understand what? I've never seen this type of wonder, you know, behind the curtain. So how the hell are you going to? I'm not going to be able to go. Oh yeah. I've seen that before. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Do you remember there's this old song, "Swing low, sweet chariot."
Yes.
Coming forth to carry me home. Like that song.
Yeah.
So
every weekend. Yeah.
I mean, what do you think the chariot is? Chariots of fire. Like this is akin to what even that song could probably be related, because like a lot of what they would describe in those days is like a chariot being like a technologically advanced machine. You know, it was designed to run a course. You know, so for him, running a course would be something a chariot would do. And ascribing that would be something akin to what he would say technology is. So that's, to him, like, that chariot is carrying this thing.
Yeah.
That's running. So how else can he describe it other than just saying chariot? You know, because that's the thing that he knows that can run a course, you know, with the course.
I understand.
So, and what is a chariot? It's if not but a vehicle, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So all right, so but yeah, you're just right to point out this is the mechanics behind it. But imagine what he was looking at, and for us to know, because we have our imaginations today, we could probably say like, man, that's like looks, like a conveyor belt. Or so we could put it in a different way that we could make sense to our day and age. But then what happens is our day and age might get lost in like later on down the road to like, well, what is a conveyor belt? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think Chariot could stand the test of time because you could look back and say, well, horse and buggy, Chariot, like that,
I mean, he's never seen a forklift truck before, has he? So he just like, that's a Chariot.
Yeah, you would say Chariot. Let's see, I'm trying to find out. Chapter 77, and the first quarter is called the east because it is the first, and the second the south because the Most High will descend there. Yea,
right.
there. See,
this is where I wanted to get to, mate.
Yeah.
Now we're defining where east and south are, and I was going to jump in early when Enoch was putting portals in the south and the east and the west, but I thought I'd let you carry on. Go on.
Yeah.
So start again. The east, what quarter? Huh?
So and the first quarter is called the east because it is the first, and the second the south because the Most High will descend there. Yea, in the there in quite a special sense, he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there are all the luminaries of the heaven wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men. The second contains the seas of the water. And the
same north and south. Sorry, it's not the same north and south. It can't be.
No, it's not. So it says the second contains seas of the water, and the abysses and forests and rivers, and darkness and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and thence comes forth hoarfrost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them coming from the west pours waters into the great sea, and 2 come from the north to the sea and pour waters into Etherian Sea in the east, and the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north, and there's own sea, 2 of them from the Etherian Sea and 2 from the great sea, and discharge themselves there. And some say, into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea, in the mainland. 7 great islands I saw in the sea and in the mainland. 2 in the mainland and 5 in the great sea. What does that tell you? Well, the continents, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The continents. I'm still with these directions, mate. He quartered off east just a moment ago. So the first quarter is the east. The second quarter is the south.
Yeah.
That just threw me. And then the third quarter would be the west, and then the north was split into 3 parts. And it seems, has it divided the earth up into thirds, and then north is middle?
That's what it sounds like to me. Well, at least I'm perceiving it the way you are. He's dividing the earth up into parts.
It's divided into thirds, but the north is something different. So if you can imagine a circle, but he said quarters.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's not a third. Now I'm just thinking out loud, mate.
But I see he's dividing everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're going to divide something, this area here, I mean, you're going to say that's in the east, but he's called it the east.
Mm-hmm.
The east isn't a definite location, but this quarter is. This quarter of the south, where he will descend, that's this location here. So south has got to be east somewhere.
So notice that he did say descend, meaning that he's coming from above.
Yeah. So it's north up.
Well, that's interesting. We're gonna have to. Well, it says at the first quarter it's called the east because the first because it is the first, and the second is the south. Because the Most High will descend there. Yea, there in quite a special sense, he who is blessed forever descend.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so he's coming back now.
It feels like now that just that you said that the north is up there and the floor of the earth is south.
Mm-hmm.
If he's, are you tracking what I'm putting down, man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the terms east and south, look at how they're being used.
Yeah.
You just gotta like Enoch has. It's hard for him to explain like this thing, because he's like, remember, if you were in that perception, like from the outside view, how could you perceive the east and west? Just give that to somebody here on Earth.
Yeah. It's not talking about what we would necessarily call north, south, east, and west, mate.
Yeah, you want to see the word is colloquially, like using that word colloquially, like east, west, south. It's taking it almost a bit abstract, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What was that? Okay, so yeah, I'm only looking at like how he was described, because like it's the seven. Let's see, where is it at? I saw 7 great islands, and I saw in the sea and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland and 5 in the great sea. Hey, look at this. This is kind of crazy. You didn't know this, but the name of the sun actually it has a name, and the names of the sun are the following. The first is Orjares. It's spelled Orjares. Here, let me. This right here. I'll put it in live stream voice live stream voice text. Orjares, and the second Tomas. So
Tomas. Orjares Tomas. Okay.
This was the son's name. And the moon has 4 names, and her first name is Asnoja. Asnoja. That's a very peculiar name. Asanja. And the second, Ebla. Yeah.
Checkmate. Yeah, I could go with that. Be a Horus. I mean, Jays haven't been around for a long time, right?
Yeah.
The Asonja could be Hosanna or Asana.
Let's see. Most of this stuff has already been. We've already went over this. Let me see.
Okay, mate. I mean, it's a really in-depth book, and we're talking about the courses of these things across the sky, and the mechanics is best described by Enoch. There's a lot to take in, mate, but like I said at the beginning of this, it's the north, south, east, and west on these freaking portals, mate.
I'll just read chapter 80. I think it's just an overall. Uriel's talking to Enoch. He said, "In those days, the angel Uriel answered me and said to me, Behold, I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee, and thou should see the sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars, and there's each star has, I guess there were leaders of stars, and of the heaven, and all those who turn them, their tasks and their times and departures." And it says in verse 2, "And in the days of the sinners, these years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy on their lands and fields, and all things on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time. And the rain shall be kept back, and the heavens shall withhold, and those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and and shall not grow in their time, and the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time, and the moon shall alter her order and not appear in her time. And it says, verse 5, and in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on it, the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine more brightly than accords with the order of light, and many chiefs of the stars shall transgress their order prescribed, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks. So let's talk about the planets there. So many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order prescribed, and shall alter their orbits and tasks. So yeah, it's definitely talk about the retrograde motion of the planets right there. And not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners. And the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. See? I'm telling you, man. Heliocentric. That's what it's talking about. The thoughts of the people on earth are going to be erring concerning them. That's what's happening now.
There you go. I like that bit, mate. Yeah, spot on.
And they shall be altered from all their ways. Duh. Because that's what they've done. Yea, they shall err and take them to be gods. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them, so as to destroy all.
Well, that's
and he said,
sorry, that was a prophecy and a half, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what has happened. Like they have, look at the names of them. Saturn. I mean, come on,
they're all gods. Every single god. Damn, one of them's a god.
Yeah, every one of them. So and they're worshipped. They were worshipped as them. Now they don't worship. They don't worship them like that, but they still worship the sun god, like heliocentrism. Sit in the middle of everything. And he said to me, "Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact." And I observed the heavenly tablets, and reading everything which was written thereon, and understood everything, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and all of the children of flesh, and shall be upon the earth to the remote generations. And forthwith I blessed the great Lord, the King of glory forever, in that he has made all the works of the world. And I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And these 7 holy ones brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all thy children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave with thee thy son, till thou givest thy last commands, and thou mayest teach thy children, and record it for them, and testify to all the children. And the 2nd year they shall take thee from their midst. And then it says in verse 7, Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with all the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulation to one another. But the sinners shall die with their sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostate. And those who practice righteousness shall die on the account of their deeds of men, and be taken away on the account of the doings of the godless. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world. So now it's verse 82, chapter 82. It's just going to talk about Enoch's son. But going back to like what it's saying here, so it's going to talk about like in the future, people are going to profane the things that he said about. He's future proofing the cosmology of the what's truly at play here. And so anybody that's thinking that the imaginations of men are like heliocentrism, just whatever cosmological paradigm people come up with, all of that is vanity compared to what is actually happening according to this.
Yeah.
You don't have to, like, depends what religion you are and stuff like that. Like the spiritual things that I speak of have to deal with a lot more of like what Enoch is talking about, because my perspective, I look at this as like, historical kind of like, and so, and what this is doing is just like showing people that the commandments of the Creator were given to like the specific angelic host that were doing their tasks as were prescribed to them. So that's something to look at, in the way that these things were, like the machine is run. So the mechanics behind the cosmology of the way it looks, it was done in this way. So it was speaking to people, and it's like, how could you, if you were the Creator, future-proof something in the way of cosmological paradigm? Well, you would give them something that they couldn't refute because of their exactness. So he's giving precise measurements of days of parts of the sun and the moon according to their courses and how they're run and their exact times. And like, there's even math involved in this, but you can make the calculations fit the actual observing of what's going on. And so in that way, it would give you like a solidified understanding that it matches what Enoch is saying, to say that the courses of the luminaries are running in the specific manner that they are. So, but yeah, just usually when I get into this, we usually get some biblical person chiming in, like Trinities, like angels are not the focus, Jesus is. I understand that, bro. Like, you just relax, take a deep breath. I understand. But usually when I talk about Enoch, it's more of the fact that what he's given Enoch to give to people, because his son Methuselah was the one that was going to carry the word forward. So it's kind of like paying it forward. Yeah, I know. It's what a lot of people do. That the reason why people would not talk about Enoch would be because they don't want to mention anything to deal with anything other than the salvation story. Which, like I said, this has nothing to do with like people's salvation in the sense of like if you don't understand like the death, burial, and resurrection of Yeshua, like this is more to deal with the fact that people were going to be talking about a cosmological paradigm has nothing to do with God, and they were going to make the luminaries gods. And this is the reason why they were going to go astray, even though the heavenly command was given to the angels whom which God prescribed they were going to carry this. So I don't care what other people have done about going off the rails. I know exactly where I'm at with this whole with the story, right? Everything has a purpose, and the purpose of it was to inform people of God's perspective, of his divine vantage point. And a lot of people want to mix that into like make it a more staunch approach or whatever. I'm just looking at it for a historical perspective. So yeah, you don't just you and a lot of the other guys would always go to that point because you don't want people to look. This is why people go astray, man, because they don't have the full story. And I think that's a lot of the times why, like, when I start going into this, like, people get upset, but I don't deal with that in here. And like, the reason why I always talk about it is because it always points us in the right direction for giving people a better perspective as to what Enoch is saying versus like what can be done, what can we do. Is it possible for us to be like Enoch? No, that's not the case. Nobody's going to be taken up in a whirlwind, and that. So it's not the fact that let's all focus on Enoch. No, it's the creation story, right? Giving us a better vantage point as to like how we proceed forward. Speaking to people about like the cosmological paradigm. It's more of like, you know how people have gone astray? Well, Enoch informed his son Methuselah to tell the people about this whole entire story. So if it's not a part of God's plan to tell his people to future-proof the cosmological paradigm, then what was it for? Is it not meant to be a part of things that get discussed about God's true creation? Of course it is. Why would
Sorry,
it's creepy and weird, Trinity, because you're taking a look at it from a perspective of trying to explain everything with today's interpretation. But I don't care about many other people. I know exactly what all these things are for, and the divine instructions that are here. Some of them are far beyond our our conception. We can't conceive gates and portals, and can you? I can't. I don't know what that looks like, but however it's saying here, that's how they're operating. And of course, Enoch was using it in a way that the best way he knew how to describe that. So
I want someone, sorry Miggy, I appreciate what you said as well, but I want someone to draw a quarter of the Earth on the east for me. I want to know what that is, and then after you've done that, I want a quarter of the Earth in the south. I want to know what that is, what he's trying to describe when he says that, and I know we're going back a good 10-15 minutes into what he said. But it's that bit, the bit about the north, south, east, and west. He's defining an area, mate. He has to be. Where is his quarter in the east?
it does sound like that to me. There's a lot of things that he puts in perspective. Like there's parts of the earth that are parsed out, the Great Islands and such, and it just makes it sound like I don't know. The overall view. It's like, how can you see all 7 of those islands? Where were you you saw them like that? You know, like you must have been somewhere where you could see a top-down version of like everything from your vantage. Like other than that, you couldn't see that. When has anybody ever seen that? No one. I don't think anybody's ever seen it. There's maps and that projections that have like tried to make it seem that way.
I do think that this use of cardinal directions, although they are useful, don't get me wrong, north, magnetic compasses and all that stuff, helps us navigate, brilliant. But I still think that there's been a, what's the best word to use? They've confused how we understand this when referencing the Bible, I think, because there's other instances in the Bible where we talk about the north and the east and the south and the west. But I don't necessarily believe they're talking about the same thing. Now, my understanding from north, south, east, and west comes from both ideas. Globe Earth, I understand when the north and the south is and that, and a flat Earth. Now, I understand when the north is and south is always away from that. It's just a direction away from north, and east or west is a circle, a circumference around north and between south. So for someone to say a quarter in the east, this place here, and a quarter in the south, and a quarter in the west, and then divide in the north, and you've divided a plate into 4 parts: north, south, east, and west.
I was gonna say like a pie chart. You can look at a pie chart.
But
that would make sense to me. You know, the thing that cannot be verified is why that specific. So that means that there's a border to this. You know what I mean? Like there would have to be.
Yep.
And that border meaning, because like if it's a circumference and you're saying, well, I see this grand circumference, then what are the borders of that circumference? Are they 4 corners? Is that, I got another way of looking at it. Have you seen, there's a depiction of it as a concept. It looks like a circle with 4 corners on the outside of it, like.
You lost me at circle with corners, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a circle, and then on the outer edges, like. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, I'll give you the depiction of what I'm talking about. I've seen a guy do it.
Maybe I've joined at the wrong time, but I'm wondering whether Liturgy has an icon of it.
Yeah, here it is. I just got to get it. Download. Save image. Save. All right, I'm putting it in the live stream voice text. There you go.
Yep. I know what you're talking about now, yep.
See that?
Yep. Square and stationary Earth. Yeah, I've seen this image loads of times, mate.
Okay. Well, 4 corners inside it. circle inside of that?
Yeah. So where's the east?
Well, that's the other thing. I'm not going to declare that this is it, man. So you'd have to ask someone else because I'm not going to go ahead and I can't draw a concept of what he's saying. It's too great. But the idea behind the circle, him using the idea, because he could say that within this concept. If he was to say that here, four corners would apply to this, and they would also apply to a circumference. You know what I mean? You could talk of two things at the same time happening. Like that would be totally applicable to this. However,
go on,
you couldn't apply this to a globe.
Oh,
Think about it.
No, all of the angels would be standing in the south.
In Antarctica. No, but this doesn't work on a globe. So the only other description of like a plane of existence could be the way that this could look like. And they don't. This isn't. This is just something that I showed Jedi. So please, like the depth of this, or like don't start measuring. Like, well, how far is it from the top of that to the bottom? Like that's not. Don't do that. It's just like what I'm showing him. That you can have a circle and then square outside of that. So I think that maybe he's seen something similar to this, but not.
Yeah. Being as maybe he's seen something similar to this, and there are four cardinal directions and four level surfaces between four corners. I wonder whether one direction's north, one direction's east, south, and west. You understand, right?
And so gates can apply here.
Yeah, it works a little bit easier. Just thinking of the AE map with the common kind of flat Earth conception, right? You've got three primary continental areas. Let's say the West is North and South America. We've got in the East, you have Asia down to Australia, and in between that, you've got obviously Africa. But on the other side, we've got a huge empty space, and we call that the Pacific Ocean. Now, I do wonder if the East and the West is, you're in the West, in the Western world, and the East is what we would call the East. The South is down past Africa, and the North is on the other side of the Earth where the Pacific would be. Or any variation of that. Do you understand what? Well, actually, no, not any variation of that, because it's just weird to me how the continents are laid out and the way that they are. But primarily, half the Earth's covered in water on one side. Let me get this right. Yeah, so the left-hand side of this image, there's not really a continent around there that goes down to the south. At the bottom the bottom of this image, you've got North and South America. And the right of this image, that's where Africa is. And at the top of this image, on the other side of the Earth, that's Asia down to Australia and New Zealand. You've got this large area of the Pacific Ocean, mate. And we also have to remember as well that if the Earth isn't a ball, so it is definitely bigger than what we've been told. You can't wrap a piece of paper around a ball without having bits come off the side. Extra water that would be, or extra land, but I'm just going to say extra water. This area could be bigger. I wonder if this is like maybe the true north. The true north. I don't know.
And it's just something that, when we discuss like what we're trying to perceive with the cosmological paradigm that we have, what it actually is versus like, our perception, what we see. And there's a lot more to the lens credence to like it being more in the realm of the unknown versus like, oh, the sun goes in a circuit over the flat plane of existence. It's like, there's a lot of assumptions being made here. Like, do we not see that? Like, flat earthers are making these assumptions and it's just like, oh, yeah. That's how it works. No, it don't, man. Just because you assume, and the stars with star trails, and they have to make a circle. Well, no, when you say they have to, that's your assumption. You're just saying that because you perceive it to be that way. And then, you're saying that's how it's got to be. It's like, no, we don't have to be that way. How about that? Like, well, you see different constellations at different times of the year, so you know that the stars are not just spinning above you, they're actually moving too. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
Because the
sorry,
motion.
yeah.
Because they could be looking like they're going like the ones that don't never set, but they're also the constellations are going to be appearing different, like the Big Dipper, let's say. That thing's always moving around.
Yes. It's always circling north as well. Well, Polaris. I don't even want to call that north anymore.
It's hard because we're trying to give cardinal directions to something in the sky. And that only applies to the ground. Like cardinal directions really apply to things because when we point to the east, we're pointing directly across the plane of existence, aren't we?
Yeah.
That's east. But then when you're looking at the sky, how are you going to use cardinal directions for the spin of the, like it? Do you know what? I don't know.
It's even weirder for me because you said you point east. That even eventually you point east, you follow that line, you go south.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Because what's going to happen when you keep going dead reckoning?
Yeah.
You're going to eventually go south, right? Because you're going to pass east and go.
Yeah, it's just like you might as well say, go north, okay, and then you're just going to go south after you've been through north. Go east. Yeah.
That's the thing that I'm trying to talk to people about. Why it's difficult, we can know things. We navigate across this flat plane with this, which is little, and that's how come when you fly a plane, you're not flying. There's no the idea that somebody's going to go all the way around in a circle. That's the way it explains. Yeah. Who's done that? Who's done it? Nobody's ever circumnavigated the Earth on a flat plane or a globe to say they went in a circle from the point that they started from to the point where they came back. Nobody's did that. Nobody's done that. It's always port to port. You fly from port, you go to another 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 port till you come back to where you're at. That's the true way of if you're going to actually go across the plane of existence to be where you started, where you leave. So there's no let's take off from this place, have enough fuel to go all the way around the Earth, come right back to where we started from. That's a hypothetical, and as assuming that the Earth is what people are saying with the AE map and the flat plane of existence. What else can it be? Well, who knows? Do you know? That's why you're asking the question. What else can it be? It's more mystery than it is solved. I would say, the more that we start talking about it, you're like, yeah, there's a bit more to it than just saying, yeah, AE map. I can't do that anymore.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Mickey, mate. I mean, we've been talking about this for an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and I mean this as a compliment, and I don't mean this derogatory. I know less. I don't even know what north and south is anymore when applied to the sky. I can't do that. It makes very little sense. So
yeah, when I was telling people that about the sky, because Timbo brought up a point, and I'm like, well, if you think about it, you're looking at something just take a look at star trails, for example, right? When you're seeing something moving around in the sky, you can't ascribe cardinal directions to them per se, because that can only happen when you're talking about the flat plane of existence. Let's say when you're navigating across the Earth, that makes sense because you're on the flat plane navigating. But when you're looking up and you see something moving around, it's like you could say they're coming from the east because, I mean, you see technically the sun, but it's like you can't say the sky in the way it looks to be when it appears like on its horizon to horizon, because it looks like an arc. I mean, I'm just being real with it all. I'm not going to say, because I would akin it to the idea of a celestial sphere. Let's say celestial sphere doesn't turn the Earth that we're standing on into a globe. It just means in perspective, what it looks like to me is that it makes an arc above my head. Like it rises from the east, sets in the west. That sounds apparently like what it looks like. Nothing wrong with that. But I think people go wrong when they're assuming that makes the Earth, the ground that we're standing on, automatically a globe, because there is no measurable curvature whatsoever. And so to say that what cardinal directions, because I even remember I mentioned it before, we talk about the wandering stars or the planets as people look at them as. They have retrograde motion. That already defies the fact they're going from east to west only. The retrograde motion actually goes in reverse. It goes backwards. So yeah, that's what retrograde does. But you know, then you look at the ones that never set, the stars that never set. You know what I meant? Like, how are you going to apply east and west to those guys?
You can't.
There's no way. So yeah, I'm more than ever. It's like it's more of a mystery, and I just, for me, I like it that way. I honestly do, man. To be honest, like it's just like just straight out say it, man. Because of the fact that people think that their mind is filled with they already know stuff. I like the fact that we start to know less and less. The little more that we know, the better we are to not start making these assumptions and assertions. Well, even like in Enoch's day, he was given this information to tell Methuselah, his son, and so they can tell their people the whole story about how everything operates. And then the divine perspective would be given, and therefore it would complete the knowledge of people so that we can understand this is what we see, and this is God's vantage point of what he's saying. And there completes the, like, we don't have to make assumptions, but at the same time trust the Creator for what he said. And trusting the Creator has always been the thing that was mentioned throughout this context by which we understand, like, how faith is understood. Like, one of the things we do is we trust the Creator and what he's done and what he said, and live by his word. So it's all about faith, right? So faith is a great way to look at how you understand, like, the extra perceptory things, or you don't. You know, you reject whatever's being said there, because you can say all of this Enoch business is just it's nonsense. You can do that. So you're free to think that way. But and that's just the same way for anything written in the in holy text. You can outwardly say, pish posh, just what some men a long time ago said. How do you know they're right? You know, kind of thing. You could take that attitude too. Doesn't matter. But the fact of the matter, it was said, and so now there's something on the table, whether you want to look into that or no.
It's interesting with the parallels of religions that are on the earth. Obviously, don't know of any other religions anywhere else other than the earth. But I'm talking more about ancient religions, so Mayans, Egyptians primarily, Hindus. They always talk about gods and stars being traversed across the sky in chariots, don't they?
Yeah.
And I've always understood, I might be wrong and incorrect, but I've had this understanding that these ancient religions come from these beings that fell anyway. So that those ideas came from them. So maybe those ideas, they didn't really have any other ideas. They just kind of kept with what they knew. Yeah, they go across the sky in chariots, these things. Like what Enoch said. It makes a lot more sense when you look around these cultures, and they kind of do say the same shit.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was talking to, maybe I had a discussion in like a couple weeks ago, and I was even telling people, I was like, man, I'm telling you, when we're walking in truth with the thing that we know about the earth and the idea that it's not a globe, but we've already discovered the fact that it doesn't measure the curvature like they're saying. Everything just points to the fact that, so we're meeting under the banner of truth. Every nation under the sun can know the fact that the earth isn't what they're saying that it is, right? All right. So we're all here. We're now gathered together in a place where we have different faiths, different religions, different backgrounds, different cultural ideas, all of us, right? And how beautiful is that? Because I'm taking a look at it from this vantage point. I know people aren't walking with me in my religious belief and my faith. I already know this. Coming into this, I already know. But the fact is, we're meeting together at the table of truth. And we have our differences. But that's not the point. The point is we met together with truth. Truth is what's going to keep us and what's going to bind us and what's going to keep us moving forward. Because even if we disagree on the religious aspect of it, each one of the religions are saying something. They're speaking something to something. So you start to say, well, that's similar to what I think. And yeah, yours is similar to over here. And so we draw closer and closer and closer and close. Like it just becomes like, oh, wait. Like we are similar over here. Like, and so we start to see that in all the different religions in that they all were saying something. They were speaking to us about who the creator is. And I think that's the most important bit. It's how do we come back together from the part we were splintered apart from? Like everybody was splintered away from these the point of origin. So that's what we're doing. We're coming back together again. And once we do, we're rallying under truth. That's it. Truth isn't a religion. It's just self-evident. It's what it is. And so all these other religions and that we're talking about, like, you know, one thing. It's a creator, because for, you know, for the antecedent for creation is a creator, right? So it's all talking about a creator. And everybody has their thing where it meets at the line of truth, and then we start just, you know, start to see how it all just makes sense. So that's what I'm saying. It's like that's most important. But a lot of people want to make it more about the religious aspect of it, which divides, right? Well, your religion says this, mine says this, and we just can't get along. There's no way. Or you have the onward Christian warrior that's in here, but just like belittling everybody, chopping everybody's heads off. You guys stink because you don't love Jesus and all that. You know, like it's really the wrong way to go about it. Which what I've seen a lot of the hate comes from the you know, all of that. They don't allow grace and truth to be the shining way forward. They allow more of the staunch approach, dogmatic kind of like preaching to you or at you, and instead of like, you know, helping you with the understanding. So, and I've said it before, man. It's like if you do have a different perspective, just speak your piece. You know, say it. If you have this religion and it's a different one, just speak it or whatever, and it's okay. I'm not gonna be like, dude, you don't believe in Jesus? Oh my goodness! Like, that's not for me. What is for me is just to tell you my walk and my experience. And if you so choose and say, hey, that's interesting, man, I want to know more, then I'll tell you more. Other than that, I'm not gonna be like hounding you about it. Like, so the similarities and the things that we get along with, which is truth and which is the flat earth, we got to hone in on that, you know. Yeah.
And even with Enoch's description, I am no closer to understanding what the sky is and whatnot.
Yeah, man, the divine perspective and the way it was put forth, it was in such a way that it was giving you the explanation, but it's almost, to be honest, man, it's talking about things that we couldn't ever understand because it's a perspective we can't. And he's like, I'm telling you exactly, because to me it sounds like he's laying it out to you exactly how it is. But even saying that, we're like, well, thanks, Enoch, but we can't ever be in your shoes, so we can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Thanks,
but
mate.
we can hear what you're saying because you're saying it plainly. You're just like, you're speaking to us from a vantage point we will never have. And but you know, well, until we, you know, maybe get in a different state of being, you know, like we're not here on this earth anymore consciously. We'll be with God, but yeah. Well, it does talk about like how future people will get it incorrect. That's what I was saying. God was future-proofing the cosmology, but it also talks about how people will be led astray to think that those luminaries are gods. And sure enough, that's what they would. And, you know, like they made them to be like, they worship the creation instead of the creator. It says so in Romans. Like, that's what it talks about. So
that was interesting. That towards the end of what you were reading with Enoch, when I spoke about how, you know, we wouldn't understand. I took it as we wouldn't, you know, led astray. We wouldn't understand anymore. We would have our own ideas about what it is, what the sky is and does, and literally just worship that kind of man knowledge. I know what this is. To me, Enoch kind of just brings me or us back down to earth, as in you ain't got a fucking clue what the sky is, mate.
Yeah,
even if I try and describe it, even if I try and describe it to you, the best words that mate, it's a portal. Well, you understand that? It was there. and it's not there.
Yeah. So he's like, it's a portal, man. There's many gates inside. There's many other windows inside of him, and you're like, yeah, Enoch. But like, if you could have a conversation with him, you're like, but dude, you're explaining to me something that you've seen. I haven't seen that. I don't know what that looks like. Can you draw it out for me? Because there's some way you can depict. And then he's like, he's going into full detail of some metaphysical concept, and you're just like,
I was following you when you said the sun and the moon went into portals, but then you said all of the stars went into a portal. I was like, what? What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. But that's just like more to the point. It's like people try to describe what the cosmological paradigm is, man. And they always
crap. Have you ever seen those pianos that play themselves?
Mm-hmm.
And you know the spool reel, the circular reel of musical notes that make the individual bits hit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's quite an easy concept to understand. I wonder if this is what he's trying to describe. But when we observe it down here on Earth, we observe it in a different way because what's between us, the curtain, for example, us and the heavens. So maybe this dome of the Earth or whatever turns this square of the heavens, this one end progressing to another end with a changing of notes or a changing of frequencies or however you want to determine it. But that bit kind of looks square up there, but down there it's like going round and round.
Yeah, that's a good analogy because you just look at the piano, you're like, dude, I see all the keys being pressed, but there's nobody playing the piano.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can see it. It's moving. The keys are moving, and I hear the notes, but I don't know what the inner workings of this thing are because you've never opened it up and you've never seen the inside of it. But
exactly.
It could be he's describing the inside of the piano and the mechanics.
The fucking
piano
like, playing itself.
I've never seen that, so I don't know what you mean. Like,
what witchcraft is this?
Yeah, you could be describing it to me in plain as day. You're like, yeah, but I'm telling you what it is. It's like a cogwheel with like little tiny indents in the, like, or whatever, and you're just like, oh man, I don't know what you mean. Like, I've never seen one of those. So I think, yeah, to me, that's kind of like what it is. He's explaining something that's,
he's explaining the inside of the piano, and all we can see are the fucking keys.
Yeah, that's it.
I feel better now.
Like the thing is too, it's like, how else can you, like, if you wanted to know, it's like, yeah, I want to know, but okay, here it is. And you're like, well, I still don't know because you see a drawing. Show me. Can I see a diagram? Like, we should maybe like requested but I don't know. I think what happens is
you said it when you were reading from Enoch. He read this, didn't he? He was asked by Uriel to read this and check it for all of the facts. So it's written down somewhere.
Yeah, the tablets. Yeah,
I want that instruction manual. I want to flip through that.
Yeah, well, and this kind of like, because think about it. Like you're shown all of this. Uriel's showing you all of these things, and you're basically having the backstage pass to like go and see all of this stuff first. So imagine the way Methuselah must have heard him tell this story. Like, as Methuselah was like, huh? Like, he couldn't, because Enoch was the only one taken here. So all you can do is just like trust that he was saying that. But
remind me of the end of Enoch. So you said just there that he spoke this to Methuselah. God didn't keep him in heaven, did he?
No.
What happened to him? Did he die, or did he get taken back? Yeah.
I don't know if the demise. I think there does speak a part where he does.
Who's the one that he took? Sorry, who's the one that God took up? Didn't die. That was Enoch.
Yeah, but I don't know if we because I think we can look at some other parts in the book that he does talk about.
Interesting. Well, that was a solid 2 hours, man. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. It's crazy, man. Because I just like, we haven't even scratched the surface of like the beings that came here, though. Like with
that bit.
That has a whole nother. That adds another layer of like, okay, those characters, right? Those that host that actually defied God, was it? You know that they were working in tandem with the wandering stars, which defied God as well. Do you know that they're all working like they're all working together with the deception. So, do you know the star that was above Yeshua's birthplace?
Okay,
The one that was leading the wise men. Well, the astrologers of the time of King Herod were also witnessing the same star. Do you think that star was good or bad? Because they depicted it in such a way that like the story of the.
I mean, I've always seen it as a good sign, right? This Star of Bethlehem is supposed to locate where Jesus was born, so the wise men went there. I've had a bit of trouble.
Do you know that was actually Jupiter?
Was it really?
Yeah, and do you know that one of the wandering stars was actually pointing out where he was? Why would they want him to be found?
Well, didn't Herod want them killed?
Mm-hmm. Get it now?
Oh.
Yeah. People don't see it this way. I'm showing you that these planets, these wandering stars, they're not for man. They've always been against man. They've worked.
So the wandering stars, the ones that went out of their courses, were.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm with you now. I'd never thought of it like I hadn't understood.
They're working against man. They're working against man. So in every instance, those stars are looked at to. Well, astrologers will look to them as how to tell the future and how to, know different times and things. So they're trying to get people on the mindset they're worshipped as gods and so on. Right? There's so many ways that they were. But why do you think that is? Why only those stars? How come not Polaris? How come not any other star? How come those?
Well, like I guess you were trying to allude to, that they were in, what's a good word, in collusion with.
Collusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they went outside of their ordained path, like.
Yeah, they disobeyed. Yeah, they and so they were Jupiter. I think it was Jupiter that won the star that was above in Bethlehem, the ones that the wise men saw. Those. Yeah,
I guess they've rewound the sky with computers and stuff and can demonstrate that. Yeah, okay, I got you.
It was Jupiter, yeah.
So the wise men came from the east and the star appeared where? In the east?
Yeah, it was a star in the east, so
if they were in the east and the star was in the east, why did they go west?
Well, I mean, I have to look at the story, but they were following it. But see, they were astrologers too, according to their time.
Yeah,
they were considered wise men, but they could read the star. Like they had the knowledge of the stars. So
Magi or something they were called, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. And the thing about it is, they were actually on the trail to find him, and they stopped over, I think, at King Herod's, location, because they were passing by, and they found out that he was looking to kill him. So like, and then like a lot of this, because Herod's astrologers were also saying that this star would predict this king that was going to be born, and there can be no other king.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to execute him. So it's all the same. You got the Moses kind of analogy that kill every firstborn and so on.
That's crazy. That is.
But yeah, it was in collusion, and it wasn't a good star, man. Like this star was like, he's over here.
So that star was showing actually Herod where
his astrologers, but his astrologers didn't even know. So, but yeah, it was like, he's over here, guys. Look this way, and they're like, "How you're not listening to me?" Because you can imagine, like,
Still kind of fucked up, man.
if they would have gotten their way, then it would have been the end of like salvation. Like, so there's a lot of collusion with like not letting that happen. But the thing is, it did, and now we have salvation. So there was a lot of things stopping that, or trying to. Anyways, there was a lot of attempts to thwart that effort.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. It's cosmologically, like, already, it's written in the stars, like how it was the creation story. It furthers the idea that the metaphysical look to this was like those, because remember, Uriel was over the heavens, and these disobedient ones wouldn't listen to like any of the, because they have retrograde motion even today. And so they don't go with the aligned path of the regular stars. They do what they want.
Seems a bit 2-year-old tantrumy to me.
Yeah,
it does. They just didn't go in the direction that they were told to, so they went backwards a bit. And I don't want to.
Yeah, or no, we're gonna be because can imagine that because they were gonna be in the heavens. And so the collusion with the fallen ones was like, hey, you guys do this for us. We work together. You'll be worshipped.
You look different to everyone else, and I'll get everybody down here to notice that you look like you look different from everybody else, and they'll worship you for it.
Yeah, forever. And you'll be written. Yeah,
well, not for it, but it's ascribed godly like. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. So they were swayed with power and with glory and with like their particular honor and all that. So, and look at how they've been looked at till today.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
See? Look at how they're talked about amongst all the other stars. Look at how they're made to be planets. They're made to be habitable. Like, they're like, all kinds of stuff. Like they're
nothing but deception with them. So they're going along their ordained path, and then they decide to go out. They're yanked back. That's why they have this retrograde. They have huge chains attached. They're tied up with these chains. So when they try to go off again, they get pulled back by these chains. That's why they have the retrograde motion that takes them backwards, back to where they're supposed to be. They keep trying to break out.
Telling you, man. And then those chains that they're held by, it was only going to be for a while, because their judgment is coming. They will be judged for their transgression. And there's a lot of the part of where in the book of Revelation where it says you will even judge angels. Well, not to mention the fallen ones, but like these as well, who've transgressed against God's commands. Yeah, it's man, I tell you, the story is bigger than you could think that it ever. It's like not just here on Earth. It's a cosmological war that has been waged since the beginning, and we, the created ones here on Earth, are caught in the mix. Like we are in between the powers. The powers that be are the ones that are like at play. The ones who wanted to, like, they envied us, man. Those guys envied us. They looked down to see our limited life that we had here, and they envied us. They hated the fact that we were created in God's image, and we had a ability to be here and walking with God and so forth. And you could just see the jealousy in that. They wished that they could have what we had. Like we have wives. They didn't have wives. They lusted after the things that men had, so they took wives for themselves, as it were, in the book that's written. They took wives for themselves, and they had children, which they bore giants, because the angelic host mixed in with like the human, bore these like abominations.
Apart from the Book of Enoch, have you read any of the Nag Hammadi Diaries or the Dead Sea Scrolls? The Book of the Giants, for example. Have you read that?
I didn't read that one, but I just know that Maybe I have, probably, but I'm just going to like Enoch and seeing and what they've done and the information that they took from heaven. Like they basically went, if you can imagine that, this is going to be kind of a weird way to say, but they went to the library of the secret knowledge of God, and they took a whole bunch of stuff. They ransacked the place. They said, "Okay, take this, take that, man. We're in the pen. Hurry up, man. We got to get out of here." So they
just got fired and they took the photocopier. I get you.
Yeah. And so they came down to Earth with that information, teaching man all about reading of the clouds, the stars, cutting of the roots, painting of women on the makeup and stuff.
Yeah, we were talking about makeup the other day, weren't we?
Pharmakia, which is cutting of the roots. Like they taught them all this stuff. Incantations. It's like real black magic, like the real deal stuff. Like this
craft and all
like,
that type of stuff.
Yeah. Transfiguration. Like I know the Native American who comes in at night, Flat Earth dude. Yeah, he talks about like how Native Americans have like stories of people transforming into like beasts and things.
Oh
like,
wow.
Yeah, it's just different things, right? There's a very spiritual, like supernatural, metaphysical kind of look to the world that we can't even know. I think a lot of this information has been suppressed from us because of the fact that it's so off the wall, kind of like off the charts, kind of crazy. How could we even? But then we look at like today's day and age, and things like mixing DNA and creating like the CRISPR technology, stuff like that doesn't escape us. But how is that possible? Like, how are you able to select like certain genetic information and like create like? So
well, it's what they did before the deluge, before the flood, right? We had these giants, but we didn't just have giants. We had all different types of mixing of animals and so on, didn't we?
And human and animal, and that's why we get like these mythological stories where you half horse, half man, kind of stuff. You hear stuff like
griffins,
that. Yeah, just different things. And,
Satyrs.
And the transfiguration, Satan or the devil, he's done that. He turned himself into a dragon to fight against Michael the archangel.
Didn't he lose that fight?
He lost that fight, but he turned into a dragon, serpent. So
he got slashed across the neck, didn't he?
Yeah, he was.
So would that oh God, no. I'm trying to think. He wouldn't have actually died. I guess being an angelic thing, you don't actually die.
Yeah. They get hurt really bad though. Like they
not even man. Hurt really bad.
Yeah, but I think they recover over time. But like still, the idea behind all of this is that there's we as like people here on Earth, we take a look of we try to explain things from our vantage point, like how things can make sense, like if there wasn't any like metaphysical look to it, like a more physical, like come on, like we could talk about the creator, but it has to be only linearly.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
It's not like a whole encompassing, like we're actually in the middle of a cosmological battle, a fight between good and evil, and we're in the mix of like what side are you going to choose? What will you like? Even the word even says that. Choose this day whom you will serve. That's the way it goes. The scripture. Choose this day whom you will serve. And so it's a choice, right? Like the choice is laid before us. And you can do whatever you want with that choice. Hell, you don't have to choose it. You can just be like, I reject all idea of a creator. That's just me. Okay, that's fine. Skip along with your merry way because like that's all that's going to ever be is your choice. But then in the end, when death is closing your eyes, when it's about time to leave, you might start to realize once you're crossing over, wow, no, let me change my mind, and it'll be way too late because that's it. There's a chasm that you cross that you can't return from. And after you cross that, it's no longer faith, it's actually by sight. You see everything. So the revelation of everything happens after we depart from this, earth. If people have had NDEs, near-death experiences, I get that, and to come back with stories to tell. But I think the actual closing, the real death, when it does take us away, I think then it all is revealed, right? Then we are no longer in question anymore, or wondering if there is a creator, if there was a flat plane of existence. We see it all. And I think that's the thing that people don't realize, is that there's something else, something greater than just our appearance of existence here on Earth. Like there's a deeper spiritual side to us, all of us. And I think we all know this, but I think we reject it sometimes because we don't want it to be the case of, well, which religion is real? Which one's right? Point to the thousands of religions that are out there and point to the right one. It's like, well, isn't that what I've been saying from the beginning? Like, we all know a little bit of truth, and we're coming together and like forming a grand picture of what it's like to walk together with people that, wait, you're saying the same thing I am. And so we start walking together, and then we start to realize where we went wrong and why people have came up with the different religions. And you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I think also the idea of like the heliocentric model kind of gives everybody an out when they're having to deal with the fact that God's going to judge you one day. So ultimately, yeah. So ultimately, we got a story that we came from nothing. So no God. You can be an atheist. There's no need for God, right? It all just came into existence all for itself. So you can crack on with your life. There's nothing to be accountable for. Makes that choice a little bit easier for some, doesn't it? And I think that's one reason why people find the flat Earth so hard to come to.
Well, I said yeah.
Go on, mate. Carry on.
No, I was just gonna say, they say accountability, right, is not needed in the globe Earth. Like, you don't have to be held accountable to even truth. Yeah, the things that you say about the paradigm of globe Earth, it's like you ask them, so how do you know the Earth's a globe? I don't know. The scientist knows. No accountability whatsoever. How do you know that the Earth is curving at set rate that it is? I don't know. I've never done it, but somebody out there said it. No accountability whatsoever. Like, you don't have to have any accountability whatsoever in the globe Earth paradigm. You just have to trust someone that someone's done it somewhere. That's it. No accountability. And I think that
trust a man. You have to trust another man to give you this knowledge. It's that prideful fucking shit again. Sorry, Miggy, to keep.
Yeah, it always comes back to no accountability at all whatsoever. And I think that's the safest place somebody can be, because it's like, hey, I don't have to know shit. I just sit here and I point to that and point to this, and that's it. I live my life by the seat of my pants, and I don't have to be accountable for shit. You're telling me I have to be accountable for what? For truth? Knowing the Earth's a globe? I don't have to do nothing, man. I just sit here and say the scientist told me. You are so worried about figuring it out. I don't. I just sit here and just point to the scientist.
I'm accountable for my bills. I don't have to be accountable for this shit.
I have a question for you guys.
Matthew learns probably.
What's your question, mate? Question?
It's kind of a different subject, so I don't want to derail the conversation. You guys are going to talk still.
We'll get back onto it, mate. You're fine.
Don't worry about it.
So with the North Pole, how come there's so much secrecy around Antarctica, but I don't really hear anyone talk about the North Pole and what the North Pole actually is. I've seen stuff about the magnetic mountain being at the North Pole, but I've never seen any actual evidence to suggest that there's something like that there. But is the North Pole a polar cap like they say, or is it just a body of water where geographic north is? And can you travel? Can you get there? Is it somewhere you can go, or no? Because
it seems
with
to be
Antarctica
this way. It seems to be as mysterious as the Antarctic.
I think you bring up a really good point. I think there's a lot of focus on the South from a flat Earth point of view, anyway, which is it kind of takes our attention off of the North. It's kind of good how they play these games, and even if you're on a ball, they do primarily talk about Antarctica. The North, for example, is kind of pretty much more landlocked. So Canada and Siberia and all of these areas that kind of more landlocked. Whereas you go towards this Antarctica, it's circled by sea, so it kind of takes care of itself. It's hard to get there. It's really cold. It is the most inhospitable location on Earth. But the North is, like you say, it's an ice cap. That's what we're told. Frozen water. There's nothing there. The only things that really do go close to North, not directly over the top of it, are some container ships that go over the north coast of, say, Siberia, Russia. The channel on the northern side of Canada, that's been frozen for hundreds of years and has only just started thawing. But ultimately, no one really goes that far north as much as they don't really go that far south. It's what we're told.
I know. I think a lot of people put up emphasis on traveling to these places. And it's like Hollywood. It has like a bee in his bonnet every time he comes into this chat, and I keep banning him. He's always like, "You guys don't ever want to go to the north or the." No, first it was Antarctica. Okay. It was always coming in here. We need to go in Antarctica. The last time, I don't know, you weren't here, Jedi, but he came in one very last time, like a month ago, 2 months ago. And yeah, it was his last hurrah, I guess, in here. But he wasn't talking about going to the north. And then I was like, "Hey, weren't you the one that wanted to go to Antarctica?" And now, you know me, if I know somebody to be something in the past, I'll just ask them to see if they're still on that same thing. And he was. And he's like, "Yeah, but I want to go to the north now, but nobody wants to go with me or check it out." So, and he was kind of, but then he got really up in he got his undies in a bunch when it was talking to me about it. So it bothered him something. Now, why do you keep asking me that if I want to go to the north? I was like, dude, because you were on it every time you come in here, you ask if anybody wants to join your adventure, like to go. And I was like, and now he got really upset and he started calling me all kinds of bitches and hoes, and I was just like, I wasn't having it. So I was like, dude, shut your pie hole, man. So there was a point reached in there. We both got a bit upset about it because he wanted to always make it a point to come in here and like rile everybody up. Because I was like, well, yeah, what airport did you go to? What plane did you fly on? Because he said he went to the north and he tried it and it was denied. And then I was like, well, which airport? And he didn't want to say it. I was like, okay, man. If you don't tell me which one that you went to try to go see if you can fly north into the north, and see if you can go make that trip, then I'm just saying no, I really did. You don't believe me? I was like, no, until you provide some evidence. I was like, other than that, I don't believe you. And he gave a company name or something like this, and I don't know. It was it's just people, man. They're so hell bent on like going to these places, man.
Yeah, and I can understand why. I think, and we're told, going back to our friend's question just a moment ago, what is actually at the north? Is it not this polar ice cap? Is there a magnetic mountain? Are there these 4 continents that are divided by 4 waters? That's a kind of idea that we are told, and sometimes you'll find them in old maps, this area within the North Pole region that is not a frozen ice cap, it's not a sea, it's 4 continents, like I said.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I have come across a few. Go on, buddy. You want to say something?
I was just gonna say, if you just look at a regular old map, and you try and go north as far as you can in the map, you can barely go past Greenland there. Like you basically can't see any more of the map. I know there's probably not that much there, but it just makes you wonder, like, why wouldn't they show you if it was an ice cap or something? Like, you think they would be able to map that out, right? But I don't know. My whole point was just that the North seems to be shrouded in as much secrecy as Antarctica. But at the same time, I've also considered too that maybe there really isn't anything at the North Pole other than like the magnetic pole, right? It's like, well, maybe there's just really nothing there to see, which I can see that being possible. So it's like, why would you want to go there, right? It's like nothing there, right?
Either way, if somebody has the means to go there, Diesel, like let them just go. Like I would, I'm not gonna be like, dude, don't go to the. I was like, just if you got money and you want to try it out, go for it, man. Knock yourself out. Like, go and try to see what's up there, or go to Antarctica for that matter.
Where you got to remember,
It doesn't prove anything either. So
well, I'm fine with it. I'm
just makes
like,
you know.
Yeah, we've already came to that understanding a long time ago, but like I said, people got this like they got this bug that they just need to go to Antarctica and to the Arctic and go check it out. I'm like, well, if that's how you feel, by all means, go for it, man. Like, if you find you're gonna find an answer there that you don't already know now, here and now, that's up to you. Because I don't need to go there for sure. I don't want to freeze my ass off going to a place like that. Just look, there it is. Like Polaris is 90 degrees. Like I don't care. I don't want to know that. Like it's where it is. Like I'm fine.
And what it'll prove is that you will be stalked.
Well, I mean, and you know, Flatman, it's like some people don't realize, because when you say things like that, you'll be stopped and stuff like that. People don't realize that that's the real world that we're living in, and there's authorities and places you can't go. Like, you won't be stopped. Who's gonna stop you? The penguins? Are they standing on the ice with the machine guns? And I'm like, no, they're standing on boats with them. They're on boats with machine guns, man. They don't be standing on ice. But
I mean, heck, forget Antarctica. I'll go to where we walk and talk and live currently. You can't go anywhere near Area 51.
Yeah, try it. See what happens.
So, good luck with Antarctica.
No, people don't.
One day,
I want to get in the Cheyenne Mountains.
One day we may be able to if we wanted to, figure it out. Now, you as a citizen, hell no. Okay, but imagine we, hold ourselves together. Like what couldn't we do? Like why?
Yeah,
what? Like because someone's got to challenge the authority eventually, but they also have to do it justifiably.
There's a scenario that if this then that. I mean, that would be the case, but the really is level is that how many people are wanting to do that? Not many. And like even if that was the case, well, you have to pass the globe paradigm first, because that's the thing that's going to prevent. The people are with the globe paradigm are going to be like, dude, we already know what's over there. Why do we want to go and see what's And so you're not going to spark.
That's
the
my
interest
point.
in
Like
something.
people are jumping the shark. If you think you're gonna just be just you or a band of your friends, like overthrowing the government and shit by just going down there with whatever, that's not gonna happen. Just forget about that. Focus on figuring out that the geometric horizon isn't a geometric horizon.
Yeah, the chasm that has to be crossed is first getting people's hearts and minds understood with what we're talking about in this room. And that right there, if we're not even doing an effective, efficient job on that, how much more do you think we're going to be doing on a campaign to go in somewhere? Like, you can't rally the troops if there isn't any troops to rally. You're just really talking to a few group of people, and then that is not the overwhelming majority. We're not going to change things that way. You have to actually speak to it. Your platform has to be huge. You have to have millions of followers and people ready and willing to actually start putting things into law and changing things. Other than that, you're just just a regular old Joe speaking to people on the internet. Like, it's not impressive. What's impressive
So
is
far, we got Dan, Lou, and John, and me.
there you go. All you need is a boat and a pocket full of dreams. You'll get there.
I still don't even know which way north, south, east, and west are. So you go whichever direction you want. I'm sure people will find something somewhere if they want to.
Report back, man. I'd like to hear your adventure. How it went. For sure.
There's lots of towns and places within the Arctic Circle, northern Scandinavia, Canada, Siberia. I mean, if anybody wants to go to these towns and then just keep heading north with whatever sleeping bag and gloves you've got, whatever food you've got, whatever transportation, just go for it.
You need a sack of like bologna sandwiches and a couple of sleeping bags.
And you'll end up a statistic like I heard from my friends up in the Inuit, up in Iqaluit and stuff like that, where in between villages they get off the trail and they never find the person.
Nah, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just get like a string and then just ball of yarn so you can mark where you last were. And I don't know, man. Like people actually do want to do this. Go ahead, do it, man. Like there used to be a lot of naysaying happen in the past. Like, nah, you can't go there. I'm like, just go, man. If that's what you really want to do, go.
What you need to do is convince some Saudi prince who's got billions. They're investing in football clubs all over the Premier League and all over the world at the moment. They've got billions to burn. That's the type of investment that you need if you want to do this shit. If you want to do it properly, you're going to need a lot of money behind you to not just demonstrate it yourself, like just fucking get there in the first place and come back with something tangible to demonstrate that what happened when you got there actually happened. What you saw is what you saw. Right?
Hey,
and not just once.
Hey Jedi, but first the pitch. You got to get in a room with the Saudi prince and pitch it to him, so that maybe him and his team, so you can get them on board. So you first, how's that pitch gonna go? Look, man. All right, everybody's here. I need you guys to realize what I'm about to tell you is a bit provocative. So just like, maybe you guys should have a seat. Like,
sit down for a minute. Hold tight. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah. Speak to them like they're like 3-year-olds and see if they won't give you like billions of dollars so you can go.
Yeah.
That'll work.
You see this balloon I've got, right? When I drop it, what happens?
What happens when I drop this helium balloon? Anyone? Good.
Now, what I need is $5 billion to go to an
So this account here, see this one right here? Can you just transfer? They're just probably wouldn't even give you a response. You'll be escorted out by their security guards. The muscular security guards will be throwing you on their shoulders. Well, wait! I'm not done yet. Hold on. Oh shit!
But it always kind of, for me, begs the question whether someone somehow has ever actually done this and we just don't know about it. I mean, I don't know why I started this statement with if, but being as the Earth is flat, you'd kind of, I guess this is, if you run the world, this is what you'd want to know, right? Yeah, you would go to the north, you would go to the south, and you would lock everything down behind you so nobody else could fucking follow you, and you'd just keep going into the darkness, into the cold. I mean, they have scientific research, they have outposts, let's just start there. They have the ability and the technology to get so far, I would have assumed. Have they the ability and the technology to get, and I'm going south with this, I'm not going north, I'm going south. Have they, that you would have thought that they've at least fucking tried, right?
Yeah, of course.
I reckon someone knows.
I'm gonna have to jump off for a little bit, but I'm gonna return. I gotta go to the store, buy some stuff. It snowed over here, so I gotta get some supplies.
All right, buddy. You look after yourself. I've got to drop out as well. I've got to get ready in 10 minutes and go to football training. But it's been a pleasure talking to you, mate. I've appreciated that. Sorry for hogging the line with everyone. So sorry.
We should get into more conversations like this. It's like what I always say, guys. I'm just presenting something to you with like Enoch and stuff. It's nowhere gonna be take this on like, oh, it must be. It's whatever. It's just a presentation. You take it however you want it. You don't have to. It's up to you. It's your choice.
Love you guys. Good conversation. Talk to you in a bit.
Thank you, guys. Cheers. Appreciate that.
See you, everybody.
Take care.
Have a good rest of the day, guys.
I'll be back, but later.
Yeah, me too. See ya.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us hog the live stream as well. I do apologize.
Oh, man. No apologies, brother. Get it. Any and every time. Unless you Globers out there have some curvature evidence posits that you want to present.
Well, I'll be back in about 3 hours. You guys stay tuned for that. Let me know what happens when I get back.
All right, cool, man.
All right.
Later.
Later.
Miggy and Jedi, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Glotflabe. Glotflabe. He dipped as well. Okay.
Did I miss a good conversation?
I caught part of it.
Oh. I'll have to go back on the live stream and catch up.
Yeah, those two have been having some great conversations. It's been really excellent to be privy to those, be part of that.
I think it's really important just to even listen sometimes, so not even have to get involved, but just to sort of take it in and just think about things from a different perspective. And it might give you a different view if you start thinking about things from a perspective you never have before.
Absolutely. That's what happened to me yesterday. We were talking about...
I was just about to say that too, Sonny. Last night's conversation was great with Mimas going over the eye of the... What is it actually called?
Rika. Shoot.
I always just know it as the Eye of Africa, or the supposed Atlantis, right? But breaking that down last night, God, that was good.
I actually, really strangely enough, saw a video on that yesterday evening.
There are no coincidences.
Yeah, I know. It's strange how things like that fall into place. I was actually watching a video about it and looking at some of the possible paths of lava and water through the area and stuff. We had a really good conversation yesterday in here about economics and money, and that was a really good conversation to listen to. I have a question for you guys. I'd really like your input. So, say, for the case of this question, you're in a relationship, long-term relationship, you have 5-10 years, wife, husband, etc., etc. Do you think it's easier for a male to come across this truth, look into the truth, realize the truth, and be able to have that conversation with his wife rather than the other way around?
I don't know if you could say that it would be easier one way or another. I think it would have to be case by case depending on the relationship,
I did think that. I just sort of like broadening and sort of, as an overview, generalizing, that's the word.
But it might be easier, perhaps. I think it might be easier for the man to say that.
In my perspective, that's how I feel.
Just on my first look at it, it might be easier.
I think since the man is always right, the woman should drop the hint to him and let him figure it out and be like, "Hey, honey, I think the earth is flat." And then you can be like, "Oh, really, dear?" But she knows she was the one who
planting the seeds.
I know, but it almost is like a premise to okay, so if the woman speaks up about something that may be controversial, that could rock the boat, let's say.
And it gets shut down quickly.
But that it wouldn't happen with the man. I don't know.
It's a different type of respect in ways, isn't it? It's that dynamic.
Yeah, if it got rocked to the point of being cut off, then the woman's side of it, things can be cut off too, if you know what I mean. So it just depends on the situation. I think it depends on the balance in a relationship. I think there's a balance in a relationship, right? And some relationships are off balance. It could go either way. It could be off balance on either side, and which it is, I think, in reality.
Mm.
So it would be. I think it would depend on the balance in the
Case by
relationship.
case.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question though, because me and my wife kind of have that similar story. Because I was the one who kind of told her about flat Earth, and it was kind of that like. It was kind of a deal breaker for me, whether she gets this or not, I don't know, am I going to make her my wife? Because, she was at a girlfriend at a time. But, I shared, sort of this flat earth truth with her, and she got right on it because she was already one who didn't like science fiction, but she was actually one who brought up a lot of the things about the food industry with me and taking care of babies and jabby jabs and, I honestly didn't know or look into any of that because, I didn't have any children. And of course, my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, already had a daughter and is now my stepdaughter. So yeah, it's definitely one of those case by case things where maybe just kind of different categories, if you will, of truth, where she was sharing it with me. But I will say she was like really hesitant to like tell me. I don't know if it was just kind of a stigma, like, oh, I don't want to scare him away, or, I don't want to, because I like my meat and I like my food, and so she was like, well, try this, and this is bad, and this isn't good, and this is found in this, and I was like, wow, I didn't know that, and she realized I, wasn't as off-putting as she thought I was going to be, but what a great question.
But I did want to tell Angel that I have heard of husbands being told in here, actually.
Yeah, that's
by their
right.
wives. It might even be Flat Earth Dude. I don't know if, or someone he knows. Like if you see Flat Earth Dude, he's usually in here in the evening though, so it might be a different. You might already be in bed. He's on the West Coast here.
So you have to be mentally.
Yeah.
You have to be mentally prepared for that to happen if you're with a partner, because I was with a girl. I'm not with her anymore, but I was able to discuss it with her, and she didn't necessarily agree with it, but she had open ears, right? And that's a lot better than somebody who's going to look at you. If you have a partner that's going to look at you and laugh and call you crazy, even though you try and explain this to them, that's kind of a deal breaker. Because I mean, usually if you're with somebody, you got to be able to you would like to be able to discuss those kinds of things with them, right? It's kind of a problem if you can't.
I just get it out of the way when we meet. I'll just ask her, do you believe there's rovers on Mars? And if she says yes, I'll be like, all right, have a good day.
Bye bye.
Yeah, I lost a lot
just
of
a
girlfriends that way.
question that was in my mind. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I would agree with the statement that it's easier for a man to explain it to the girlfriend. But I would say that it would depend on the woman. How confident is she in her ability to present a logical argument, right? Because it's kind of very well known that men think logically and women tend to be more on the emotional side. So as a woman, you would need to have some pretty strong logic to be able to understand and answer all of his points and know where to find them and to work through it that way. So I would say it depends on the woman. How comfortable with your knowledge or your logic of flat Earth are you?
And like you said, a lot of us are very emotional. And to be honest, I never really had that self-awareness until I've spent time with you guys over topics like this, because I just kind of assumed that everyone was as passionate and as emotional about truth. I didn't realise it was more of a gender issue.
Yeah, not saying one's better than the other. They both need each other, but yeah, it's just that logic holds up under pressure, whereas emotions have a tendency to crack when pressure kicks in. So
Yeah, definitely. I can say I've definitely been through this myself and have my own first-hand experiences of it. And it's definitely better to have someone who at least will listen, even if they don't 100% agree. I think it's definitely worse. Someone who just doesn't want. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear it. I don't care. I don't care that I've been lied to. That's difficult.
well, yeah, another option would be to bring up the subject, and if it didn't go quite as well as you wanted it to go, or whoever the girl is, to just bring his ass in here and let him get knocked around the head a little bit in here if he really wants to have a battle of logic, battle of wits about it,
Yeah, yeah. No, it would be good. It'd be good for everyone, really, to come in here and just to battle it out and see where they got.
Yeah, you present your best evidence, and I'll present mine, and we'll see where it lies,
Yeah, that's the thing. And like we say, it always goes back to indoctrination and everything around us that we've ever been told from being a child. It's just hard to break that, isn't it? Sometimes, regardless of how much the information you see, how much of it makes sense and how much of it proves, there's still something, isn't there? Still like a block in their mind that just will not let them accept it.
Yeah, I think it has to do. I've been trying to distill that down to its simplest form as to why some people are able to see and some people are not. And for what I think, my own personal theory is that it has to deal with lies. How individuals deal with a lie. Some people are very comfortable with it. They're okay with moving on in a relationship with whoever you have a relationship with, your government, with your teachers, with your mom, your spouse, everybody. You have relationships with them, and certain people take lies. I happen to be a person that takes lies exceedingly personal. That was one of the reasons. Once I found out, all I needed to know was that all pictures from space were fake. And I was like, these motherfuckers are lying to me. And then it was just 3 months of fervent research. And I was like, I need to discover all the lies. So that's kind of how I boil it down, is how the individual deals with the lie. If you're comfortable with it, if you don't continue to seek out more lies or more truths, then you're going to stay on one side of the fence. And if you have more of a visceral reaction to lies, you have a tendency to keep picking the scab of truth off.
Yeah, that's a great analysis. That is really coming down to obviously value of person and what you as a person value. And I do think again that comes down to how we've been raised. Maybe it does have a little bit of a outside source that's within us that promotes us to go searching for these truths. But again, it's how you're raised. I think a lot of that and what you'll accept and what you won't.
Yeah, what you will accept and what you won't. That's a good way of putting it as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that when we turn some of these analogies into real life, and if someone stole off you, would you care why they stole, or would you care that they stole? And that in itself is just so telling that people have a certain reaction to the physical things like being stolen off them or lies being told by people who are close to them, but don't have the same sort of reaction when they find out that it's a lie that's been told to the whole world.
Yeah, that's kind of scary that you mentioned being stolen from, because that's actually the reason why I take lies so personally. As a child, or in my youth, I had two separate best friends, I guess. When we were really young, we were in 3rd, 4th grade, we all used to hang out all the time. And then as they got older, they got into drugs, and they still had knowledge of my house, my father's house. So when they got into drugs and they came back and stole from me, and that was that was like really. I think that's a pivotal moment as to why I take lies so personal. Actually,
Yeah, that's the thing that we do kind of project ourselves onto other people. So if we're really, well, we believe we're really good people, you know, we see right and wrong, we try our best not to ever lie, then we just kind of project that onto other people, and it's difficult for us to see them as criminals to begin with. You know, you have a level of trust, don't you, to begin with, which is perceived from yourself and how good of a person you are. So it tends to be the better people don't see bad in others straight away.
yeah, exactly. I concur.
I'm sorry, I might drop out because my computer's doing updates in the background. I don't know if it's going to start turning the computer off. Have we had any Globers join us today? Does anyone know?
Not yet, from my point of view. Like I've only.
Well, if anyone wants to have a conversation, feel free to jump in. Maybe we could put something on the music bot. If not,
What are you talking about?
whatever you want to talk about.
What were you guys talking about before I just jumped in?
Okay, we were talking about. We had a little bit about. I asked a question where we were just wondering if, in a relationship, a long-term relationship, it would be easier for the man to approach the subject of flat Earth, had it not been discussed previously, or whether it would be easier if you were the woman approaching it in a relationship. So I'd like to hear your opinions on that.
Yeah, that's interesting. My suspicion is that it wouldn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. It would more matter the level of intelligence and education of each person.
Yeah, that's definitely a point that we had come up as well. Another point we had come up was obviously just about the respect in the relationship and the balance of the relationship. And then also the points about, you know, the systematical brainwashing and how to sort of get over that, even if you can see the truth.
And how each person deals with deception in general or being lied to, how they personally deal with those types of issues. There's different ways people deal with it. I'm sure you know that, Matthew, right?
Yeah, those are good points.
Yeah. I mean, you could almost do a flow chart in some way of this discussion. You could say, like, okay, balance in the relationship. Okay, you could say, okay, intelligence on each side. Or you could also go to the personal aspects of a general feeling of security in their lives. And those kind of things go back to kind of deep, ingrained types of conditioning that we all are subjected to in life, right?
Yeah, and I definitely am on the same side as you. I take it very personally if I'm lied to. I try and live my life without lying. And I take it very personally. So I'd be very curious to find out how many of us here actually feel that same way, and whether we all sort of have that same idea about lying.
I'm generally a pretty trusting person. Not a lot of people lie to me. So, yeah, I generally trust what people say.
And I generally don't trust.
And for me, it depends who it is. Very dependent where the information's coming from for me. If it's something that's coming from mainstream media, then my first reaction is probably the opposite of whatever they're saying. But if it's someone that I've started to build a friendship with, or I will automatically trust them, but until they let me down, until they show me that they can't be trusted. And I think that's partly because that's the same sort of level of trust that I would like to receive from someone in a friendship. And again, it's about projection and projecting yourself onto others.
So when you're talking about lying, you're talking about like one person lying to another person, telling them an untruth, right? So there's several different categories, but if you're telling lies about a person, I would say the majority of the time, whenever that occurs, is because of ignorance. Like people like to talk about other people's. It's a really very low form of human behavior. It's one of the worst. I think it's the worst of one of the worst afflictions is gossip. Just talking about other people that you don't know. You don't know the entire story. You're sitting there making an entire characteristic discussion about somebody based on the little tiny 1/10 of the iceberg that's sticking above the surface that you can see. It's horrible stuff. So yeah. So lying about a person is pretty personal, especially when you're doing it. It's a form of character assassination. When that's being done, it's most always based on very little actual information. So this occurs in all walks of life where this happens. It's not something that we're ever going to be without, I think. But it can be it can be lit up so people can see that it's occurring. You can take notice of it and make a point to let everyone know in the area or whatever that in this room where this conversation is going, compared to wrenching it, you could see when it's happening and you can just stop it, because cowards usually will stop when they're confronted. And somebody that gossips about others is a coward, because they can't stand facing themselves. So they have to look outward at others, because what is the opposite? What is the reverse is they would have to look at themselves. And a lot of people cannot stand to do that. So all they have left is to sit there and projection out towards others, an outward projection. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has to come from a place of malice, really, doesn't it, gossip? It has to come from either a jealous or envious sort of side of us.
You should have empathy for those people, because they have very low self-esteem.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Hi, Spec. How are you?
Good evening.
And actually,
Yeah, I'm alright,
none of us have been above this either. Like we've all done this, so you can't really say, "Oh, I can test out of this little thing." Like I don't ever do that. No, it's not true.
It's something we've all done, but we're all born with the same human mind, aren't we?
Yeah.
That's the problem, and it's overcoming those tendencies that will, heal us in the future.
Yeah.
I think the fact that we're not taught proper reasoning anymore has a lot to do with it.
That's true.
It helps.
I mean, proper reasoning is literally learning how to use your process of logic.
That's not what you're taught at school. You're taught to regurgitate the information that's been spat at you. So you're not taught to engage both hemispheres of your brain, just the one, the left.
Yeah. I mean, that and personal bias. What I'm more fascinated with now is identifying people who are willing to follow the truth wherever it goes and people who are going to stay put in their personal bias. And unfortunately, I'm finding the former demographic to be exceedingly rare, even amongst the flat earth community.
Yeah, as I'm sure there was a conversation yesterday to say that, just because someone knows these facts doesn't mean that they're awake. Facts don't necessarily wake you up. That's your journey.
They just jump from belief system to belief system.
Yeah, I mean, a good example that I've been seeing.
Look at the flat earthers that still share the stars, the unfocused star videos, man. And like they get all like impatient and emotional with you when you talk about it with them. It's like, fuck's sake, man. Just as bad as the Globers.
Holding on to some sort of ideology and not being able to accept that, since I've been here, I've learned a lot more things than I knew before. A lot of things that I now won't talk to people about when it comes to facts and stuff. You always have to be open. There's so much more for us to learn. We're never ever gonna know 100,000,000% this is exactly that. We're only gonna know that it's not this and it can't be this. So we just have to accept that there's knowledge going to be coming from all sorts of places, and we have to analyze all of it.
Well, look at the downward vector argument going on. I mean, you have, and I'm not going to say any names or anything, but you have one group that are just appealing to ignorance, basically. Like, it's all density buoyancy. That's all it is, and that's all it
can be. It's the same with the ether argument as well.
Yeah, and then you have another group that are saying, no, it's this electromagnetism, and that's what causes it. But meanwhile, you have look at the work that Dell has done over on his channel. From what I could see and what I could might work in my logical process, the most clearly demonstrable evidence that we have available to us is something that seems it's very simple what causes our downward vector, but no one in this quote unquote community wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole. And I know I have a feeling I have two pretty good reasons why.
Or what? Explain.
Well, first of all, because it's highly associated with a flat Earth society claim.
No, they're moving upwards, man. That's not happening anymore, man. Jesus Christ.
What's not happening?
We're not moving it. Sorry, I'm not moving, man.
See, there we go. I mean, according to our reference frame, we don't feel movement, but what's giving us our weight? What's giving us our downward vector?
That doesn't mean we're moving. You're affirming a consequence, bro. guys to say, right, that's happening and I've got a reason for it, so we just got to believe that now. We stick to what we can prove, not what we're unable to disprove.
Okay, so what is causing our weight? What is causing the density tower? Basically, what's causing?
There's a higher positive charge supposedly the further we go up. So the ground would be the earth part of the circuit. Your earth wire, your ground wire. It's named the same in electronics, or in electrics, putting wires and walls and shit like that. So we know there's a plus and a minus, and then there's obviously a relative fucking up and down for people, and for life to exist as it does. So obviously, whatever the creator, I'm not getting a creator argument, but how this place was created, that's how it works. There's an objective up and down for most things. Some things go up, and it just depends on the relationship.
If it were moving up, is it moving up at a constant rate or is it accelerating?
From what I see, a constant rate. I mean, if you have you seen Dell's demonstration on this? I mean, drop a bottle of water.
I've seen the dropping a bottle of water. I don't think it proves anything.
It proves that it's not accelerating.
Supposedly.
I mean, I could apply force to a density tower. I could apply force. Movement requires force. I could apply force to that and create movement and create a density layer. The densest object is going to be at the back of that movement, and it's going to go up just like what we observe in reality.
I'm not moving. We're not moving.
You could demonstrate that all day until you're blue in the face.
Bro, calm down. You got to chill, bro.
You can't give me reasons why I'm moving right now. And you can't just say, right, reasons, and that's why we're moving. Nah, we're not moving, sorry.
Okay, so a static object, right, versus a motion object, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order for an object to move simultaneously in all instances, all parts of it must be accelerated equally. So the example of water, when you jerk it left and right, it's not being accelerated evenly. So the idea of dropping the water bottle and it doesn't move is not analogous. Because in the example of the water bottle, the only argument that has to be proffered to defeat that position is that they're all accelerating simultaneously. And that's the end of the discussion. Now, if you don't understand what I said, feel free to ask questions, but that's just the facts.
Okay, but what kind of acceleration is this that you're talking about, and how could we replicate it? How could we demonstrate it?
It's a global argument.
How come when I accelerate a bottle of water any other way, you could measure the effect of that acceleration, but when you drop it, that's the only time you don't?
Because you're mechanically accelerating it. Just like I described, you're not accelerating all the parts equally.
Okay, so what other type of acceleration is there other than mechanical acceleration that requires a force being applied?
For example, magnetic acceleration is an acceleration that's not mechanical.
Okay, so what you're telling me is just for a thought experiment, if we had a bottle of water and you were able to magnetically accelerate that bottle of water to your right, to your relative right, you're telling me that you wouldn't observe that water move to the left under that acceleration. Is that what you're telling me?
If all the parts of the water were accelerated simultaneously, and no parts of the water would accelerate. Yeah, exactly. See, what you fail to understand is that the if just as equally applies to your explanation.
How so?
Because you're assuming both things are equivalent. So you're saying if water does something in this scenario, it will also do the same thing in another scenario. But I just demonstrated to you that the scenarios are not equivalent, so it's not a necessary conclusion from that logic string. Now, it could be the case, but it's not necessarily the case. There's more proof that needs to be done. So far, like our friend said, all you have so far is like almost an affirming the consequent fallacy.
No, I'm not making any definitive claims. I'm just saying that the best evidence we have right now, the most clearly demonstrable evidence that we have right now, is that motion causes a vector. I mean, you could demonstrate motion causing a vector all day until you're blue in the face. Anyone could do it with any. It doesn't matter what matter, liquid, solid, gas, any composition.
That's not a causation relationship. That's a definitional relationship. Vector is defined as a motion in a direction, or force in a direction that has not yet resulted in motion.
A directional vector is what I'm talking about.
All vectors are directional.
There's no. So that's a tautology. Yeah, so I see what I want to submit to you, friend, is that you thought you knew what you were talking about, but analyzed logically, it's falling apart.
No, I'm just questioning. I'm not coming in here saying I know what I'm talking about. I'm just questioning.
Well, previously you said that it's not accelerating, so that's an affirmative claim. You should preface it with it appears to me, or some kind of unsure language rather than some definitive language. Now, to be fair, that could be your mistake. And if that's fine, that's fine.
When you drop a bottle of water, it certainly does not demonstrate any observable effects of what we can demonstrate as acceleration.
Really? So what's the definition of acceleration then?
Okay.
You realize that an object at rest that begins to move definitionally is accelerating.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so unless you want to change the conventions of language, you're stuck.
Okay, so what is causing our downward vector? Is it an acceleration?
There's helium on a downward vector.
How can an acceleration cause anything? An acceleration is something that happens after force is applied, or while or as force is being applied. So the cart cannot come before the horse. So I will submit to you that a lot of these people make interesting arguments that rhetorically sound valid or have weight to someone, and they're like, oh, that's very interesting, but when logically assessed, they fall apart very quickly. This is why you can't just drop a bottle of water and then put up a YouTube video that says, I disprove downward acceleration.
No one has done that.
Well, that's what I've been hearing these past few weeks, that Dell's done this. So
okay, well,
where's the disconnect?
I haven't seen Dell say that he's disproved downward acceleration. And if people are coming in here and saying, well, yeah, he did, then that might be people being overzealous. But
well, yeah, see, the problem is that people are overzealous. They're so anxious to have a defeater for the globe that's a Loctite argument that they're willing to forego the process and time it takes to critically think and logically parse out a proposition because they just want it to be true, and they have confirmation bias. Now, that happens to Globers and flat earthers alike, does it not?
My man, that's what we're doing right now. We're working through a logical process.
Well, I might have to go back and rewatch that video, but I'm pretty sure he exactly makes that argument. And you also said it here only a few moments ago.
Said what?
That he's disproven acceleration.
No, I never said he disproved acceleration. I said that when you let an item go into free fall, it certainly doesn't, you don't observe any normal effects of acceleration.
Hold on. We already stated that definitionally an object being let go and then spontaneously moving is acceleration by definition. So it is categorically experiencing acceleration. Period. There's no other argument to be made unless you want to change language that we've been using.
It's appearing to move from our reference frame. You could make that argument.
Okay, so now you're just going to go into relativism. I mean, at that point, what's the point of arguing anymore?
Well,
yeah, and look, it's frustrating. I get it, but these are the things that must be done.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. I'm just questioning.
Well, so let's give an example of a car, because this is what people like to use. So when you're in a car and you floor it, your head snaps back. Now, why does your head snap back when you floor it? Because your butt's attached to the seat, right?
Yep.
So why doesn't your butt snap back? But your head does, usually.
Well, because most of the time your head is not being braced against something, whereas your ass basically is.
Correct. So the mechanical structure of the car is moving, and it's all one piece usually. You could think of it as generally one piece, even though there is some suspension and all of that. But the car practically moves almost in totality instantaneously. Now, if the car had no suspension and no parts that had give, and it was applied with the same force, then the car would move instantaneous. All parts of it would move equally in one direction. Now, you're not actually part of the car. You're separate. So you're not mechanically affixed to the car. However, you are mechanically being pressed on by the car. So the part of your ass that's hitting the seat is pressed on directly first. The part of your head that's free floating maintains its inertia until your neck yanks it along. So when you have a bottle of water, the quote-unquote alleged gravitational force is pulling on every single molecule instantaneously. And so you wouldn't expect to have a differential in acceleration dramatically noticeable like you would with a car or when you swish a bottle left to right. So with that one statement alone, which cannot be categorically disproven, by the way, and I demonstrated it in spades just now, disproves Dell's assertion that he disproved acceleration, if he indeed made that assertion. So just with language alone, I disproved his claim in spades. However, we have a lot of flat earthers going around for the past 2 weeks saying, oh, Dell disproved downward acceleration. Dell disproved this. Dell disproved that. Did you see the bottle of water? Someone presented that to me, and every time I was able to pick it apart in less than 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, we have flat earthers that go around saying a lot of things that, could be picked apart pretty quick.
Amen.
Exactly. That's a problem.
Well, could you post the video? Like I said, I've seen it, but it's been at least a couple of weeks. I wanna check it out again. I think a few of us probably do. I want to see what Dell's claim is in it, because I'm pretty sure he says that.
Would somebody possibly play it on the bot?
Do you guys want me to post it? I could post it if you want me to.
Yeah, I'm sure you have it readily available. So if you could, yeah.
I would suggest not playing it on the bot unless he has Creative Commons license or we have his permission. That way, in case he gets butt hurt that I just smacked him 2 ways from Sunday, that he won't strike our channel.
He'll be outcasted from the whole fucking community if he tried some shit like that.
Let's see.
Just mute the bot if you're that worried about it, but I wouldn't care. I don't think it's
Hey, man.
We have a couple of people without defining roles that have joined.
Flex on them.
Whoops.
Anyone in need of roles, just jump up to VC check-in and we can sort you if you want to get into the conversation. Thank you, Angel. But just go up there and someone will pop up. If I see you, I'll jump up.
So we've got Steph. I'd like to say hi to another female. Hello. Nice to see you.
There you go.
Just out of curiosity, how's my signal right now?
I can hear you fine.
Perfect, bro.
It's great. Sorry, I didn't know I was hot micing, but
Also, we don't want to listen to an entire tedious video. So if somebody wants to present it, at least timestamp it. If you don't yet know how to timestamp, please go learn how to do that, and then timestamp it so we can hear at least some conciseness to it. Because it's actually fair use to clip out people's content for satire, critique, jokes, etc. So there's actually no standing that he has to strike us in any way, shape, or form based on the law in the country in which we operate. So you can cry me a river.
Unfortunately, a couple of months ago, YouTube got rid of that feature, though, where it was easy to, just when you send the share to start it at a certain time, the timestamp, that's not even a feature in YouTube anymore.
The demonstrations towards the beginning of the video. I mean, it's not like you don't have to search for it.
Anyway, the way to timestamp, if people don't know, there's two ways depending on the platform they're on. One is to do question mark T equals, and then you can put H19, M22, S32. The other method is to just count up all of that time and put it in seconds. So, for example, 5,289. So, the end of the link, you put question mark T equals 5,289, and it will begin at 5,289 seconds from the start. Now, if you don't have cyborg implants like I do, you may have to use a calculator, but, that's life.
I mean, even just by the name, the title of the video is, what is it? It is, let me read that again, actually. Says, is there accelerated down, or are objects accelerated down? That's literally the question being asked. And what he's trying to say is that they are not. Like, just there in the title alone.
Excellent. So definitionally, that means that they cannot pick up speed. They must maintain the same speed the entire fall. Does that occur? That would mean like things like terminal velocity have no meaning anymore. When you jump out of a plane, right? And you're at a certain speed, and then you pick up speed, and then you reach a maximum speed based on the drag differential. So he's basically disproved sky jumping. I mean, come on now.
Well, what does that have to do, though? Honestly, like, what does that have to do with which reference frame is moving relative to what?
What? Because his claim is it's not accelerating.
Okay, but what is the downward acceleration claim, though?
The downward acceleration claim is that as things fall towards the Earth, they accelerate. So 1 second they're going one speed, the next second they're going in increased speed, the next second they're going in increased speed. The speed constantly is increasing until it reaches terminal velocity.
9.8 meters per second squared.
Right. The implication of just saying I've disproven downward acceleration is so base. I mean, it's very bold to not even consider all these ancillary things that you must answer. I mean, the fact that people can put this type of claim out, right, without even thinking about these ancillary things, without even parsing them out, without even including them, and have people go out and say such and so has disproven downward acceleration, it's laughable. Okay, that right there, the premise that people believe in the flat earth isn't as stupid as that people believe this kind of stuff and just go out parroting it without parsing it out at all. That is why people denigrate conspiracy theorists. That is ultimately why people denigrate flat earthers, because they believe that they haven't done enough due diligence and intelligent seeking and parsing out the details. And in most cases, demonstrably, that's actually true.
Well, what are we doing right now?
We are.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean,
we won't go.
Someone was telling me
1 out of 20, bro. You're 1 out of 20. That's my
Right,
point.
but listen, my guy. Someone was telling me earlier, "Hey, bro, chill." Like now, I'm telling you to chill. Like we're just questioning things. Relax, my friend.
No, dude, I don't chill.
Okay.
I put people on ice, man. I don't chill myself.
We're not moving, man.
I don't.
By the way,
like I
that
said,
gives you back.
I'm not
Go ahead.
making any definitive claims. In my view, Dell is, he's proposing a compelling argument, but of course, it requires more investigation and parsing out, and part of that process involves speaking with other people, which is what I'm doing right now. So,
Okay, but are you willing now, right now, after you've been told what you've been told, in just 2 instances of reference that occurs demonstrably so and experientially so, that his argument is no longer compelling?
No, I still have more investigation to do on that. I mean, sorry you don't like that answer, but
well, that's fair. That's fair.
The whole electromagnetic whatever the incoherent electrostatic bias or electric currents, that whole side of it hasn't provided a really compelling, that's not compelling enough for me to just go ahead and attribute it to that either.
Well, let me posit you an idea. It doesn't have to be attributed to anything. It's not necessary to be known the cause of why this happens. It is not necessary.
Oh no, there are some things that aren't necessary to be known, but at the same time, we are equipped to explore our world, and we are equipped to question our reality, our physical reality. So there could be an equally compelling argument that maybe it is eventually meant to be known. I mean, that seems to be the biggest driver of, if you ask me, at least in my opinion, the biggest driver of globe Earth is to shut down our willingness and our curiosity to explore our world and our physical reality, right? I mean,
You could make that argument. However, globe Earth paradigm with heliocentrism, and whichever way you take it, whether expanding universe, collapsing and re-expanding universe, cyclical universe, omniverse, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they're always making progress in those fields. Alleged progress, you could call it. So the most recent fundamental progress in the mainstream, and now it's not quite fully mainstream, but I'm just speaking mainstream scientists who have arrived where they're at through the mainstream process, is that the fundamental base of reality is consciousness, and they've arrived at this through all of their quote-unquote scientific paradigm, retroactively into antiquity and arriving at today, where they've come to this conclusion. Now, consciousness in and of itself is categorically immaterial, yet they say it's the fundamental unit of matter. So how does that jive? Well, it's the same question. It's the same question everyone has, right? How does the immaterial world affect the material world? How does the metaphysical world affect the physical world? There's a bridge between those two worlds that nobody's able to access. Nobody's able to demonstrate. Nobody's able to functionally reproduce. Yet everyone has their ideas about how it functions. And in there is a lot of religious rhetoric.
Yeah. I'd say that's something that we're that's not necessary to be known more than the other thing we were talking about. You know what I mean? Because the other thing we're talking about is 100% our physical reality. But with consciousness and electrical signals, making our body do this or do that, making our heart beat and all that, you're getting into the metaphysical, right?
Well, look, gravity and what we experience, the phenomena that we experience, is part of our physical reality. The cause is unknown as of yet. And even if they claim that the cause is based on certain forces, whether they be electric or space-timey, they're both don't have a connection between the two. Like there's no impetus for something to have motion. There's like a connection, like a hand reaching out and grabbing the other object, or a hand pushing the other object, but they're invisible. And on a macro scale, we see machines moving and cogs and wheels and all that, and we understand how it moves, and we see magnetism, which is some kind of force field. And we don't see how it works on a fundamental level. And in between the two, there's a gap. So from the macroverse to the microverse, there's a gap where there's no physical continuity of connection between the two, yet they're able to affect each other in some kind of metaphysical way. And since the metaphysical, in a sense, is categorically intangible to the physical, how could we ever test it or experiment on it or prove anything about it? It's all always going to be in the category of supposition and logic and rationality. It's never going to be empirical. It's never going to be demonstrated in that sense. And that being said, nobody should go castigating each other over any of this. Like, oh, a person A believes in ether. Oh, you're a crap person. Person B believes in an electrostatic universe. Oh, you're a crap person. Or Dell believes that if he drops a bottle of water, he disproved acceleration. Oh, you're a horrible person. No, it's just, look, you made an error. Here's your error that I think, based on logic, here's my presentation of why I think you're wrong. The other person could be like, oh, I accept that or I don't.
Exactly.
So who's been looking in the background for this quote? Whether he said it, he disproved it or not. Anybody? I'm curious.
Yeah, I was gonna go and do my due diligence, but I freaking just did it right there in the title. I don't want to listen to it. He's got this thing is an hour and 5 minutes, and I can't listen to it and you guys at the same time.
Fair. I'll tell you what. I'll try to find it and timestamp it for everybody so we can have it in the future in case it needs to be referenced. Now, I actually have a theory of gravity that works perfectly. So the cause of downward acceleration is will. W-I-L-L, will. Because the only thing that can cause things to move is will. It's called the prime motion. Something that's static, that has no motion or no force to act on it in the first instance, the only thing categorically that could move it is pure will.
Are you going to call that a force? AI?
You could attribute that to any kind of deity or even a subcategory of sentience, right? So people mock, like people, some ether proponents say, oh, well, when you describe what appears to be sentience to these things and these forces, but it appears to me that these things require some kind of intelligence in their operation. Just like within a video game where the parameters are set and the rules are given to the objects that when they're rendered, how they're going to behave. Now, someone could say, oh, that's silly. That's comparing reality to a video game. Reality is actually concrete physicality. It's not esoteric or ethereal or whimsical. But yet, simultaneously, they can't provide me a functional mechanism of why there's motion in their worldview. That's the thing. A lot of people have biases in the way in which they view three-dimensional reality in the concrete sense, as if it exists externally outside themselves and it behaves in a certain manner, and that manner of behavior is ubiquitous throughout reality that we have access to. Uniformitarianism, that's one reason why they think that the laws of motion on Earth apply to something that they claim is 3 billion light years away. All of these are philosophical positions. They're not empirically validated. They're not systematically validated with tangible experimentation or demonstration because they're inaccessible by nature. They're intangible by nature. Even in the mainstream paradigm, a solid block of steel that holds up a building is connected by what? Force fields. Intangible connections, floating in free space with empty space around them. How are they staying together? Is there a magic hand reaching out and grabbing each particle or each vibration? And if you claim it's all vibrations, how do vibrations hold each other? Think about it. You could demonstrate a vibration holding a solid object, but how do vibrations hold each other? Nobody has a rational explanation or a functional mechanism to demonstrate of how any of this happens. Both physicalists, both atomists, and both Etherians, and both idealists, none of them. However, that being said, out of all of those, idealism is actually the most probable to be true, because it's the only realm in which quote-unquote laws of physics and quote-unquote concrete entities and all of these things exist in an abstract within a mind. And we all know that a quote-unquote simulation within a mind can do whatever. There essentially are no rules. There's no need for mechanical interaction because it's being sustained by the power of the mind.
And you're talking about the mind as in a sense of like outside, the mind that exists outside of just the physical brain, correct?
Well, I'm talking about the mind that is the grounding of reality itself, not our mind, but the mind.
Oh, okay. The mind. But I mean, like, would a dream be a simulation of the mind? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Sure. Think about it this way. In a dream, you can travel from point A to point B. But have you transversed any spatial locations? No. But have you experienced it? Yes. Functionally the same to you. Now, someone might say, oh, you're arguing simulation theory. No, I'm saying that according to what we call simulations, that reality could be simulatory in nature from our perspective. But since it is concrete reality at that point, then it is reality. It's no longer a simulation. Now, look, this is not without backing by philosophical powerhouses.
What's
that? Make sure you tip the pizza man.
Cheers. Sorry, I forgot it was open night.
Now, functionally, someone could argue with me, oh, you're just retreating into idealism because then it means that none of these things in concrete reality you have to answer for. Right? I'm just presenting this position. I'm not even saying this is necessarily what I believe. I'm just saying that argumentatively, it's rational, cannot be disproven in a sense, etc. And so I could just as easily claim it's the truth as somebody claiming that when I drop this bottle of water, it doesn't accelerate. All right, so with that, I'll yield the floor since everyone's sick of hearing my metaphysical, philosophical ramblings.
Well, I thought it was quite interesting.
Oh, good talk.
Yo. Anybody there?
Yo.
Good morning.
What's going down?
Good. Is Chris V up in here? Did I hear him earlier?
I'm not sure, man.
All right.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Hey, architecture, man. Far out. Finally get to talk to you.
Are you the one who tunes the pianos?
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome.
On my way to tune one right now, actually. The space age architecture is called the Googie architecture.
Oh gosh, yeah. And they love putting in their little architecture competitions. Oh, it's just laughable airlock systems.
It's made a comeback recently. I don't know if you've noticed. There's been some furniture and lamps and stuff like that. It's kind of, you can go to the lamp store. They got a bunch of this stuff everywhere. And I grew up next to Disneyland in the 60s, and it was everywhere, man. It was all the motels, the hotels, the coffee shops. I mean, it was just everywhere. There's like one or two pieces left, man, and they got rid of all of it. It's amazing, but
I didn't notice they made a resurgence.
Yeah, I've noticed it here and there. I mean, not big time, but I went to a restaurant recently, and the whole interior was kind of googied out. And but yeah, that was a big thing in the late 50s and through most of the 60s. It was that sharp edges and neon with a lot of stainless steel. It was fascinating architecture, but how many different types of architecture is there, man? Exactly. I mean, is it hundreds or is it 27 or I don't know, man, because I hear all these different terms for Victorian or Shaker.
See, according to academia, they say it's based on the time, right? That it's not necessarily a style, even though that is what they're claiming as well. Because, they say the classical orders are related to, they were just making up some styles based on, sacred geometry here and there, completely ignoring its relation to electricity, right? And, all those little capitals and how they look like, or appear to be at least, the same, say, magnetic patterns of, vortex geometry, right? 369 kind of geometry kind of things going on. But, yeah, it's definitely made a resurgence with especially this Elon Musk. I hear a lot of students kind of bring that up, like, I kind of want to be like a space architect, and I'm like, oh man, just kind of facepalm. The same thing with like they're starting to talk about digital architecture, which to me is just like meta. This kind of metaverse digital architecture. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's an excellent sandbox and a playground. But architecture is when it actually, to me, or at least the way that I like to teach it, is when it infuses both the needs of the human body and the collective, but also the soul, right? It needs to be quote unquote beautiful, right? Which is like what makes an instrument, or I consider musical instruments architecture, because they both have a practical purpose, and yet at the same time they're not designed with beauty, but somehow make beauty.
Yeah, I mean, guitars are a great example.
Oh yeah, or like a harp. Like, gosh, I can't imagine constructing one of those.
Oh, it's incredible. I've tuned a few over the years. I never built one, but I built some lyres, but nothing like a harp, man. That's incredible.
I tried an electric guitar once, and I only built the body and gave up on the electrical.
Well, you can buy all that shit pre-made and just stick it in there.
Well, hearing some of you guys like Wave Mixer and Sunny, like, practically, laboratory scientists over here with guitars.
No doubt. Well, just like anything in life, you spend 20, 30 years doing it, it's pretty easy at that point. But yeah, starting out, it gets a little frustrating because you don't know where you're going. You're like, oh shoot, I got to measure this and I cut that.
And it's entirely specific too. I mean, you've got to residently tune each piece of wood, shave off a little piece here. Oh, there we go. Now it's vibrating correctly.
Yeah, they got tools for that. It sends a certain vibration through the wood that when you get to a certain pitch, and you're like, oh, that's it. Here we go.
And then some wood vibrates different.
A lot of the old school guys, they just tap on the wood until it's
that's true. Yeah,
tap their finger.
They can hear it. Yeah,
you can hear it after listening for it for years. And you're like, oh, there it is.
Well, it's the same when you hear like two dissonant notes, and you're like, yep, that's out of tune.
For sure, right? Uh-oh. That's what you're doing when you tune a piano. You got three strings to make one note. They got to be all right on, or man, it just sounds funny. So, and then,
but yeah,
the architecture. I mean, you got these Teslas out there now. They're pretty spacey looking. There's a lot of architecture in cars that are just incredible.
Oh yeah, same with boats too.
Boats, oh my goodness, just incredible.
And it's all that computer aided design. Now that we're able to actually do a lot of these calculations, sort of, I would say, in a more safe environment, this meta digital. Don't get me wrong, I think it's useful when it comes to reality and fabrication and things like that. But man, some of the stuff they do, like, they kind of have these like floating boats that can like go into the water, if you will, and then sort of like hover above the water. I mean,
Right. They got the hydrofoils.
yeah, the mechanics behind that, it's kind of beautiful, you know. But that's what I mean.
Exactly.
Beauty is subjective.
Sailboat. They got the hydrofoils on those now. It's like they get up to like 30 knots.
I'm sure the hydrophiles know that they're not going over a curved surface. That would have to be a nice flat level surface.
That's true. That's a good point.
Like built for a level playing field of water, obviously.
But yeah, it is kind of funny because you'd think there'd be a lot of architects kind of like really excited. And I actually have a previous professor that I really admired back in the day, even as becoming a flat earther, because I kind of knew him at the time. But we had this conversation. I asked him about the moon and things like this and why it's so big, and he would just jump to like, "No, Chris, we're already on Mars," and things like this. And I was like, how do you know that? Even back then, I was just like, you haven't been there. Like, I'm asking you right now about the moon, like what we're looking at, like.
Right.
But for some architects, they really see level, like Kiwi in here, always talking about hanging that TV. There's some of us that are really doers with our hands, and we build and we tune, and we use that vestibular system to even tune a guitar. Right? We can feel the imbalance, if you will, in even a note structure. But some, it's all in their head, right? I call it bullshit architecture. You can BS your way. And I'm sure Kiwi's heard it too, especially when you're going through school and people are explaining their projects and they're like, yeah, this is existentialism realized. And you're like, show me. Like, what does that really mean, right?
One of the
that
things
happens all the time in architecture.
Chris, was the idea that you guys are speaking about regarding built form, right? And regardless of how that's created, whether it's a guitar or it's a house, it's built form and how we interact with that to get what we need from it, so to speak, or what we're trying to extract from it. But it all comes from, again, our hands, as you guys were mentioning. Thank you. Appreciate that, guys.
I don't know what we're talking about, but Kiwi's the best.
Hell yeah.
I'm talking form and function, man.
Yeah, man. That's the thing, right? When you
form
look at
follows function.
Exactly. Again,
in a designer standpoint, anyway.
I have a few people who form function. They don't understand how the two interact, right? They have the black box idea. You shove all your ideas into a black box, and this awesome product comes rolling out the other side. It's what do you want from it? But being able to apply objectivity to the practical way of living, I think that's a well-constructed statement is important.
Yeah, I think my favorite architecture for housing is the teepee.
That is a good one. The most efficient and mobile.
Efficient, yeah. They're mobile.
Actually, it has a lot of great, conductive reasoning, bringing that heat out or keeping cold out.
Right.
Snow just falls right off of it,
Yep.
Pretty brilliant. It's just a roof,
Yeah. You got a nice fire going in there, man.
Yeah.
Literally working on 7 blocks of townhouses right now as I talk to you guys, talking about roofs and built form. I love it.
Nice, Kiwi. I know how demanding that can be too,
bro. Oh, dude.
No doubt about it.
Checking every dang slope, making sure the roof works. Because sometimes it don't work,
The roof doesn't work.
They calculate the slopes, right, and it looks all well and dandy from a top elevation. But once you look at it in elevation, you're like, these slopes actually go a little bit further or need to go a little bit further. So I need to change the slope here,
Well, you always get the So from the architect, you get the front elevation and you get the design plans because that's what was sold to the client, right? Then you get the technologist who gets that front elevation and the two plans and looks at the architect and says, what do you want out of this? Because when you start pulling all your projection lines to start constructing the elevations, the wheels start to fall apart. And then you get the trust designers who have to really suck it up because they're the ones that end up really building it.
But yeah, now that school started up again, I'll be sure to kind of hammer that one out if I hear it too about the space architecture.
Googie, baby. I don't know I forget where the name came from. It's not the Gutenberg, it's something else. I heard.
Well, I've always heard Googie is referred to the Guggenheim in Bilbao.
Guggenheim, yeah, Guggenheim. I mean, yeah.
The Googie.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I kind of remember looking it up with a German friend of mine, and he wasn't able to find it. But that was definitely his design or something like that. I don't know. I think it came from NASA, man, like something. Put it out there, man. Put that space age shit out there. Everybody will love it.
I wouldn't be surprised though. Like when I was a kid, I used to sit there and sketch little space stations. Like that's how weird I was, you know, like super hardcore NASA fanboy. You know, I want to be an astronaut. I'm gonna do it. You know. So you better believe when I was realizing flat Earth, I shed some tears. I was like, man, this dream is over, but it doesn't have to be. You know.
Yeah, the space station's a funny architecture, huh?
Oh, I remember on my Windows 98 computer, they had like, you know, the CD stuck in, and it was like all of the space station. You had to build like little modules. You had to put it together, and it said what each module did. This was like the habitation one, and they grow plants in this one, and you know, they had it all figured out.
Yeah.
And then you look back and you're like, wait a minute, this is just a video game.
Video game. So, I don't know, I guess it was about 20 years ago. They set up a habitat for people to try to self-sustain, live inside a dome. I think it was called the Biodome.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I remember that movie. They get stuck in there kind of thing.
No, there's a real thing. There's a real project.
Oh, a real one. A real one, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about the real one.
And there's a documentary about it and how, I mean, every fucking system fails, man. I don't know.
But they're doing it in space, 100%. You know.
And they're going to do it on Mars. And it was like, okay, let me know how that works out.
What do you mean you forgot the 10 millimeter screw? Like,
right. Dude,
we're done. We're done.
Done, dude. Well, you just 3D print one. You just 3D print me one.
Right. But that's what we need the screw for.
A couple years ago, I saw an article about they were going to 3D print buildings on Mars or on the moon, and they were going to use like human poop to help, you know, in the country.
That's just hardcore trolling.
I was like, no, you did not just say you were going to do that. Yeah, thanks. But what have you seen about 3D printed buildings? I've seen a couple in China.
I've seen it done wrong and right, for sure.
Yeah, right.
You know, it's very simple architecture. I've seen where it's just kind of like a little hut, you know, like I've seen it where it's just giant sort of triangulated crane, you know, sort of like a really long robotic arm. But I think when it's done best, it's kind of a hybrid situation. So you'll like maybe have the large thermal massing, you know, something that you would have facing the south. It's going to block in a lot of the heat, or possibly attract that heat during winter and to kind of store it.
Right.
But then the rest of the architecture will be, your standard construction, wood frame, or glass. And those examples, even like Lake Plato, really good stuff. But are we because I've seen articles like we're going to 3D print food and cheeseburgers and things, but if you've ever seen that 3D printed steak, it's just somebody putting meat sauce into a filament and then going, look, it's the shape of a steak. Is it a steak? Because it seems like they're really trying to redefine stuff. But for architecture, I don't know. I think it really has a lot of promise, especially in cases where you really do need to build quickly. But I do think it kind of eliminates a lot of the beauty, the trade. Don't get me wrong, you can be beautiful with a computer too, but there's nothing like a handcrafted element to me. But maybe that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I saw one 3D printed house. I don't know, it had a lot of curvy walls.
And then you got to find a couch for a curved wall. If you've ever done that, it's
just print one up, man. Come on.
It's soft.
It's just like the Flintstones, man. Everything's made from this whatever concrete.
Right.
You just throw some pads on it, man. Pull the pads off, wash everything down. So there was in New Mexico, they got the Earth ships. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I've seen those. Sort of just off the grid architecture, really.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely some really innovative stuff that I think even honestly goes back to the Native Americans and the way they would, do certain things. But there's some interesting technologies, I would say, sort of non-electric technologies too, like just using honestly relative density to say heat your house.
Right. There was some houses built in New Mexico as well that are like a porcelain type walls.
Oh.
And they literally fire the house off so the porcelain sets hard, right?
Dang.
And I go, damn, and you never have to paint anything, you just wash it down with a hose. Yeah, beautiful, man. All houses should be built like that, in my opinion, but keep it simple.
Yeah, I love the adobe structures out in New Mexico.
Me too, man. Some people
that little taper towards the bottom, and the way it's so cool inside every time, no matter if it's hot or cold outside, it's just a nice temperature inside.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Well, I am dead stopped in Los Angeles, man, on a freeway.
Oof.
Yeah, I've been stopped for a minute now. This is not good. Oh, shit. All right, well, Smokey got him. But now I got some coffee here. That's a good idea. It's a beautiful day, so I'm talking to you guys, so life is amazing.
Always is.
It's an amazing server. So glad I got to talk to you finally. Every time you were on, I'm like, shit, I'm cutting table saw or something.
Yeah, I'm always doing the same thing. I was actually about to saw right when you were like, Chris.
But no, so have you looked into this Tartaria mud flood shit at all, or?
Yeah, but to me, it's a really big unknown. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't even teach. It's the only class I won't teach at my college, because I just have a different view of architecture history. I don't think they were just trying to do this style. I know how it actually relates to electricity. And yeah, there is sunken examples of architecture. Now, whether it's because of some sort of catastrophic event or some sort of natural event, or even a sort of an entire empire, to me is a lot of speculation. But when it comes to those helium balloons, man, that architecture to me, because I would define that as architecture too. It just happens to be an airship. But like, man, the blurring out of photos, like of really old photos, because I've spent a lot of time with old photos, especially of architecture, and it's definitely been doctored. You know, the skies are always kind of fuzzy around the trees, and I'm always thinking of like, who took this picture? Because somebody has actually been messing around with it in a very analog way. Like, people think, okay, just because Photoshop didn't exist, there's no way this photo could be altered. And it's like, BS, dude. Have you ever like seen like old Hollywood special effects? Like, they're freaking brilliant,
Oh, yeah.
but they're all analog. You know, like,
Yep. If physically somebody overlaid something or cut something out of the actual negative.
yeah, messing with
Or they developed
perspective.
it.
It looks like a gigantic dinosaur coming after somebody. You know.
Yeah. Perspective is a good one. Yeah.
But when it comes to like, say, like the Moors Empire, like, I do know there's some historical evidence of these things. Don't get me wrong. I really think somebody just kind of tacked on a 1 to 1815 and goes, look, we're in 1815. And it would explain some of the anomalies that we see in history, or at least the historical record. But again, it's kind of one of those things I kind of chalk up like, I wasn't there, but it is kind of weird that it says founded in this year instead of built or erected, you know.
That's interesting. Was that San Francisco one?
Yeah, that's one of the greatest examples. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they chalk it up to earthquake activity. I'm like, well, again, I wasn't there. I don't know. But
Exactly. The World's Fairs are pretty fascinating, man.
dude, the one in Chicago, I never bought that story that they built that in 6 months and we're like, yeah, let's just tear it down 6 months later. Like, bullshit, dude.
Get out of here. The one that really knocked me out, man, I think was Paris. Where they had a big giant globe.
They got rid of a lot of stuff there, infrastructure, you know.
I'm like,
Now that was one city I was very fortunate to spend a lot of time in, because I got to study abroad for, you know, my master's program. And dude, the geometry and the proportions of every single one of those like buildings. I mean, even the old structures, even the new structures, because they kind of pay attention to that. They want the new city to harmonize with the old city. That's why they built a whole new city like outside of Paris, right? That lines up with the Champs-Elysees, and it has all these arcs, right? You have the Arc de Triomphe, which, you know, pegs out into 8 different sections. And if you've ever driven there, it's pretty hilarious. I recommend it to anybody. It's a lot of fun. But they're freaking huge, dude. They're like, a book never does it justice. These crappy photos of like, oh yeah, here's me at the Arc de Triomphe does not do it justice, because oh my gosh, the skill and the craft, and sure, maybe it's been lost and things like that, but oof, you're telling me this goes 40 feet underground and like they just repurposed it? Yeah, look, there's the evidence. Oh, what about catacombs? That one, you know, of Paris is huge. And then catacombs are really across this realm too. It's like there's a lot of evidence here that is pretty crazy to just go, nah, we just built on top. Like, nah, I don't think so. Like,
catacombs, man. That's a whole nother. I was like, what? What the heck is going on here, man?
oh, and if you count the skulls, you'll find the numbers. You know, you'll see 33s and 66 just about everywhere in the catacombs, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, this knowledge is old. You know, they've been spreading this one for a long time. That's why a Freemason works with the stones. You know, or a Mason, I should say.
A Mason. Yeah. I did a bit of wood carving in the past, and I tried to do the stone carving stuff, man.
That's a hard one.
Dude.
I can break a stone in half, but that's about it.
I mean, try to chisel out a face in stone, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
takes weeks and actually a lot of RPM power. I mean, there's theories that like some of these statues even were sort of quote unquote 3D printed, not in the way that we layer things, but quote unquote like almost like photography. They were able to just like quote unquote like remove what didn't need to be there for a statue, based on just imaging somebody. That's why it's so perfect. For instance, now I've never measured the Mona Lisa myself, but I've heard accounts of the thickness of the pigment on the paper, and that it's unbelievable, right? It's our best printers in the world couldn't paint that well. They couldn't spread ink on a piece of paper as well as that Mona Lisa, and that there's more. Not the story of Mona Lisa, but actually its construction is actually why it's so revered and why it's so rare. I mean, if you've ever seen the Mona Lisa, it's like this stupid little 18 by 20 photo, and it gets a whole wall and things like that. And often, I think it's revered because of its construction, not necessarily its image. But
interesting. I did not know that. Da Vinci, quite a character, huh?
Right. And I'm always thinking to myself now, like, did these people exist? Like I just don't know. Like, sure, we can read accounts and we can read about people who wrote about them, but that doesn't really prove anything.
Well, Eratosthenes is the one that I always Hey,
or William Shakespeare.
You got one of his books I can read? That'd be cool.
I know. Yeah. Oh, you started mentioning when?
That's hilarious. I'm like, oh no, it was just some dude that somebody made some notes about him, and okay. Apparently, wasn't he like the librarian at the?
Oh, I have no idea. Sounds like a story that they would throw in there.
Yeah, he was like the librarian at where all the books burned down there.
The Library of Alexandria.
Yeah, that one. Yep. I heard that. I don't know.
I'd heard that one.
I heard it just recently too. Somebody mentioned it, probably on here.
The library where he lies.
The library.
I saw a picture of a library. I think it was in Cleveland. It's like, I don't know. It's like 10 stories of books, man. They're like a giant ladders everywhere. You got to go up to get these books, and just incredible architecture. I mean, chandeliers and beautiful wood, and just gorgeous looking. And I'm like, they tore it down. I was like, what? And whose God's name said, yeah, that's a good idea?
Right.
Whatever, man. What were you hiding? Why? It was the most beautiful looking library I've ever seen, man. And it's like, get out of here. Let's get rid of that.
Budget cuts.
Budget cut. We can't afford it. Oh, goodness gracious.
See, that's their excuse for why we stopped doing classical architecture, too. They're like, yeah, it became too expensive.
NASA needs more, so we got to take it from here.
Right. We're going to the moon, man. Fuck the libraries. What? No. Yeah, I think they destroyed it after the moon landing at the library in Cleveland.
Dang.
I was like, really? It was like 70s, man. We were kind of like a recession time and cutbacks. New York City was a disaster. Everything was falling apart. Just look at some videos from all that time period, man. It was pretty disgusting. They just let everything go to shit. Like, thanks.
I'm going to go sit in VC check-in. I'll come back down if I get a couple of customers, folks.
We got some new customers? Excellent.
No, I'm saying I'm going to go up to VC check-in, and if anybody that's listening, if you want a role, come up to check-in and I'll sort you out. But I'll be back when I find someone.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you want to jump on a conversation, please. I'm just driving. I got nothing else to do but talk to you guys and gals. And traffic's moving again.
Looks like we maybe had somebody do genocide, but I think he's deafened. It's an interesting Lego man.
Lego man?
Yeah, there was a time where like a lot of these trolls that would come in, they would come in as these like Lego people avatars. So anytime I see one now, I'm just like, who are you? Except Ball Kicker. He has an okay Lego man.
Hey guys, really enjoying the conversation. Sorry.
Oh, you're good, man. I don't get to talk to architectures too much, and I'm a big fan of architecture and buildings, especially. And to look at some of these past buildings and how they built them and when they built them, and it's a never endless fascination of human endeavor and how the fuck they built that shit and carved all those things and used terracotta everywhere. And I'm like, man, oh man, these people were motivated. We do build some great stuff now too, man. It's just incredible. There's a couple newer buildings in Los Angeles that are just like, what?
Oh yeah.
Glass buildings and stainless steel, and it's really cool stuff. But I like the older stuff better. The big doorways and the columns, and it's just incredible. All the facade of the building is so beautiful, and then they mix the beautiful colors in with it too. You're like, damn, that looks good. That red brick and the brown brick and the shit, and the little gray there, gorgeous. But some of those buildings, to me, look like it would take hundreds of years to build. Some of them, they say that took that long, right? Like 500 years and stuff.
That's what they say. Yeah, especially like some of the cathedrals they're still working on in Spain. It's something like 500 years of construction.
That's a big project, man. We do a 500-year project here, man. Okay. I'll take the first leg, all right?
I'll do the foundation. My whole life's work.
Right. 50 years to do the foundation. All right. Good luck, guys. Wow. So, the most expensive project ever, building project ever in all of human endeavor, is the ISS, believe it or not.
Oh, that makes sense. Or at least, supposedly. Yeah.
That's what they say.
They definitely got the most money.
Yep. I don't know, they spent like $1 trillion something on this thing. And none of us get to check it out, man. And I was still looking for some video when they were actually, putting the screws to the metal and wiring it up and, all that. And they forgot to do a time lapse on the construction. Interesting. Yeah. Well, what do you want? They got $25 million toilet up there.
And you also have a poop machine that turns it into coffee.
Chugga, chugga, chugga. Where's Don Pettit? Is he in here? He hangs around here once in a while.
Yeah, I think he said he'd be back.
Yeah. Don Petty got married last week.
That's right. Congrats, Don.
I haven't got to talk to him personally yet, since he's now a married man. But
It's a good life.
The other day, and he was like so happy. You could just hear it. He was just excellent positive energy coming from our buddy, man.
Absolutely.
I love it. So we have 2 marriages on this server and 1 baby already. Not bad. Not bad. I don't know if we have any divorces. Maybe 1, I think. Maybe. I don't know. But it's a fascinating place to hang out, man, and talk about Earth. Yeah.
Sure is.
Because we all live on Earth. We could talk about
I have noticed that, though. Everybody here kind of just has that positive attitude. Like, man, I'm so glad to be here. Even if it is just with you guys, but just in life, and seeing everybody grow here is, I've only been here for going on 2 years, but, some of you guys, I feel like, some of my great friends, and watching you guys grow has been a blessing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I've only been on this server a couple years myself, but I was hanging around some different hangouts and stuff going back years where it was 24/7 too, just like this. In fact, I met a lot of people in the a few people in the server that were hanging out back then are in here now. Because I don't know if anybody remembers Google Hangouts, but it was super easy. Anybody could just go on to YouTube and click a couple buttons, and you could start a live stream with a Hangout, and you can have 10 people on the Hangout, and anybody could do it. You could do it from your phone. It was so easy.
That's right.
So a lot of people were doing that. And, you could moderate, you could mute, you could kick people off, it was just so easy to put together 10 people talking about, Earth, or back then, man, we talked about everything, man. There was no censorship at all, unless you got porn bombed. We could all screen share. We did so much screen sharing. Hey, let's watch this video, and then we pause it and talk about it, and then play some more and pause it and talk about it, and then we just went on for days and days and days and days and days, man. 24/7. There was always something going on. And Dave Hinkle was there. Larry, we called him Hank back then. He was a Glober. Well, kind of. He was trying to figure it out. Who else was? And Martin Leakey was hanging out with us. Yeah, it was good times. So yeah, I appreciate these forums where we can get around and talk about architecture and cars and Earth or whatever.
Damn, those are like my 3 favorite things.
I know, right? Yeah. Relationships. And boy, we
were talking about relationships a little bit earlier too.
Yeah, you guys were talking. I was listening. Man. I was at the gas station. I was listening. You guys were talking whether it was easier for a man to go to his wife and say, "Hey, the Earth's flat," or it was easier for the woman to go, "Hi, honey, Earth's flat." What?
That's nice, dude.
I had to do that.
Yeah, same.
To my wife, I'm like, oh shit. Remember walking in the house and going, I think the Earth is flat. I think NASA's lying to us. And she's like, get out of here. What? Yeah, it took her a while. I had to have a couple flat earthers over.
Yeah.
That was
It's kind of funny. It took a couple of months with my wife too, but it was when we went to the beach, because we'll go to the beach every summer now, and I go, look, like, see that way over there? See that boat? Okay, now it's going to disappear. And, it kind of took a while for it to disappear. And then I brought my binoculars, and I go, look, can you see it or not? She goes, you can see it. What does that mean? And I was like, it means there's no Earth curve, or at least, it means at least the globe geometry that they gave us is absolute shit.
There's no bendy water. So we had a guy named Pancho Pete. He ran a live stream 24/7, 365 for 3 years straight. And his deal was, I'm not getting off this couch until somebody brings me some bendy water. Show me the bendy water. And, yeah. 3 years he finally said, he just threw his hands up and says, I'm done. And, but he had a live panel. It was absolutely awesome. And we were always just waiting for somebody to come in and show us that bendy water. Good times, good times. I think times are better now. I think it's more, we've come a long way in our understanding what all this stuff and how they tricked us and how they tricked everybody.
I remember when this server was even like a battle arena,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It was intense in here. It wasn't really a peaceful place sometimes,
No.
I just remember Vlad, the Russian, just tearing people a new one.
Oh yeah. Vlad would be ripping ass. Woo. Now we're kind of in the rocking chair. They come in here and they got nothing. It's like, okay, what do you got, man? Gravy? Oh, Tom, really?
Cuatro quesos, jamón york y queso, y vegetal, y atún.
Gravy.
Todas llevan queso, todas llevan mozzarella. Luego atún, jamón york, cuatro quesos, vegetal.
La de cuatro quesos, ¿cuál es ¿Está buena la de cuatro quesos? Sí, ¿no?
I wish I knew more languages.
Es muy difícil hacerla, es como pum.
Me too, man. Is that Spanish? I think.
Me pido uno.
I don't think so. Maybe? Yeah, Portuguese maybe? I don't know.
La cantidad-precio es lo que mejor sale.
Dale. Qué bueno.
Either way, humans are beautiful.
Yeah, they are.
Sorry about that. I forgot to mute my mic.
You're good.
Oh,
Thank
you're
you.
good. You're good.
Thank you.
There is no racism, man. I don't know what they keep pushing that narrative. Like,
that's just divide and conquer.
I hate that shit, man. Back in the 80s, man, I was in a bar in LA, and my friends like, dude, look around this bar. There's every kind of person, they're all getting along. There's no racism. That's crazy. And I was like, make a good point, man. Yep. So,
Yep.
divide and conquer. Yeah, they love it. So yesterday I found an article from USA Today in the news, mainstream, about how all of our the points that we bring up in here a lot of the time, like airplanes flying around the globe and We can see too far, and lasers, and all the cool stuff we always talk about. It was in the USA Today day before yesterday on the 17th. Big article, man. It's huge. Probably like, I don't know, a couple pages long, but no evidence, no real. All they have is, well, this professor at this college says that that's ridiculous, basically, is what they say. Of course, airline pilots have to adjust constantly for the curve. And I talked to at least 3 pilots that say, no, we don't. We don't do that, man. Sorry.
Well, what's crazy is, like, I run into a lot of these students that are like, their answer would be, well, it's just automatic, right? The plane's doing it automatically.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my best friends, that was his answer. No, just automatically just falling around the ball. Like,
it's like, no. Like, how do you think they figured that one out? Like,
falling around the ball. Oh, no, man, that's not how airplanes work.
We just got to go fast enough.
Right.
I've even run into students, they're like, what did we use before Google Maps? And I'm just like, man, what's happening? You're telling me your parents never used a map? Like, we're getting to these generations where, they're going to lose what they're even able to do with their hands. They just they'll think it's all automatic.
Not only did we have to use the map that was flat, but we had to fold it back up.
And not lose it.
And it was, to fold it back up, you have to have at least a high school education.
So
it was tough, man, to try to get, fold it back this way. And I love the way they folded those maps, man. It was impressive. Yeah, we had to find the coordinates. Like, okay, well, you look for the address where you want to go, and it would be like, A7, right? And so you go to the square where A7 is, and you have to look at the map and find the street, because it was like a little square there, and you had to like, oh shit, there it is. I have to turn left here and right there, and okay. It looks like a stop sign, maybe. Yeah, I used to go tune, before GPS and a map or whatever, and Google. The customer would be like, okay, well, you get off, you take the 5 freeway, and you get off at Buena Vista, and you go like 3 lights, and then you got to take a right, and then you'll come to take the second stop sign and hang a left, and have to write all this shit down, right?
Yeah. Well, even like if you didn't have a compass, I'd ask students today, like, if we don't have a compass, can we tell which way north, east, south, and west is? And they're like, no. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, you've never heard about the sun rising in the east and setting in the west.
Moss only grows on the north side of a tree. None of this? Come on, guys.
Exactly.
Come on, Lou.
But I reteach them, bringing it back.
A rolling stone collects no moss. I can see Mount Wilson, man. There's an observatory up there. There's 2 of them there. Pretty famous. Pretty famous observatories. There is a lake. They sit on top of lakes of mercury. I had one of my astronomy buddies, man. He told me that. He goes, yeah, you don't want to hang out there too long because of the mercury vapor. And
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
I didn't know. A lot of people, it's not well known, but I did look it up. I double checked that years ago. But Mercury Lake, Mount Wilson observatories. I found some old article talking about it.
So about the maps and stuff, one thing that's interesting around here, like with addresses, a lot of people, if you have to get on the phone with somebody you're ordering something or whatever, they think our addresses are all weird. They're really long, but they're a coordinate system, and most people don't know that. So like we'll have, this is near Milwaukee, right, or in the Milwaukee area. The like an address might be something like N200 W 53256 or something, right? And the but what it is like First Street is right along the lakefront. You have some like named, and then you have a wrong lakefront. You have First, and then it goes second, third, heading out west. And then 94, which is the freeway, that's our east-west baseline. So that's like 0 north-south. You don't need a map or anything. Like if you know how this system works, just give me the address and I can find you. Like if you're at 200 like north 200, you're sorry, that wouldn't even you're 200 blocks north of 94. And then the west would be, that same amount of blocks west of the lakefront, basically. So yeah, it's pretty convenient actually. Most places don't have that, from what I understand.
That's true. I think Portland, Oregon has something similar like that because they got those like north, south, east, 27th Street. I'm like, wow, okay. And yeah, there's a coordinate system to it. Yeah.
I was at the cell phone store changing my service a couple weeks ago, and for some reason, while we were waiting for something, after putting the addresses in, he was the guy that worked there was talking about how they're goofy addresses, and was like, actually, if you know how it works, it's really cool. I explained it to him, and all of a sudden, he was just astounded by it. He's like, "What? Like, oh, that's really cool."
It's awesome, man. I don't need a map. Give me the address. I'll find it. Yeah, I mean, I always, just go, A Street, B 2, and then 1 2 goes northwest or whatever. A B C D. Yeah. But people don't want to just live on A Street. It has to be some fancy Cali, fucking Durango, Plaza Boulevard. Like what? And the it's 2742 Plaza Century Boulevard or whatever. No. California doesn't have any coordinate systems like that. Maybe in a couple of small downtowns, it's kind of like that. But
yeah, that one's definitely more ingenious because, like Lubbock, Texas, kind of has the same thing. We either have numbers north and south, or basically the alphabet east to west, and then you can kind of just like always know where to go, based on that coordinate.
It really only works well though if the area is basically designed with like gridded streets, straight roads. Exactly. Because obviously we have, you get into the subdivisions and they twist and turn and everything else, and then it can get confusing in there because the numbers start going up, then they start going down again, then you're like, well, fuck.
Yeah. There's a couple of streets out here that they change names. You're like driving, you think you're on one street. And
oh yeah, same here. Yeah.
I'm like, what? What the fuck? Who came up with this? Oh, thanks.
There's a lot of people out there that don't know about the interstate system in the whole United States and how that's set up, and how your east-west interstates are always even numbered, and your north south interstates are odd numbered, and if you start
Correct.
from the west coast and go to the east coast, your interstate numbers go. If you look at all the north-south interstates, it starts at like I-5, goes to 10, all the way to the west coast or the east coast. Sorry.
Same thing works actually with the addresses around here too, where all evens will be on one side of the street and odds on the other. I'm guessing that's probably similar in other places.
Pretty standard. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty standard. Yeah. Yep. Hey man, GPS. It's a globe. My GPS works. Oh, okay.
How come our compasses don't point toward fucking down towards the earth?
Hey, that was in that article from USA Today that compasses don't work on a globe, and I forget what their answer was or something.
What was the headline of that article? Was that actually about flat Earth?
It was flat Earth, yeah.
Oh, gravity, and so they probably pulled some flat Earth points in there.
How the flat Earth model was a model. How the flat Earth model is scientifically inaccurate or something like that. I posted a link last night in the voice text at about 10:18. Anyway, you could go to Yahoo and search news flat Earth, and I think it was like the second one. I'm not sure. It was on USA Today.
The fact they even wrote an article about it, it tells me that there's so many people talking about it that they have to say something.
Right. They're bringing up a lot of the points that we talk about around here. I mean, so it's fascinating that it would. Here we are in 2023, and they're still writing articles and trying to debunk us. Come on in here, debunk us. Do it live. No, some try to come in here and do that, but had a lot of people over the years come in here saying, "Well, I'm writing a paper, or I'm researching what flat earthers think." You guys remember those kind of guys coming in here?
All the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the cover story?
No, yeah, you get a bunch of like high schoolers come in trying to do a psychological analysis on us.
Right. The funny thing is we're doing it on them, and they don't even know it. That's the fun part of it. Like, that's why I'm still here, man. Because every day there's, what are these young kids thinking? And had some satellite guy come in last night or yesterday, and he didn't stay too long, man. He says he said he'd been searching flat Earth for 12 years.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm like, you got 12 years, man.
But he programs all the GPS systems right,
Right. But really, anyway, he didn't last long. I don't know. I think he was.
He kind of just cut out, yeah.
Maybe he'll come back. I don't know, but that was pretty funny. Like, where'd he go? I mean, I don't know who was talking to him. They'd be like, "Well, we'll be here. We're not going anywhere."
Yeah, I always enjoy the ones that come in. They're like, "I'm an astrophysicist," or then they switch in. They're like, "Well, actually, I'm in school for astrophysics," and then "Well, actually, I'm just in school." Like,
right.
That's what you guys want to hear. You guys want to hear the credentials, right?
Years ago in the lobby, there was a guy who was claiming to be an astrophysicist, and actually, I kind of believe him after talking to him because we did get him to come into the VC, but he was trying to use his credentials, and when it came to discuss, he brought up moon phases and had that all. He said that the moon phases were the Earth's shadow. And like just such a basic mistake. Like, yeah, I corrected him on it, and he immediately knew he was wrong, and he was super embarrassed. He was like, but it just goes to show you, like, first off, if you are an astrophysicist or anything like that, you're not concerned with anything earthly. You're looking light years away, according to your model, right?
You're looking for blue shift and red shift.
Yeah, it has nothing. But so yeah, this he didn't even have a basic understanding of his model, you know, as far as like what causes moon phases or anything like that. I'm like, isn't that an eclipse? Oh shit.
Well, it looks like Xeer or Xeer starts with the Xeere. Looks new to the server. Welcome. Maybe not. Maybe here to ask some questions, about where we are. One of these days, I'm going to get one. I'm going to talk to a Glober.
What are you going to say?
Well, I'm just going to ask him, what does he think? Or she? Right? Do they think they're on a globe? Possibly on the fence? Or do they possibly know the Earth is flat?
What would you say, or I mean, what would you say your main things to tell them would be?
Well, I would love to ask them, has there ever been a measurement of the Earth's curve, or even how we found the radius or the said geometry of this globe Earth? And if we can get some citation or even a measurement or demonstration in here, that would be great. My second question for them, would be, is there any evidence of movement of this globular Earth? And, is there possibly a measurement for that? Of course, I'd love to talk to them about Nicholas and Morley, and things like that, because, I think those are pretty interesting in terms of, at least in our history, of how they were at least trying to find out, right? Is it moving? Is it not? So far, we got no movement, right? And then my third question for them would be, of course, gas pressure without a container. Is there one? Has there ever been one? Any demonstration of, like I always just pictured kind of these invisible tires of a car just going down the street, like, look at that, gas pressure without a container. But yeah, I would love to get an inquiry.
Have you tried those arguments on like friends or family? Like, what do they say?
Oh, they're highly interested when I ask them. Most interested one in my family, at least, is my father. My brother, it's probably taken him the longest, because we're both pretty intelligent. I would consider myself at least a material scientist when it comes to architecture, but he's definitely a chemist, and I don't even know his fancy title. But I've raised his eyebrow a couple of times throughout the honestly past 10 years. When I started looking like a crazy man in 2013, and but then I had the backup of Eric Dubé and his 200 proofs, and then honestly from him finding Samuel Rowbotham and Charles K. Johnson and Gabrielle Henriette and all these interesting scientists back in the day that were asking a lot of the same questions, and even thought of things that I had never thought of. But have I had a lot of success? Not really. I've definitely reached a few. I've even had some friends go, "Hey, I'm sorry I was such an asshole to you. I totally get what you're saying now, and I'm sorry I shut you down and put you out of my life." But those are equally extremely rare. But
your brother's still a Glober?
I would say he's kind of on the fence. Yeah.
I was listening to Discord the other morning. My brother overheard it, and he started to bitch at me, saying how stupid it was, how stupid Flat Earth was. And then my dad got into it. They're saying I'm stupid for thinking the Earth is flat. Well, I try and explain to them, give them some points, and they just completely reject it before they even entertain the thought, which is why they can't possibly conceive the idea. But I haven't had any. Actually, my twin sister, she was the one who actually listened with open ears, but she's not convinced yet either. Actually, my brother told me that I was an embarrassment to the family.
Oh yeah, definitely heard that one.
And I'm like, it didn't offend me or anything because I expected it, but I'm like, wow. You get so angry about it. It's like weird. It's like actually weird.
Well, even in some cases, you get these people who are like, well, that's just my belief, right? No, I just choose to believe the globe, and that's fine too. I can't force feed you how to see, what to see.
Yeah, it sounds like they're never gonna, like your brother is probably never gonna change to flat Earth.
I told him to come on here. I said, come on to Discord. Just come and talk. And he's like, why would I go on there with a bunch of, he's talking shit, like saying that we're all dumb here. And it's like, wow, it's like, you want to come on and talk. It's like, all right. It's your loss. I don't try and push it on him.
I'm not dumb. I'm pretty smart.
I try and plant the seeds, but,
Everybody wakes up and thinks they're smart, though. Everybody. You would lose your mind if everybody woke up and was like, you know what, I could be wrong about everything. Like, I get what you're saying. Some people wake up and, maybe they're depressed about something, but for the most part, people generally think that they're right. Whether they are or not, that's just kind of, it's kind of survival, in my opinion, anyway. But there's such a thing as truth and actually being right? And having those things align does mean knowledge, right? When it aligns with truth. But when it's aligned with the unknown, it could be a lot of things that aren't truth. So
my favorite line from a movie, Truman Show, where he's like, people will accept the reality which they were presented.
Yeah.
Well, we're trying to present you with a reality. Most people are like, no, man, I got 20 years of school and it says otherwise. Come on.
Well, I get into that argument with some students. They're like, well, if they would have said that this color of the sky is red and we all agreed upon that, then it would actually be red. And I go, okay, but we're still all agreeing on an objective truth, right? It doesn't really matter how you spell red or blue or, what those connotation means of those words. The matter of the fact is that most people, as long as they're not colorblind, they see it as the color we all agree on, and that's just like, I would say, the simplest form, of objective reality. Because people kind of say that too, like, well, what if a table was a chair and a chair was a table? I go, big deal. Those are just words. But we can all agree that this is this versus this is not this, and
Wait, so which age of students are you talking to when you're saying this?
College.
Oh,
university students. Yeah.
Nice. What subject do you teach?
Architecture.
Architecture. Matthew, you don't know Chris B at this point?
I've spoke with Matthew a couple times.
Yeah.
He's an educator as well. Math, is that right?
That's right.
Yes, math.
Computer.
Yeah, actually, you're kind of infamous around the other professors. They bring up the video of your presentation. I was like, it's funny. I've talked to that guy before. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, it was fun to do.
Hey, Matt, did you read the USAA article on the flat earthers?
USAR? What's that?
USA Today.
Oh, sorry. No, is there a new article that came out recently?
Yeah, it came out a couple days ago.
Yeah, it's rare for that topic to show up in the mainstream media, so I'll go read it. I'd be interested.
Yeah, that's why I posted it. That's why I'm talking about it, telling everybody about it, because I haven't seen a mainstream article about flat Earth in a while. I found it quite interesting. It's pretty lengthy, too. Must read for any flat earther. It's a must read.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that the mainstream media is starting to almost be forced to kind of talk about this, because I do agree it's definitely, the knowledge is spreading. I see it more even just kind of testing the waters of the students, and because students like to talk, and I have a pretty cool class where we just freehand draw, so there's a lot of time while you're drawing to talk about things. And actually, just yesterday, I had this student kind of make a jab at me, because she goes, "Well, after everything that you've said, do you believe that birds are real?" Have you guys heard about that? Like that stupid. I was like, let me guess. You saw this in your Facebook feed? It was actually an advertisement, of course, propaganda to actually discredit anybody who's questioning reality. Because that's kind of silly. Everybody's kind of seen a bird, or has interacted maybe with one, or maybe even had one as a pet.
I did.
You know what's so, Chris, that she would ask you that question? You could turn that right back around and tell her, "How sure are you that that's a bird?"
Yeah.
Get her to tell you, she's only 99.9% sure that it's one, and then let's see who's the ones in speaking of non-reality.
Exactly.
You, she will be. So she's trying to turn it around like you're absurd, but I guarantee you she's probably the one that's absurd when she's thinking about it. You could ask, because like people would want to poke fun at flat earthers and saying that, well, how do you know something's real? Well, you know what? Like, the fabric of reality is made up of the things that we define, and also we've actually talked about to understand objectively what it is. So we can already know, like, if we're doing something and we say what we mean what we say, that is the exact thing that we're doing. At no time will we do something differently if it's not something that you're doing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I tell you I'm sitting in my garage in my Lambo, like, in order for you to know that for sure is if somebody's going to have to confirm, we're going to have to investigate, there's going to have to be some verification of the thing that I'm doing, right? And so if I can tell you that, with saying that this is the reality that I know, then that's reality. But if I'm telling you something I'm lying to you, then you're going to know that too. Like, because you can't confirm. There's no verification on it. But the people get confused with this. Like, and I don't know what philosophy it is, but like, they're trying to turn it around to flat earthers to make it sound like what we're saying is absurd. But in all reality, it's the other way around.
they're the ones who are absurd, thinking the Earth isn't something that we perceive it to be. And also, life itself is something they don't even know is real. So when they come at you that way, you're like, okay, well, let's just have a discussion about what's real. What do you think reality is, and how real do you think it is right now for you to be standing here talking to me? Do you think that's real? And you know, get them to think, because they want you to look like you don't know what you're saying and you're pretty absurd. But in, like what I said, when you have that face to face with them, it's time for them to see what they really know, and they don't know. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
good point. Always take a look at it, man. Like those kinds of people, they've been gassed up with the idea that, you know, it's something to be mocked. Anything outside of what an expert has said, that you're just a guy with some crazy idea. That you might be an educator, but you're discredited because you have this absurd idea of the notion of the Earth is flat. And you know, it's a shame. It's a shame that the critical thinking stops at a place where, you know, you make your observations, you start doing some tests, you verify the thing that you're talking about to make it that it's actually really is objectively true, and it's not just people saying words. Oh, the Earth's curving. How? What's the set rate? If it's not 8 inches per mile squared, and you know, like Dave Farina is saying, anybody who says 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. Well, then you must be saying that to the people who came up with that, because there is enough flat earthers that looks at the Earth and said that it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So who is saying that? You know, that you're talking to your own guys. Go tell the ones who came up with this math, because we're the ones who are just saying, check it out, man. This is what we've been given as far as like the measurement for the Earth's curvature. And if you don't think that's good, then give us the math that actually fits the curvature of the Earth. And then we can go use that. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have that. So 8 inches per mile squared. And according to Dave Farina, everyone's a con man that uses it. So what do we use? It's a mystery.
You just believe.
Per mile squared is pretty good for, you know, a couple hundred miles, up to a couple hundred miles.
Well, Dave Farina would disagree with you, Matthew. And he disagrees with Bob the Science Guy and everybody else who said 8 inches per mile squared is good for a couple of hundred miles. He will totally disregard everybody. He'll stomp on anyone in his path to say that that's not the case. Like he put it on one of his videos, one of his points. Like 10 points or something, 10 ways to prove the Earth is not flat. And one of them was that anyone who's saying 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. And he says it real, you know, like thumbing his nose up to. But he's just that way. He's very crass. Anyway,
well, this happens a lot with the globe stuff. I mean, I think it happened a couple weeks back where you ask him, when does space start?
Yeah, well, me and Matthew talked about that. And, you know, Matthew disagrees. He's like one orbit around the Earth.
But that's what I mean. There's a different story for everybody.
Yeah, there's a different story for everyone. Look at the article, The Verge. And it talks about like why they don't have a specific barrier crossing of a, you know, specific place where it is. And they're saying it's for military purposes. That's why they don't say that where the line is, where it actually is.
Well, it's because it's kind of fuzzy. It's not like a specific line.
I know, but that's not. The article claims that the specific military said that it's not a place that you're going to arbitrarily say where it's at, because like they want to keep it ambiguous for the reasons of the purposes of flying over different countries. They put a different spin on it than what everybody else says about it. Like maybe even what you think about it. I can put the article in the live stream voice text one day. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it goes more in depth as to the reason why there isn't an actual line, Kármán line, even though that's the name they've given it. 62 miles above the Earth's surface, where it's between like 50 and 62 or something like this. There's
the Kármán line is 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I know, but like if you looked at the article, then you'd see why. You'd probably agree with them, and like that's fine. To me, it doesn't matter, but I think that the reasoning behind it is to deal with military excuses as to like keeping it that way, because if you're not in an airspace where you're breaking the law, then there is no law to break, according to them. And that's why they want to keep it that way. Because you don't know if you're in space, or like with the part where space begins. So you can make it 50 miles above the Earth's surface, and then that's just fine. Versus like 62, where that would be the place where you cross the chasm over into space. And then you have outer space and all that stuff.
So what does it say? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Diesel.
When you look up that question on Google, where does space start? What does it say?
62 miles, Kármán line.
So it actually gives you an answer.
Yeah, it does. You can look it up right now. But like I said, the article actually states the reason why Matthew would say it's ambiguous, because they even say it. They're telling you in the article. I have the somebody can pull it up. I've had it put in the live stream before. We're circulating it before too. I can look for it if you give me a moment.
And how come I hear another a number that's been floated around before in debates. There's this guy named Patrick. I don't know his last name. His first name is Patrick. He was on a debate with Nathan Oakley, I think last week. But he was bringing up a 1.22 or 1.25 miles is the farthest that you should be able to see if we're looking at ball with the 3959 radius. Where is that different than the 8 inches per mile squared number, or is that the same? Is that the same math?
Yeah, he's using the elevation off the surface of sea level, and then looking over the cross of the body of water. I think you're talking about the Black Swan in whatever case you're describing right now. It sounds that way anyway.
At a 1 foot observer height, that is the correct math.
Yeah.
He was saying that
you're discussing the Black Swan.
The Earth's curve. He wasn't. I don't think he was talking about the Black Swan. Well, I mean, you could apply it to whatever, you know. You could apply it to the Black Swan. But the Earth's curve formula is the same formula that would give you the amount of land that is blocked by the curve, right?
Yeah, but you couldn't. It's harder. It's harder to do it over land, Diesel. Like, and I think that's a point because of land topography. So you'd have like the issue of like hills and valleys, and like you wouldn't be able to. So water, being the thing that would be curving around the ball, which would because it doesn't have like static, position. It's undulating, so that you'd have a better way of saying that water could, easily show you if the Earth is going to be following, if the water follows the curve or not. Because, of course, right. Land would be more static. It's like, it's not moving, it's not undulating. Water is. So at least with that, you'd have like a way to have like a small variance in the way you're looking over a distance. So at 1 foot observer height, it would be like either you see something over the body of water or you don't. And it always turns out that you do see something farther than the maximum allowance of distance that it would be if the Earth was curving at a set rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which, of course, doesn't conform because we don't see that. Because the Earth's curvature is not obstructing the viewer from that elevation.
It's not there.
Yeah, it's not there. So furthermore, if you raise an elevation and you do the same calculation of distance or a different calculation of distance, and then you use the same idea, the principle with 8 inches per mile squared, as far as like for how far you want to see in the far distance, you can put it to like 10, 12, 20 miles or something, and then just work out how far it would be, the obstruction of the Earth's curvature, and it's still not there. So there's a lot to deal with why we're saying with this observation at 1 foot off the observers, the elevation of sea level, and the observer's making, that you don't see any curvature. So the Black Swan just puts it like with the oil rigs at like 9 miles away that's like way farther than the curve would even allow, and then you go further than that, then the horizon, where the horizon is, and it's probably way, that wasn't, the numbers aren't given, but it should be way past 9 miles. So you're dealing with the idea that you're getting to see farther than the maximum allowance that the Earth's curvature should allow you to see, and that's just not possible on something that should be static. Refraction, bringing something up and over the curve, doesn't give you the same understanding of seeing something over an obstruction, because then you'd have the situation or the problem, the issue, with like a mound of dirt. You'd be able to see over a mound of dirt with refraction the same way you would over the Earth's curvature, which is obstructing your view. It's the actual physical water that's in your way, and at one day you see over the physical water, and the next day you can't.
Yeah, so I've seen Globers bring up pictures of the black swan, and the pictures that they bring up, the apparent horizon, I believe, is between the, I could be wrong on this, but I believe that the apparent horizon was actually between the oil rigs.
Yeah, they were using a different photo. Yeah.
So how come when the photo is shown where the apparent horizon is past the 2 oil rigs, how come if the horizon's moving up and down because it's apparent, then isn't there can there be a photo that contradicts the black swan?
Yeah, it depends on atmospheric conditions. I showed the photo at 26 past the hour.
They always show the one where it's the waves in the way, and they're discounting all other variables. They're discounting the waves, the weather, the humidity, discounting all of that.
No, the one, I don't know if Matthew's showing the other one. There's 2 black swan images like to take into consideration, and they should be shown side by side. One where it shows the furthest oil rig showing like itself, like most, you can see most of it, and one where it's cut off. I don't know if that's the one, Matt. I'm in my phone right now, so.
It is.
It is? Okay.
It's from QE's website.
Yeah. All right, so can you see the one that Matthew put in there, Diesel?
I can't look at it right now because I'm driving.
Oh, yeah. Well, just keep driving.
I'm driving to semi.
The furthest oil rig is like, I can't say partially seen, but you can see the majority of it, the tops of it anyway. But on the first one, that's a side-by-side comparison. And you could see, I guess you could say the majority of it versus like the other one where you can see less and less of it. But still, if that were the case, Earth's curvature being like something that would obstruct your view would be apparent all the time. And one view, it really steelmans the case for the flat Earth, because you can't take a moving Earth curvature and just have it like demonstrating itself to you at sometimes and sometimes no. It has to be there all the time, because it's the Earth's curvature. It's the physical thing that will obstruct your view. There is no like seeing over that curve, because then we'll be seeing over mounds of dirt. Like, it's the same thing. You're seeing over an obstruction. How is that possible? So it's not on the globe. Although you got the conversation starts up with the people on the anti-flat Earth side that would say it absolutely is the case. And so you have refraction being the out for them, but they can't account for it, because how did you get refraction to be the variable that is causing this to happen when it's like we see other phenomena that doesn't, that's not the case. There's a lot of distortion in the air, which we know that's true. You can say things are distorted in the far distance, but they're not going to be either curvature, obstruction, or no. There's just going to be like the thing in the far distance looks pretty weird. Like, if you know the term Fata Morgana or fairy fog, or that sort of thing. There's different types of looming and all kinds of stuff. So there is phenomena that take place that happen during certain weather conditions. But at the same time, the thing, if you see it in the far distance and there is no obstruction of like Earth's curvature, then you see it. But then if you don't see it because supposedly it only appears like the way in that black swan image, that only appears half of it, then there has to be another answer than an obstruction of something physical. It has to be something that's optical and not physical, like a phenomena that's taking place between the observer and the thing in the far distance. There has to be. There's no other way. It has to be an optical phenomena. If it's not, then it's physically being hidden behind that whatever you're seeing. Do you know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
the
I
issue.
know what you mean.
So that's
I
the
think
issue.
it's funny though how the globe people they they try and take the same photo that we
Can I
use to
just
say that there's no curvature.
can I just address something about what was said there just before about the black swan? You asked, can there be something to disprove the black swan? Well, the whole point of the black swan analogy. Do you understand the black swan analogy?
Yeah, it's that the horizon is behind the platforms,
Right. That's in that
therefore
particular.
proving that it's
Hang on.
falsifying the radius.
Yeah, that's the image we've labeled the black swan. It's a nickname, but there's an analogy that comes from a philosopher named Karl Popper.
Oh yeah, if you believe that all swans are white and you see a black swan, then you falsify the statement of all swans being white.
Right. Now, can that ever be untrue again? Can that ever be falsified? That there is a black swan? Right.
No.
And so, and what Matthew Learns is trying to do there when he answered you was say that that's what's happened. That's the case. Oh, well, black swans don't exist.
Right. It's
Okay,
just
I
due
got
to
it. I
atmospheric
got it.
conditions, which you can see because there's two different pictures.
Another white swan going, like, ignore that black swan. Look, here's another white one.
Hey, but Lou, it's worse than that because both those pictures he posted are black swans.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
The point is that they're different.
The horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles away, but even in your what you guys like to call a white swan, it's beyond that.
Right. The point is that the two different pictures are different, even though they're taken from the same position.
Also,
from the same
further making our point that it's an optical phenomenon and that the horizon is not Earth curvature. It's not the leading edge of a sphere.
So, yes, it's an optical phenomenon based on atmosphere.
Okay. When did you become a flat earther, Matthew?
Oh, I'm saying that we can't tell either way from those pictures because it's an optical phenomenon.
We can tell that it is not we do not live on a ball of a radius of 3959. We can tell that.
No, you can't, because it shows that there's refraction sometimes from those two pictures.
What type of refraction would you need to get that?
It doesn't matter, just different. Those pictures are different. That's the main point.
Matthew, is there a positive claim that there is a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles times the square root of the
Yes, there is.
feet? Right, thank you.
But you can't see the geometric horizon. You can only see the apparent one. And if you look at the black swan pictures, it shows how much the apparent horizon can change.
So it's refraction of a geometric horizon nobody's ever seen.
Right. So once you refract it, it becomes an apparent horizon.
How do you know that? How do you know there's a geometric horizon there to be refracted?
We know that based on some preconceived notion that there's a 3959 radius.
Okay.
We know when a preconceived idea. That's not knowing, that's a preconceived idea.
Right.
That's what I thought.
Right. Yeah. So it's not knowing.
Yeah, I thought you were trying to say that the black swan disproves the globe. I wasn't saying that the black swan or that it proves the globe. I'm just saying it fails to disprove it.
It disproves the positive claim that you just agreed to.
No, it doesn't, because refraction is sufficient to account for what we see. If you look at this
Refraction of what? Refraction of what? The thing that you preconceived?
Oh, so yes, I say the Earth is curved, but not due to anything we see on the horizon. There's other reasons.
So what's refracted?
Things are refracted up and down all over the place. Look at the Skunk Bay.
Yeah, no, but I mean specifically in the Black Swan and the other horizon pics, what's refracted? A geometric horizon?
Everything's refracted up and down all over the place. Depends on the atmospheric conditions. Sometimes you see more, sometimes you see less. So we can't count on it for anything.
Okay, so is there a geometric horizon being refracted in those pictures?
There is a geometric horizon, but we don't see it because we only see the apparent horizon.
So a geometric horizon that we don't see, that you preconceive, is being refracted in those pictures. How do you know that? How do you know that?
I'm just saying that the globe provides an explanation for those pictures, so they do not count as defeaters for the globe. It doesn't prove the globe. You're right.
Nothing does.
So
well,
refraction,
but certainly looking at squinting at the horizon doesn't.
Refraction is a concession that the horizon is not geometric. We only have one horizon. We only see one horizon.
Right. It's always the apparent horizon.
Physical sphere edge.
Yeah, but when you say, yeah, go ahead.
Even if we give them this, yeah, and we say, okay, fine, that is the geometric horizon. Now let's see this curvature. Let's see this 3959 curve rate. Right? It's not there, right? You could say, oh yes, we can't see the curvature because of this. Fine, okay, but when do we see the curvature, right? So it's like you're saying that the lack of curvature means there is curvature. That's what you're saying, man. Come on, Matthew.
No, I'm saying that looking at the horizon doesn't tell us either way.
Hey, Bong, Jedi wanted to say what's up, man.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, my friend? How are you doing?
Hey, now that I'm back.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Sorry, Matthews. I do apologise. You can go back to your regularly scheduled programming in a moment. But as soon as I heard that voice, I bolted straight up. Good to hear you, Bong. Really happy to hear from you, mate.
It's good to hear you guys are still here too, man. Good to be back. Team.
Good.
2023.
You can have at it, Matthew, mate. He's yours. There you go. Off you go.
Yeah, I mean, because curvature is, you know what I mean? But it seems like people are saying that what you see, it's going to this place where what we see, our senses, our observation, right? Science is not reliable for knowing reality. You know what I'm saying? That's where science is going, and it seems like everyone's just going that way because everyone's going that way. And that's what you're doing.
So senses are useful, but they're not 100% infallible. That's all.
Well, wait a sec, Matthew. You said that looking at the horizon doesn't tell us it's a globe. Doesn't tell us either way, right? Then you said that we have to preconceive the geometric horizon and preconceive the globe. So what does tell us either way that we're on a globe?
Sunsets, the constant size of a full moon,
Sunsets involve
the radical success of TV satellite transmitters and GPS. Like, there's a bunch of
you
things.
can't use
not looking at the horizon.
So squinting at the lights in the sky is sufficient, but not squinting at the horizon.
No, it's insufficient to look at.
Okay, but that's what you're doing though, because you're also squinting at the horizon with sunsets. What does the sun set over?
Absolutely, same thing.
Yeah. So the sunset is an example of something that is completely blocked. This huge object in the sky that ends up being fully visible. Then 5 minutes later, it's 100% blocked, and there's no good explanation except that it went behind something.
Okay, blocked by what?
Blocked for your eye to see.
Blocked by a geometric horizon that you had to preconceive. That you couldn't
blocked by
see.
Something. I mean, you don't have to say what it was blocked by, but it's obviously blocked by something. It's not due to perspective because it didn't get smaller as it was setting.
Hello, but why do we have to say that it's an object in the sky? We know it's a light, right? Why are we saying that there is a fire, right, burning up there? Stuff burning. Like, we can't just say that those lights in the sky, that the sun is an object that's burning in the sky. We can't just say. That's what I mean.
Fine. Well, how about when the moon sets? Same thing. The moon is something in the sky, right?
But it's not a thing, like a physical thing like that.
Is that the moon or is that the apparent moon?
Yeah.
No, that's a good tactic if you want to deny the existence of the sun and the moon.
Quite the tactic. It's exactly the same one you just used about the black swan. So is that the apparent moon or the apparent sun, or is that the real moon or the real sun?
Yeah, the real moon and real sun.
We're denying that you're saying that this is an object. That's what we're denying. We don't know what the sun is. But when you say it's an object in the sky, you're already, presenting this model. That's, with things, orbiting things, and How do you know any, right? That's what we're saying. First of all, how do you know any of this? Why dance around the curvature, right? A very small curvature that we can totally measure and observe. Why say all these things?
But Matthew, can you?
Well, curvature, not curvature. That's what the
Well, we're kind of losing you, man. You're sort of cutting out and stuff.
The angrier he gets, the worse his Wi-Fi gets.
Oh shoot!
It's frustrating to hear, you say that the proof for the globe Earth is everything except curvature. Right? It's frustrating to hear you say that it looks flat, it is flat, measures flat. We can't see curvature, but because of all these other things, that's the proof. It's not even science.
Yeah, the Earth is too big to directly see.
That's not science. That statement is not even anything. You're not saying anything. It's not too big. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. You see what you're doing? It's too big. It's 309.
Why don't we ask him how any of those things that he listed got him that specific radius of 3,959 miles?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, you can measure the radius once you know that the Earth is a sphere. I mean, you have to assume it's a sphere before you can measure it, obviously.
You have to assume it is. That's good.
Right.
So you have to assume it is first.
Right. Not know that it is. Right. You have to imagine it is. And you can also imagine it's a pyramid, the same data, and make the same prediction that they're making today. It doesn't mean the Earth is a pyramid. But if you think about it that way and use the math and the data that way, it all works out. But we're saying, how do you know that this is the shape and these models and these things in space are actually there? Or things like, how do we know this?
Well, they don't. Well, they don't. And here's the reason they don't, because their number one fundamental, their primary claim is that the Earth is curved. They don't have that part, and they never can have it. So that's all they can do is go to your imagination. You have to imagine it's a globe because we've never measured it. No one's ever seen it, and no one experiences it.
Yes,
you can calculate the dimensions of the globe that you're just imagining.
Right, but you will never experience it unless you watch, TV, right, or some program that they put on for you. That's not really experiencing it, but it's the closest you can come to experiencing it.
Well,
it's the closest I can also come to experiencing Narnia and Darth Vader, the Force, the power of the Force. But it's not real.
He said that squinting at the horizon wouldn't tell you either way whether it's a globe, and then the very first thing he listed involves squinting at the horizon, which is sunsets.
No, it's noticing that the sun disappears bottom up, and the only claim is something must be blocking it because it's not. It's definitely not perspective.
Right.
That's so technical. That's so technical and specific.
But when he says something would be blocking it, what he's referring to is the geometric horizon, the same thing he just said that squinting at doesn't tell us anything.
Yeah, so we can see the effects of it, even if we can't tell where it is.
Is the geometric horizon that's blocking the sun bottom first, is it also blocking the ships, the airplanes, right? The traffic light. As I drive away from that traffic light, is the geometric horizon also blocking it as it sinks into the horizon? Is what you're saying?
So you guys are complaining about the difference between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon. That just means the horizon is in a different spot, but it doesn't mean that it stops blocking.
Your horizon cannot be in a different spot, bro. You cannot have it in a different spot every day.
Right. The geometric horizon never changes in its location, but the apparent horizon does. But both of them are indications that blocks something behind it.
There's only one.
There is only one horizon.
How do you know this if you can't ever see it or measure it?
Look at the Skunk Bay image. Everything moves all over the place depending on atmospheric
Holy
conditions.
crap! All over the place. That's a technical description, huh? All over the place. Good technical verbiage there, so we can get a good idea exactly where this fucking curve is.
No, the point is you can't do anything exact.
He's got to use that verbiage. All over the place, guys. That's how we describe things.
That's that way he doesn't have to stick to his globe geometry.
Yeah, but we already know how things. We know, like we've always known, when you see a sunset, right? We know that we are too close to the plane on the ground, right? That is obstructing the thing that is going away from us. We've always known. The world knows this. Okay, this is common
Perspective
sense.
doesn't work like that. Perspective doesn't block things from the bottom up.
About you being close to the ground, plane is obstructing the object. Right now, if you go up away from that plane, right, you're gonna see the sun again. You're gonna see that car. You're gonna see that boat again, right? Because you have changed your perspective. You have gone up and away from the object, which is the plane that is blocking the sun, right? So as you go up, you see more. See, we understand this when we climb mountains. Like people understand this when they sail, but when they go out in the ocean and do things. But what you're trying to explain, what science is trying to explain, these people are trying to explain to us, is how that's really not how it really works. You have to imagine that you're on a ball, and now we can explain all these things that you already have explanations for if you live on a flat surface and you already have the science for. But check it out, right? What if? And this is what you're doing. You're trying to, tell us the story. What if story? What if? Because you're saying we have to assume the ball. You're saying it's a preconceived notion. How do you not understand that what you're saying to us is that we have to assume and imagine things and that you don't have to measure or verify a real ball? How do you not know that, man? Come on, Matthew.
Yeah, there's two separate questions. One is the Earth a ball or not? Then second question is, if you think the Earth is a ball, then what's the radius? And you guys keep conflating those two questions.
That's not a question. No one has to ask the question, is the Earth a ball? Why would any sane person ask such a question, right? Before this moment entered the minds of just average people, no one ever goes out and asks it, hey, do you think the Earth is a ball or a hexagon or like people don't do that because
they do that all the time in this server. What are you talking about? New people come and they say, what do you think the shape of the Earth is? Do you think it's
before the globe Earth, like, look, we don't walk around and wonder, is this man really a man? Is this tree really a tree? We know what these things are, right? It's only when somebody says, hey, the Earth could be a ball. Like, why would anyone say that? That's what I mean. Why would that question exist?
Is there any way to actually directly demonstrate that geometric horizons are the cause of sunsets without just preconceiving them?
Perspective and atmosphere cause objects to disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah, okay, but this is Matthew's claim, though. He says that the sun disappears bottom up on a sunset. Hey, he says that the sun disappears bottom up during a sunset due to the curvature of the Earth and the geometric horizon. How can that be directly established?
No, I say that the sun disappears bottom up because something is blocking the sun.
Appears.
I don't have to claim about what it is. What's blocking?
We get it. That's great, but that's an alternative explanation, right? To
You're
the one we already have.
Nothing is blocking the bottom of the sun, right? Nothing.
Well, you already have an explanation for why the sun does what it does, right? If you think the Earth is flat, but if you think the Earth is a ball, is anything else, then you have to come up with another explanation, and that's what you're doing. You just explain to us, what if the Earth was a ball? Then here's the explanation for sunsets and eclipses. Well, you have to assume those things up there are objects and have gravity and have all these assumptions have to be made. Just to ask the question, is the Earth a ball? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so if I assume that the Earth is a sphere, then sunsets are easily explained. I mean, that's what we'd expect to see.
You want an easy
Matthew. Here's the thing. It's antithetical to your direct experience, right? And you give us these explanations and then expect us to have an explanation. But even if we have an explanation, it's not good enough.
Right. It's a crap explanation. That's exactly right.
Yeah, but actually yours is, because you're invoking geometric horizons, and then when we try to pin you down on that and find out how you directly determine that there actually is a geometric horizon there to cause sunsets, you run away from that and try to shift the burden onto us and make it about something that we claim instead.
We have lots of reasons for believing the Earth is a globe, and if the Earth is a globe, then sunsets are perfectly explained.
You talk about belief. You talk about not being able to prove any of it.
Right.
And then you just say there's inference, there's eyewitness testimony that I find credible. I believe them. Again, back to belief and faith, right? You give us these explanations without demonstration. Right?
Explanations, logic, reason, eyewitness
just about
testimony, all that.
enough
Yeah.
of you, Matthew. This is the same rigmarole every time we talk to you.
Yes,
And it's
I'm sorry
entertaining
if
for about 5
logic and
minutes,
reasoning and
and
explanation
somebody,
is too much.
excuse me, I was talking. It's entertaining for about 5 minutes while somebody new is talking to you, and then it just gets old.
I mean, it's fun. I'll have to agree with him, but it's old.
I agree. I mean, we've been over this many times, so yeah.
Yeah, the globe's just a preconception. We've been over it many times. Thanks for clearing that.
If the horizon is the limitation of your view because you view everything in angles, and that is the narrowest angle, I don't understand how you don't get that when things enter this narrowest angle that our eyes can't resolve beyond the horizon, you don't understand why we don't see them.
Yeah, as things get farther away, they disappear into a vanishing point and get smaller and smaller until they become pinpoint and then disappear.
And that's if they're physical objects like a cloud or an aeroplane or a fucking bee. But we're talking about the sun. I don't know what the bloody sun is. You're the one who's making claims to its actual physicality.
Right. I claim the sun is a physical object. I claim the moon is a physical object.
No, that's fine. But I would suggest that that isn't the actual sun that I'm seeing. It's an apparent sun. And whatever the sun does, the sun does. But ultimately, it's the fact that you don't understand how things can disappear from the bottom up when you are looking across a surface and creating a narrow fucking angle of view. You don't seem to understand this. It's really annoying. It's demonstrated all the time. Lay down on the floor, push a brick away. Eventually, you won't be able to see the brick. Now, I get that you're going to say, but the sun comes down. Yeah, but that brick on the floor is still in the narrowest angle of view. So when the sun goes down and enters that narrowest angle of view, can't fucking resolve it anymore, sunshine.
And that narrowest angle of view doesn't have to be a specific distance either. It's not about the distance, it's about the angle.
People in this server are contemplating whether or not they want to keep Matthew on. They're like, is it worth it, guys? I mean, he's a sparring partner for most in bringing content anyway, so that people can hear it, but is it really worth it? It's up to you guys. I don't...
Well, Matthew, you have seen evidence of the sun dissipating above the horizon.
Yeah, if there's a lot of atmosphere, it just sort of fades away. I've seen that many times of watching sunsets over the ocean when there's a lot of clouds, yes.
As long as he doesn't handbag me when I'm talking, I'll be fine. Like he did last time with Jesse Gordon. Everybody licking his boots for some damn reason. As he's like freaking champion for the globe. He's a freaking knucklehead.
Yeah, no, that's me. I'm a champion for the globe. That's right.
Not you, him. You were cheering him on. No, you're just as valid. That Jesse Gordon had some answers. He didn't have shit. Except for his assertions and his idiotic way of presenting water level and tops of things. So you were actually trying to champion his, like, cheering, go, Jesse, go. And it's like, yeah, that's not going to work. Not going to work.
What happened to what about being a champion for truth? Don't you reckon that would be cooler?
Matthew's not a champion. He's just a believer. He's just like wants to close his eyes and click his heels and just say, "It's Earth is a globe. Earth is a globe. Earth is a globe."
He's a fan, right? Like, go globe.
So he's nothing like. He's basically a sparring partner for anybody that's in here, but that's it. He's not anybody I would be like really get into it. No reason why. You already know what.
I think it's very dishonest to open your mouth and say it's a preconceived notion and it's science. I mean that's got to be evil and unlawful or something, right? Somewhere.
Yeah, and the blatant reversal of proof. The burden of proof onto us. That's an insult. It's an insult.
As if his globe geometric horizon that he can't show us that nobody can ever see is axiomatic or something. Sorry, go ahead, Miggy.
No, I'm saying that rubs Twat a certain kind of way. Like he didn't. You can just tell he's like writhing right now. He's like, dude, I just want this clown out of here. It don't matter to me. You guys can talk to him. Not.
It's all good. It's all good.
I like Matthew. It's just he's on the other team. Like,
no, he's happy.
Tie him up in the back or something.
Well, with the one, sorry.
Go on.
No, with the one thing that he always uses as a reason for the globe, it's been shown to him that it can happen above the horizon, and he still refuses to believe it.
Yeah, that's because he's a believer of the globe, and those zealots for the globe, they won't let it go at any cost. So, not even if with any evidence that you have that's self-evident, it won't work. Because gosh darn it,
people like Matthew don't even do evidence. It's not about evidence at all. It's about their belief system. It's a religious.
Mm-hmm. That's the bottom line, guys.
He's got lots of stories. That's basically
what it boils down to that.
It's got lots and lots and lots of stories. Now, us as flat earthers, we haven't got so many stories, right, guys? We don't know what the sun is, for example. We can't make claims to what the earth is and what it actually looks like. But he's got lots of stories, and those stories fill in these gaps for him, so he prefers the stories. That's fine.
Very detailed stories.
The stories are akin to that religious scripture. They have their own scripture, their own books.
Thus saith the Big Book of Hawking.
Mm-hmm. They have their own priest, and they have a religion.
Once upon a time in a faraway land.
Hey, good to hear you, Bong. Yeah, it's a hierarchical structure they have too. It's just like a structured religion.
It's like that song from Journey. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling.
Don't you get me singing, Miggy.
Especially to the feeling. Hold on, especially to that feeling. Yeah.
Matthew reminds me of The Fall on the Hill. Has anybody heard that song?
Don't look for curvature. There's no need because we all believe it's a globe in the first place.
He took the midnight train going anywhere.
Yeah. It took the midnight train going
anywhere but away from the globe. Oh, look away from the globe. Yeah, there we go.
Oh man.
What about the surface of Earth? Look at the light.
It's perfect, man.
Let's measure the surface. Let's determine the surface by the lights in the sky, folks. Here we go again.
All right, so if you're a globalist out there listening to us on YouTube, and if you're thinking that this conversation we're having was partly interesting, or you want to come in here and tell us why you think the Earth is a globe, just click the link on the description, or Nightbot that has the description already put in there. Just click that. You come into the voice channel here, and we'll unmute your microphone, and you can have the floor. Tell us why you think the Earth is a globe. If you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, either way, we want to have a discussion with you and about your journey. So come on in here.
No pun was intended with the journey statement.
Rover, Red Rover, let the globalists come over. If they want. Or not. It's up to you. If not, they'll be like they always say when they come in here, I just came to hear what you guys have to say. Well, what I have to say is, hey, Bong, how you doing? They always say that, right? Like, they try to well, I'm just here to hear what you guys about what? The color. Exactly. I mean, what do you want to talk about?
What do you want to know? My shop list? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'd rather know what Bong's been up to if somebody comes in and says that. Tell us what you've been up to, Bong. Been ages.
Australia, trying to dodge stuff. Growing gardens. Same old. Just I think I think my skills went up a little bit, so I decided to come back 2023. And try again. Yeah, so that's all.
Level has went up, man. I think to everybody that's in here, like all of us, man. Like if you can just tell we leveled up. Like Matthew, like, those guys would be like, man, let's have it out. And like Matthew's just like such a little minnow in the whole big old pond, you know? It's like, you guys, you just want to ruffle and be like, get out of here, camp.
Yeah, I mean, big things are coming. I feel like flat Earth has been like, just buried beneath all this new, all these things happening and coming. You know what I mean? All these other. So I thought I'd come back and sharpen up. You know what I mean?
I want somebody with a little bit more bite. Somebody that says on all 10 toes, I know the Earth's a globe 100%. I'm like, yeah, baby. That's what we're talking about. Gimme.
Fresh meat.
I don't want somebody that's like, well, I just believe it to be. I'm like, yeah, go have a seat, man. I don't want to talk to you. So,
you want somebody who really, really thinks it's who really has the who's done the math
without any qualms. They're like, I know the Earth's a globe, and I'm right. And I'm like, man, you just what I've been waiting for. Please come in. Sit.
So if you look at shadows,
I tell them, and they're like, I got some really, really damn good evidence, some strong evidence for the globe. I'm like, oh, this is going to be good. Go ahead, man. You got the floor. Oh, check it out, man. When we look up at the sky at these star trails, I'm like, oh, shit, back to scroll. Star trails, come on. You can do better than that.
You were all excited, you know what I mean? Yes, here we go.
They start off like they're tantalizing. It's like, it's going to get like a really good, like, intellectual discussion. All of a sudden,
intellectual stimulation, right? You're like, yes.
Yeah.
The exercise.
But nope.
Did you see what Matthew just wrote? The geometric horizon is an intangible mathematical concept.
An intangible?
Yeah, it's in the abstract, not the physical. It's not the tangible.
Right.
So you guys are allowed to say stuff like that now?
Mystical.
You're allowed to go there now, right?
Is where he says that the geometric horizon can be slightly higher or slightly lower than the apparent horizon. Well, what do you mean by slightly? Because in the black swan image, it's a little more than what I would call slight.
0.3 degrees in the black swan.
Ooh, so more than 10 miles away. How big is the radius of the Earth? How big is the radius of the Earth if the horizon is no less than 10 miles away? What's the radius of the Earth now?
Refraction.
Yeah, 264,000 mile radius then at 10 miles.
At 10 miles, and that's the horizon that we can say is no less than 10 miles away, right? Could be 15, could be 20. God knows if I got more.
Well, actually, in the same shot, you have the islands that are off in the background. Those are minimum 29. Let's just call it 30 miles away. And that makes the radius about 2 million at least.
Damn.
And obviously what we're going to do.
That's in the same video as the Black Swan itself. I mean, right, he zooms over, he zooms in out there, and you can see the islands. You know, you see the surfers, you see the islands, you see the...
Barely an inconvenience. I mean, come on. It's not that big of a deal.
Of course it's not. We just use 7/6R, make the Earth bigger anyway.
For sure.
And then, because, refraction, well, whatever refraction's happening is the type of refraction that we fucking need. There we go, job done.
The type that's not taught in school.
That's funny. So they have in the same shot, actually, you could take a still, which we all have, the still where you have the oil rigs at 10 miles and the islands at 30 miles at the same time. So in that same shot, you have two different radiuses.
To see the islands and stuff, the radius has to be like 1.8 million miles.
Yeah, right. Like about 2.
Yeah, it's hardly an inconvenience, man. Come on.
No problem.
You can make it as large as possible. Apparently there's no tolerance level of error like you do in manufacturing with the globe. There's no error level. You just say that any size will work.
Well, we just preconceive the 3959 mile radius spheroid and then just work backwards from that every time.
Right.
No, you guys.
I have a question for Matthew, or for anyone. If you were to hire two companies to build a bridge that's 100 miles long, right? And one of these companies use the globe, right? Earth numbers model, whatever, to build their bridge, and the other company uses just your normal that we use flat. Flat. Which company would you choose to build this bridge to drive your family across to go do things, right? Which company? The company that uses the globe Earth model, or the company that uses flat?
Oh, they would both build the bridge about the same.
No, I'm asking you, which of these companies would you trust today to build that bridge?
If a company says that they believe the Earth is flat, I probably wouldn't choose them based on that. But
Right. Do you know any bridge that's ever been built on this Earth? Okay, that have not used or assumed that the Earth is not a ball. Name one bridge that they built using the globe Earth model.
No, it's a convenient assumption that makes things easier. So I think every bridge is built with that assumption.
Which is why I asked you the question, right? Which one of these two companies would you pick? So you have to say that you would pick the company that has to assume conveniently that the Earth is flat, but you wouldn't choose that one that assumes that thinks the Earth is a ball, right? Because you don't know any bridge that they've built, right?
Yeah, no bridges have been built that need to use
planes have never been flown using the globe Earth. No boats have ever been sailed using the globe Earth, right? You wouldn't trust these people, right? Go ahead.
Said they don't. He said they don't need to. It's fine.
Okay, well,
that was the answer. Sorry, Matthew. That was the answer, wasn't it? Your bridge, however long it is, don't need to.
Right.
Awesome. So this horizon that we can't see, we've got to trust you that it's there anyway. But the curvature of the Earth, we don't even have to take into account anymore. It's fine.
So no need to account for the curving water underneath the bridge at all, even if it is 16 feet.
Sorry.
And 5 miles.
You don't have to. You don't have to account for it at all.
Everyone, sod your fucking bridge. What about a dam? What about a dam that's got to keep water in it? Now, I know dams in Holland and even the 5 gorges or 3 gorges, whatever is in China. I'll give you 20, 25 miles. Now, over 20, 25 miles, that's a hell of a lot of curvature to take into account of that water that's curving, because it would be, because we're on a fucking ball. So, dam would have to have curvature in it, or is it fine?
No, it's fine. You can assume flatness when you're building the dam.
There you go. Just fine, Jedi. No worries, man.
It's absolutely fine. Even though they're two completely different things, one's a curved surface and the other one is flat, to build around a curved surface, you can just treat it as flat.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right. Have you ever tried to put a pencil side onto a fucking orange and notice how the pencil goes off of the curve and points away from the fucking orange? You do understand that? Yeah. So these two lines are going to deviate, aren't they?
Yeah, in that case, it'll deviate quite a bit. But when you're building things on Earth, you can assume that it's flat because they don't deviate that much.
That much? 20-mile bridge, what do you mean?
I mean, as you're building the bridge, each quarter-mile section deviates by, what, an inch or something?
Yeah, barely an inconvenience. Hey, Matthew?
That's absolutely fine.
I mean, this is the worst. I mean, you jumped into the worst hole to jump in. You're saying that 180 degrees and constantly changing degrees are the same thing. You're saying that a constantly changing degree, a curved line, right, is 180 degrees. Like, what is this, Minecraft? Like, what are you talking about? What is pixels?
If you build your bridge in, let's say that you use really long sections that are a quarter mile, so that quarter mile, the curve would be 0.5 inches, like half an inch, and so you don't really need to account for that.
Why not? Why should you not account?
Half an inch is hard.
Why do you have to account for the wind and how the wind, right, affects the bridge as it blows? The way woo, and then why do we have to account for that, but not curvature of the Earth? Just by curving a little bit, right, affects everything else. So the way the wind hits it, the way. So you're just throwing out everything we know about everything to say that the Earth is curving, and we can safely ignore that. Like, come on, man.
Hey, Matthew, do we have to account for things that aren't there?
No.
Then how do we tell the difference between those and the globe?
Oh, building bridges doesn't prove the globe.
Yeah, but nothing really seems to, because this is where this conversation ends up with you every time. Blah, blah, blah.
Pictures, eyewitness testimony, GPS satellites, TV satellites. What do you mean?
Okay, so cartoons, stories, extrapolations from satellite dishes pointing straight up. Can you elaborate?
Okay, hold on. Stop, man, because we're talking about bridges, all right? So let's pick this one from your list, okay? Satellites. Let's go with satellites then. Can you name one satellite, okay, that has been, built and sent up using the globe Earth model? Can you do that?
Yes. The ISS.
Okay, can you show us how it was done? How it is physically possible to do that?
No, because I'm not an engineer, but the
because
story
they didn't document it. That's why they didn't document it. That's why the biggest achievement in the history of mankind was not documented. The revolution was not brought. Oh, that's the wrong line. Sorry, Matthew.
Matt Willis, I got my hand up.
Wait, so there was you're complaining because they didn't have pictures of them building it?
Well, you're saying that they built it. The ISS, you're saying they built it? How did they build it down here and send it up one at a time? Did they send things up there and then they assembled it up there? You're saying that they've done something that we can't even verify with physics. We can't even. You're saying that that's real,
right?
Okay, so, but what we do know that we are using this phone, right, and that we're sending radio signals all over the place, bouncing, off of things, off of transponder, off of, right? We know that, right? But do we know how it was done? Do we know how it works? Do we know how satellites work? Do we know? See? So now the next question is the same as the bridge, right? Like, which one of these technologies that we use today uses the global Earth model and, all the things in it? So I don't know, use maybe cell phones or satellites. Can you explain any of that? I mean, can you prove any of that verify any of that to be true?
Sure. Satellite TV dishes point up into the sky at something, and the globe model provides a convenient story for what they're pointing at.
TV satellite dishes in the southeast of England all point to an antenna. On the south coast of England. But satellite dishes don't point up to a geostationary television satellite. They point at an antenna.
What about all the satellite dishes at the very south of England that are still pointing south? What are they pointing at?
At the very south of England, they're pointing out towards France.
I mean, I think the point is that I'm making is that it's all a distraction because we're trying to focus on proving that the Earth is a globe, is curving, the radius.
Nobody's focused on that. Who's focused on trying to prove the Earth is a globe?
Well, exactly. When we ask you for this, you say shadows, you say satellites, you say the sunset, you say all these things except for the curvature, which is why we go over here and over there and not where we're supposed to go, the curvature, we're supposed to see it. We're supposed to experience.
The curvature is so small, it's only 0.5 inches for every quarter mile. That's not very much.
How can it be? And what? So small? It's just supposed to be so big that it appears flat. And that is not logical.
Yeah,
because 180 degrees. Go ahead.
Wait, 180 degrees what?
180 degrees, right, is a straight line. Okay? And we use water. We use water to level things and say this is 180 degrees. You know what I mean? So in a ball, a curved surface is not going to have any flat surface on it. You understand what I'm saying? Especially if it has a radius of 3,959 miles, and we are roughly, like average 6 feet tall, right? We should be able to see it because, yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like what Jedi said, right? Pencil on an orange, right? You're saying, yeah, you can assume that pencil is flat. It's like, why do you need to assume it's flat? It is flat. Like, you don't have to assume that it's flat. It is flat, right? So why do I have to assume that this ruler or pencil on this orange is flat?
Oh, yeah, you don't have to, but if you're building a bridge, it just makes it easier.
Why? Why do you have to assume that the ocean that we use to level things with, water, right? Why do you have to assume that that's flat when it actually is flat?
Oh, you don't have to assume that it's flat.
Exactly. You don't have to assume it's flat. It is flat, which is 180 degrees, which is not a curved surface. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if the surface of water were a perfectly straight line, then it would not be a curved surface.
Well, 180 degrees, is that a straight line? A perfectly straight line?
It is, yes.
Right. And do we use water to measure 180 degrees?
Yes, we can.
Right. So does water measure perfectly 180 degrees straight line?
Not perfectly, but close enough for all practical purposes.
Okay, let's just ask all these questions again, right? Because you said yes, and then you said no. You're contradicting yourself. You're saying that 180 degrees is a perfectly straight line, and then you said yes. We use water to measure, 180 degrees flat, right? And then we say, and it's different from a curved surface, which is constantly changing, right? And then you say, oh, but it's not perfect. Water is not perfectly a straight line. After you just said it was. So I just want to know
never
what
said
you
it was a
mean.
perfectly straight line.
Okay, so what is a perfectly straight line? Is it 180 degrees?
180 degrees is a perfectly straight line, and that's perfectly, flat with no curvature at all. Now,
okay,
you can use water because it's close enough to 180 degrees for all practical purposes. So you can use water to determine level for building construction and that type of thing.
Because you require a flat baseline when you're making triangles to elevation angles and stars in the sky. So for all intents and purposes, the Earth is required to be level to use these tools. We've been here before. Don't talk about triangles.
Yeah, so when you're using a sextant, you need an angle, but you don't need the curved adjacent.
Because it doesn't exist.
Sorry, you drawing tangent lines again.
Yeah.
Because if you're drawing tangent lines, then you need to, crack on with what you're doing. Take your elevation angle down to 0 degrees, which will be on the surface of the water, so you can have a flat base adjacent line from your toes now touching the water out towards the horizon. So if you are going to be taking a tangent line from your eyes above the sea level down towards the horizon, think about your next calculation, takes you down to 0 degrees. Flat base line, then you can get your angle up to your star that you want to navigate to or away from, or know its freaking position, because you want to know where you are. That boat over there, 30 miles away, does exactly the same bloody thing. And the boat past him, 30 miles away. All the boats all the time do this. So they're all measuring angles, requiring the Earth to be a level baseline. Now, if all of these boats were measuring different angles because of the curve of the Earth, might as well just throw the fucking sextant away. Your tangent doesn't win, mate. Oh shit, I dropped my mic. Fucking hell, I'm so sorry.
What do you think, Matthew?
Oh, so you don't need the horizon to determine the angle of elevation of stars. If the horizon is obscured, you could use 90 degrees from the plumb line.
Cool, so you lean 90 degrees then, don't you? And that boat over there that can't see the horizon also needs 90 degrees. If you want to do this at land, you can use a bubble sextant, but you still require the surface baseline of your triangle to be a straight line. So you can measure your 90 degrees under you, and you can measure 90 degrees underneath the GP of the star, which could be beyond the horizon with an elevation of equal altitude. So we could extend that out to 1,000 miles if you want to. But yeah, you still require straight lines to measure these angles. You're building triangles and squares in the sky two-dimensionally.
Yeah, because according to what you're saying, Matthew, there's a certain distance, right, before that straight line angles, right?
Right. I posted a picture of the triangle from QE's website at 19 past the hour.
So how far? Because we're talking about when we look at the black swan, right? We're saying, oh, look, this is how far away, how far. It's way farther than it should be, right? So already there, you can't even explain that why it looks flat, why the horizon is all the way back there. You know what I mean? So what you're saying, curvature, that we can safely assume it's flat. That's because it is flat. You know what I mean? A curved adjacent, that's because there is no curved surface. Else they'd build an instrument.
Yeah, no, you're right. Triangles never have a curved adjacent. There are 3 perfectly straight lines.
Well, what angle does have a curved adjacent?
Triangles never have a curved adjacent.
Why is that? Because a curved adjacent is constantly what? Changing.
Curving and changing, sure.
Changing, exactly. So if it's constantly changing, then you can't have a flat surface. That horizon, that you say you don't, it's flat. You know what I mean? You can't have a flat surface if it's constantly
changing. Yeah, so you just take a perfectly straight tangent line, and then you're good to go.
Right, so...
Hold on. Sorry, Don. Where'd you take this tangent line from?
90 degrees from the plumb line would be the easy way to do it.
So you're back to drawing this 90 degrees again. So you require those lines to be straight, and that boat over there 30 miles away is doing exactly the same thing.
Oh, I don't care what they're doing. I'm just here talking about what I'm doing.
Yeah. But we also have to take, the other boats at sea so we don't crash into them, because we want to know where we are. Right? So everybody hold tight. We're all measuring 90 degrees. But according to you, all of those 90 degrees diverge from each other. Because all of the boats at sea... Yeah, they do, that's right. Yeah. Preach that shit. When you started talking about tangent lines, you're not necessarily talking about tangent lines. You're just talking about another way to get straight lines. Vertical plumb down if you want, or we can use a bubble sextant. I'll tell you what, let's use both. Let's get 90 degrees. Stunning. If we want to use the horizon, whatever calculation we do, we got to take our down to the surface of the Earth. So to measure these angles, you require somehow to have straight lines. If you're going to be navigating over a curve, you're not going to be able to do that.
Because you wouldn't have a flat surface, flat.
But wait, it's worse than, because when he said that plumb lines are 90 degrees to horizontal, he threw away the globe right there too, because they can't be 90 degrees perfectly straight like that on a globe.
No.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, because the gravity vector warps and distorts all over the place due to the undulating mass of the globe, right? So it would never be perfectly straight down to the center like that. It would be a curved line. So if it's perfect 90 degrees straight, it's over right there already. We can just stop right there.
Well, I'd say it's close enough.
Nope. Measure it. Prove it's close enough. It has to undulate. It has to curve on a globe. Measure it and show how much deviation there is. I don't know how you're going to do that, but it's your claim, so go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how much deviation there is. But you're saying that in order
But you just said it wouldn't make any difference. But yet you don't know how much difference there actually is.
Right.
Okay.
So are you saying that measuring the altitude elevation angle to a star works like this from QE's website? QE's website has the trigonometric formulas on it. They're 23 past the hour.
Hey guys, in conversations in the past with Matthew, I learned that he's a teacher, right? And he's not here necessarily to convince anyone, right? But what he is here to do is to learn the arguments that y'all are going to put against him, and he's going to use that to sharpen his tools against his students when this comes up in his classroom.
Right.
And why does he come back day after day with antennas pointing up at the sky?
That's an effective argument.
Has it been effective here?
That's valid, and he just admitted that. He's also here to try to block anybody who might be interested in the flat Earth, to try to intercept them from it and discourage them from looking further.
No, I'd want people who are new to the topic to definitely look at both sides, and I'm happy to answer the globe side of the argument for anybody who's interested. That's all.
Do you know what a geostationary balloon is?
I don't know if they exist. Geostationary balloons are in the jet stream, and I don't think balloons are going to be in one spot. They're going to move all over the place.
Two types of balloons: one they let go, and one that they tether.
Yeah, there are stationary balloons, by the way, and that's already proven. And
but even if they tether, won't it kind of like swing around on the tether, or do they keep it in one spot?
Did you just hear what I said? There is stationary balloons, Matthew.
By tethering them?
No. Oh my God. I'm telling you that there is no stationary balloons. I'm saying that yes, there is. Did you look at Project Loon? Do you know what that's about?
Yes, but they weren't stationary.
Huh?
Yes, but they weren't stationary. They could, they move around quite a bit.
Making statements if you haven't even seen what they're talking about. I'm telling you, I read the article, and throughout their website, they're telling you how they're working up in the upper parts of our sky. So there's different air currents, and there's some that are carried up to a place where they can be stationary. They're exclaiming it to you, basically telling you they can be stationary because they have to be over a certain location to provide internet service for whatever place. So they are saying this, that there's upwardly. It's public knowledge. You can look it up. Project Loon, and go and search it for it, and show you diagrams as to like how they're staying up there, and like the balloons are located like huddled together in one area. So there is that.
Is this new, or how long has Project Loon been around?
2017. It's old, man.
No. All the way back to when NASA started. All the way back to when NASA started. It's the first thing they started putting up into the sky, balloons. Before they started chucking their rockets up there, because they wanted to know what the atmospheric conditions were like as far as they could send shit up. Yep. So balloons first.
Yeah, the Navy was messing around with balloons before NASA was invented.
Indeed.
As far as the Google Loon X project, though, that's already that conveniently got decommissioned, stopped going like just before the SpaceX or Elon Musk's, what does he call it, the Starlink?
Starlink,
and both claim to do the same job. Mm-hmm. It's kind of funny that way.
But notice,
sorry.
When I'm pointing Matthew, making a statement that they're not geostationary, or they're not located above a specific location, and they can't be stationary. And I'm like, that's just false, because that's not what they're exclaiming. So you're giving out false information on purpose, Matthew?
No, I'm talking about like these things didn't exist. Google Loon didn't exist back in 1985, and I remember in 1985 seeing TV.
Matthew, that wasn't the case. You just make a statement that the balloons cannot be stationary, and I'm like, yes, they can. You're like, no, they can't. So you're rebutting something you have no knowledge on.
I haven't looked into Google Loon very closely.
Here you go. So you're making statements once again, and your assertion is that it can't be. And I'm telling you, yes, it can. Have you looked into it? And you haven't. So your own admittance right now that you haven't looked into it. And on top of that, you're making these statements that they can't be stationary. So now that you know they can, what does that change for you? You know, like your perspective.
Okay, they might. Yeah, balloons might be stationary temporarily. Sure.
So what does that mean, though? You can't caveat with the idea that it's temporary. How do you know? You haven't looked into it. You just caveated to something. You have no idea if they're actually long-term stationary or short-term. You're just saying something right now because you want it to be so. But here again, I'm going to show everybody how you always do this. Like, this is your little way of like not being accountable for what you said, and you have to be. You just caveated to something that you don't have no knowledge on, and yet you're making a statement saying that yes, it can be, but temporary. How do you know that, Matthew?
So satellite antennas have been pointed at the same spot in the sky for 10 years in a row. I'm unaware of any balloon anywhere that can be stationary for that long.
Right. So upon further investigation or me bringing this to light for you, now it's like, okay, well, I haven't looked into it. And now that when you do, you haven't even looked at the article, you don't have no knowledge of it, and then you're already making a caveat, well, it can only be stationary or temporary.
Yeah,
Like,
so I make an assumption that it cannot be stationary for 10 years in a row.
Pick up on the things I do, not just yet. Like I'm trying to show people how Matthew is when we're telling him something and he has no knowledge of it. What he does is he puts a little extra caveat to it to make sure that everybody's misdirected. Oh, yeah, but Matthew's right because they're only temporary. He doesn't even know this. And he's making this statement in our channel like it's a fact. And I don't like that, Matthew. When you start to lie in here, I don't care. When you speak a little facts, a little globe facts, or did you know, like, I don't care about that stuff. But when you lie in here and you're outwardly lying, then that's a problem. That's an issue. You can't be in here lying. You either have to know that you've looked at the article and you know what it says, or you didn't, and you don't know what's going on up there. You have this idea of what you think is happening. But when you start making caveats and saying it's temporary, that becomes an issue because now you're making shit up and you have no idea. So that becomes an issue to me. So either you're going to sit in here and you're going to be telling the truth that you have no idea if they can be stationary or not, and then just proceed forward with looking into the information. But don't be making these caveats like, well, they're temporary, and you don't know that. Capiche?
I understand what you're saying, yes.
Okay, but that's just want to get to a point of clarity where you're not doing this anymore. If you don't know something, say, hey, man, I didn't look into it. I don't know if it could be stationary, but don't caveat and say that it's temporary if it is stationary. It's giving you more credence to like, oh, well, he must know that it can only be temporary. No, you don't know. So if
yes, and I'm sorry. Let me revise what I should have said. What I should have said is, I assume that there are no balloons that can stay in the same spot for 10 years in a row. That's my assumption.
Yeah, 10 years in a row. You're adding something once again. Nobody said.
Yeah, I'm adding what my assumption. I'm adding part of my assumption.
Right,
Matthew. Spray and pray. Right?
Why do you have to do this? You don't have to add to it. Just look at the information. That's it.
Yeah. I want to add something, Mickey. I want to add something. Satellites, where you're pointing your satellite dish, right? It's not pointing at an actual satellite. Like, do you think that millions of subscribers to satellite TV are all sending signals to a satellite?
No, they're not sending. They're receiving.
They're not. Yeah, they're not sending. So everyone's satellite dish, okay, depending on who's the provider, okay, is pointing to another antenna. Okay, that's connected to another antenna or to a wireless. Or to the ground.
They're pointed to a transmitter.
Right, and then because it has to work, and there's a certain speed, right? So the way it's networked, it travels through certain pathways. See, that's the thing. So it's not when you say it's pointing up, at a satellite. Oh my gosh, that's just so much. It tells me how much you know about, how these signals are working and where they're going through. You think they're going up to satellites, and then you just come out and say satellites is proof of a curved surface. Say shadows are proof of a curved surface, but not curvature itself. You see what you're doing, man? Like, and navigation. You know what I mean? The stars in the sky. There's an almanac, like a calendar of where they're going to be. Every year, every navigator has this almanac with them, just in case they need to look up where they are, right? By checking where the stars are relative to them. See, and it does not involve a globe Earth or a curved surface. The most a sailor or navigator will know about the globe Earth model is, you just have to assume it's a ball, but we use it as flat. That's what he's going to tell you because that's what he's been taught. So, You know what I mean, Matthew? You're just, like Mickey said, you're just making things up, and that's dangerous for you and for anybody listening, man. Evil.
And yeah, I understand, and I do admit that it was an assumption that balloons cannot be stationary.
Mm-hmm.
And when I add the a caveat that balloons can't be stationary for 10 years in a row, I still think that that's true.
Yeah, but it's just like somebody saying, okay, admit that you're wrong. And then you're like, okay, I admit that I was wrong, that you didn't understand what I said. Like that's what you're doing. You're adding stuff to the thing that you're saying to kind of lend a little more credence to what you're saying. And all I'm telling you is that every time that you don't know something, it's just, why can't you sit back and say, I don't know? It's a little bit hard for you because you're an educator and maybe there's an egg on your face when your students might be listening in or they might hear this audio clip of you not being able to admit that you were wrong. And I think that's bad for you. It's bad business because even as a teacher, you might be able to learn something at some time from somewhere. But the thing is, right, you can't be all knowing, all kind of like knowledge encompassing. You have to at least let yourself be available to learn new things. And if this is something you didn't know, say, I didn't know, I do now. But now I want to point the article that Donato put in there because I think Wired spoke of it. But it talks about the Google Loon project. And they have a website. And it's just, that's an article, but the website actually goes in depth and tells you how they do it. But yeah, so this is kind of like they use AI technology and like, all kinds of stuff. But like before that, they were still learning how the different layers in the sky, how it works, and like the winds that are up there. So all of that stuff combined with what we know, satellites, because there is technology flying above our heads. There isn't. I don't think there's flat earthers that should deny that. If there's people in here saying satellites don't exist, that's going to make everyone look bad. All right, so that we do know technology is flying above our heads, whether it be solar powered or whatever it is, with balloon technology, still it's up there. Anyway, we want to get to the fact that where at least you're saying things that are true with what the rhetoric is saying. When you're saying stuff that's outside of that, where did you get that? Like, why do you say only 10 years? Is that what Matthew Learns thinks? Or is that like some article said, oh, they can only be up there for 10 years? Like, who said that? It's just coming from you. So we don't know where the citation is from. Like, thus saith Matthew Learns, or you know what I mean?
He paid satellite TV for 10 years. That's what he means.
Like, look, if you're going to be in here and you're going to be saying whatever, I don't care, those quotes and facts and whatever about the globe earth, and you're trying to disprove what people are saying. But at the same time, if you're not understanding something and you're coming at it like with your own, like, well, I know that in 10 years, satellites cannot be up there, then that's just you. That's your own ego and whatever. I don't know.
It's your own incredulity.
I mean, that's what you would think if you were imagining that satellites are in space, right? You try to calculate it, right? But this is what we mean when we ask, how did the ISS get up there again? Then you're like, oh,
well,
you know what I mean? They say, yeah.
It's just the fact that the caveats are like like when you're trying to get somebody to admit their faults and they're like, yeah, I'm sorry, but you didn't understand what I was saying. Like, I didn't have to add that shit to the end of their sentence. You just said, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. That's great.
Double speaky.
At any rate, the information's there, and look into it. But that's what it says.
Yeah.
Why the double standard, though? It's so far-fetched that there can be a geostationary balloon for 10 years, but then, obviously, it's just a foregone conclusion that this never measured, never before seen or observed globe with a radius that would be required to have tin cans orbiting it, that's how it does it.
Yeah, so first I'll respond to Miggy. Thank you. I will try to cite my sources better and make it clear when I'm assuming things. And so that's a good word, and I'll try to do that better. To answer the question about why assume a globe, well, with the idea of geostationary satellites, it fits with the globe model, and so we at least have a story that can account for these phenomena. So that's why.
You know, when the children find the presents under the Christmas tree, they have a story to account for that phenomenon.
I see the footprints. Look, the footprints. Santa's footprints. He was here. No, that was his dad last night walking around making the footprints.
Yeah, but then I saw mommy kissing Santa Claus.
Oh my god.
Phenomena. What does he agree with Brenda? You know, it's a shoe.
I don't want to talk about that weird person, man. We'll be discussing nonsense all night.
Hey, Matthew, don't you think orbital mechanics requiring a radius is a pretty far-fetched story if there's no measured radius?
I think there's a calculated radius that's pretty close, and that's good enough.
Oh, calculated based on what measurements?
Sticks and shadows.
Oh, but shadows diverge on curved and flat surfaces. How did you know which one that was done on?
You're gonna make Jedi.
Obviously, if you're going to measure a radius, you have to assume that it's a globe. So if you assume it's a globe, then you can measure a radius.
Got satellites to orbit the Earth ultimately by assuming that it's a globe. That sounds pretty far-fetched.
I can't take it
Well, that's
anymore.
not even a valid statement. That's like saying, if I assume the Earth is a dinosaur, then I can measure a dinosaur. Like what?
Why not?
It's fucking close enough. It's fucking fine. It's not a problem. The Earth's a ball. Fucking things in orbit around a radius we can't fucking measure. It's okay. Building bridges, building dams. It's all right. Just treat the Earth as flat, even though it's a ball. Just believe it hard enough.
There needs to be a shirt that says "Stay calm and know the Earth is a globe" or some bullshit.
Yeah. Keep calm and carry on spinning.
Yeah, some bullshit. Dude.
Keep calm and spin the.
Just like Dr. John Wallace was saying, babies have to learn how to walk on this earth because it's, when they're born, they're getting adjusted to the spin of the earth for like, what is it, to 8 to 12 months.
Yeah, because they were in anti-gravity before they were born.
Mm-hmm. I mean, giraffes have got it sorted. They come out and they're standing up and they're walking around fine. So they're all right.
Man, I know so many babies that learned how to dance before they learned how to walk. So what's up with that?
All of these animals in the wild kingdom have got to come out of their mothers and pretty much have got to be moving. But it's just our babies that have got to take into account the rotation of the earth. Do me a favour, sunshine. What the fuck?
A deer or a giraffe, when it's born, it stands up and starts walking around like in like a couple of minutes. Because if it doesn't, it's gonna be someone's lunch.
Hey, we got
gonna trip over.
George, are you there?
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here.
How's it going, George?
What's up, George?
Very well.
You got VC verified and valued, but what do you say about the topic of the shape of the Earth? With the conversation being that some people think that the Earth is a globe, some people look into it and research flat Earth and find out that it is. What do you think?
I'm a flat earther, obviously.
Well, I don't know if obviously is the way I would put it because I'm asking you. So,
I see. You want more context. Okay, I'll give you more context if you like to.
Context in here, man. That's context is key.
I mean, if you understand the physics of water, you cannot be a baller, can you? Water and gases need to be contained. So, flat earthers. We know that the ground is not flat. The ground is what contains the waters within. There is ground at the bottom of the oceans. There is also ground containing the waters in. So, flat earth as to why? Because the realm that we live in is flat. We navigate it flat. We can show that with celestial navigation or any type of navigation for that matter. So, I am a flat earther.
Alrighty then. I just gotta get on my PC to give you the tag. I can do it on my phone, but I'm gonna be washing dishes, so.
Please do, yeah.
Can you give him the tag? Flat Earther? I don't think we have a problem with that. Hey, Bong Sal, how come your name is default, bro? Why can't we put it Bong Sal? Because I'm just not used to seeing default.
Yeah, sorry, but I forgot, I just...
Hey, aren't you... Did Indio give you the mod roll back? Because you should have that by now.
Yeah, yeah. Let me change my name now. Let me. Dude, it's changed so much. I don't know where things are.
You're like from this, like from whatever time you dub yourself Bong Sao, like that's gonna be your name for forever, dude.
You,
like I can't get away from Miggy. Like even if I change it to like something else, it'll just people will still call me Miggy. So let's just leave it there.
let me change my name real quick, guys. So I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone. So
Oh, you're on the
Android.
phone.
Yeah. Do I?
Damn, bro.
Where do I go?
Oh,
service settings. How do I get there? Or how do I change my name on this?
I'll check it out in a minute. I'm gonna go to my PC once I'm done.
Wait. I think I can change my actual
Account
username.
settings. You need to go to account settings, mate.
Yeah, there should be a picture of your avatar at the bottom right hand on the main screen where the lists are. A picture. You click on the picture of your avatar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I changed my actual name in the account settings. So can you guys see it? Is that better?
Hell yeah.
Folks up.
Oh.
It must fall.
We're getting the band back together.
We really are. I feel better now you changed your name. Well done, mate. Thank you for
I
that.
told Kiwi we need the lead guitar back in here, but he's been away.
Yeah. We must send out the signal.
Send out.
Sorry, is that the bat signal?
Yeah, but for that matter, having Indio in the chat has been awesome too. Like he's been on a lot. He's probably listening to us right now. What up, Indio? Like, he's always got us on the YouTube, but he's like he's so busy.
Yeah, I've been listening too.
It's like I don't know, what was it? 2 years we've all been away. And then at almost the same time, we started coming back. That's amazing.
I wonder why.
Synergy.
Who else is missing?
MIDI AC. Chocolate.
A lot.
MIDI AC, bro. Yeah, and chocolate. That's
It's been 27 years, and now we must come back together to stop the evil.
The Immortals, right again. Dude, we were in it, man. Those days, remember that?
Yeah.
Man.
An ancient.
They don't have as much bite. They don't have as much bite as they do like in those days. They did in those days. Like these guys, like I don't know, man.
Not as feisty, or not as overconfident.
They're not coming like, I know the Earth's a globe, man. You guys are idiots. I'm like, dude, you're speaking my love language, man. I love it. Let's hear more of it. Say it. And then they come in here shouting and pouting and but now it's more of a, we can see why. It's like, well, I'm taking them a different way this time. I don't know if you've been listening to my recent conversations with these guys. I got some audio clips too. I'd like to show you. I know that you've been away, but I've been clipping some. They're my trophies that I have sitting on my shelf. These audio clips. Let me get to my PC. There's a few of them actually. You know the video where all the newscasters are saying the same thing?
Yes.
Oh, I have a compilation of audio clips like that, sort of.
You mean reading from the same script?
Mm-hmm. Sort of. I'll play them for you, and you'll decide.
But is your one about Globers, Miggy?
Mm-hmm. Watch.
Good.
give me a moment. I'll start playing them one after the other. Just 1 second. Gotta find them.
Is Matthew still here? Is he muted?
Hell yeah, man. My Amazon package came in. I ordered some pickles. That's
pickles.
Best made. They're the best pickles ever. Here, let me see if I can play this clip. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
Okay, well,
I'd
then
say
that's
that's
the case. But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, yo, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that. Let me play another one. Oh shit! No, it didn't play. Give me a second.
Oh, he's on the pod mic now.
Hell yeah! This one goes out to Levelist, who's out there. Don't worry about it. We got it all under control, Levelist. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Yeah, it isn't surprising.
And these are the people who want to tell us what the world is. Neat.
Yeah, like Matthew learns, but he never learns, does he?
They don't know what the world is, but they're here telling us what the world is.
Yeah, exactly. Are you there, Bong? You hearing these clips? Or you got some more for you, man?
Man, that seems to be the like a main a big agenda, I guess, a topic on in science. You know that not, but it's about reality, right? That what we think is real is not real. So it's like pushing that idea hard. That's why they're so confident about this. I don't know. No one can ever know. I heard it on TV.
Question for you.
Let me play this other clip. 1 second.
Cut.
Okay, wait. Yeah, let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He
but
assumes it. He's assuming
you just assume. But so, yes, come to me, my puppets. Tell me how you assume shit.
Well, you have to. It's like I have to say, I assume I am making coffee, right? Because if I say I'm making coffee, then I can't say I assume the Earth is a ball, right? So if it's flat, you have to assume it's flat. Because why? Because it's really a ball. So it's like saying, you know what I mean? It's like what you said earlier. It's almost like backpedaling or what Matthew does. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what they say.
He assumes he's laying down, guys.
Hey, don't forget to say, I assume, okay? Just to cover your ass. Because they're going to get you for that.
Bong.
I'm sure he also assumes that he's breathing.
Bong.
Yo.
What is lake?
Lake is big body of water.
Wrong. Lake is a philosophy.
Oh. Never heard of it. Never
Ah.
heard of it.
Lake is a philosophy. You cannot say that lake is a body of water.
A philosophy? You mean like a theory? Oh,
Yeah,
yes, a
because-
philosophy.
Because
a belief.
From your point of view, it's a body of water. But from my point of view, I can speak now for 1 hour. What could be one lake? Because if I assume,
yeah,
then lake could be everything.
Yeah,
and I'm assuming that we can have 9 years in a row, not 10 years. Satellite.
Yeah, but hey, listen, you'd really fuck them up if you were like, hey, if you look into a mirror, are you looking at yourself or a reflection of yourself? And they'll be like, well, it's clearly a reflection. Oh, so you're not standing there? Well, no.
Let me see. I think this is another one. Hang on a second. I found another one. Let's see. Oh, this might be a good one. Give me a second.
Yes.
Okay, so you're 100% sure. So would you say that the globe is 100% sure? The Earth is a globe, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. Okay. So the first question I'm going to ask you, because you went through reality pretty good, so you know yourself well. All right. So who has measured the
philosophy?
Yeah, that's fine. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth, beginning in any time in history?
Do I need another name?
No. Like here's the important bit, right? If you can describe to me in detail who has measured the curvature of the Earth, that'd be fantastic. But if you don't know, the intellectually honest position is to say I don't know, and I would respect that more than you just rambling on and telling me something that you have no idea. Is it this one Roman guy from 7,000 years ago? I don't need to hear that. Just tell me you know or you don't, and then go into detail if you know.
Yeah, I know that the Earth is round.
All right.
And here's why.
So now we're going to ask the primary. I'm sorry, Gabriel. That it ended there. There's like a 3-part thing to that one. Let's see. Is this the other one?
I'm interested in how that one ended.
I think I have that. I have that right. It might be this one.
Okay. While he's looking for that, I'm reporting about gas pressure here. I went out for a bike ride, and there was a leak in the rear tire. I got a flat. Had to come back and do the humble act of patching the tire.
What do you mean? Gravity didn't keep the air there?
Yeah, exactly. The point I'm trying to make is gas pressure requires a container. As soon as the container is breached, what happens? The gases fuck off into space. Thanks.
You didn't use proper gradient.
I know. There must be a way to set up that gas pressure gradient around the rim to just keep that air right in the right place, because apparently it doesn't want to obey.
Yep.
The only thing that applies to it is the container.
All right, I'm gonna give you the end of that. You guys ready for that end of that last one?
Yeah.
The conversation should have.
No, it's not going to divert. Sorry, it's not going to divert. We're going to go right back to it.
But
if you don't have it on hand, then you need to say I don't know, or else you can sit there in silence.
Those are the 3 specific words you want. Is it like I don't know?
Yes.
You know or you don't.
Yes.
How many times have I said it another way? I don't know the measurements.
You need to say I don't know. That's
I don't know the specific measurements right now.
No. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay,
that's all you have to see. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, gamer. No. But he said it.
What's
up, me?
What up? What up?
I mean, why would he know, right? I mean, it's not like something anybody would know. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, I can't remember, right? But And then I was like, I wonder what is dimensions.
But he said he knew 100% though, Bong. That was the first part of the conversation. He knew 100%.
Yeah.
I get them to admit that they don't know after they admit they know.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it, man. They all say they don't know at the end. They come in here with like, I know 100%. No, you don't. No, you don't. And I'm going to hear you say you don't know. That's what's going to happen in our conversation. And it always turns out that way. So,
and then you find them on 7%.
yeah.
Not even 30, you know, that you can debate something. Not 7, you know.
For real.
You need to say first what is sphere, then you need to say what is drop over distance of the sphere, because you need to teach them English. You need to tell them what is level, what is proof, what is evidence.
And sometimes with the guys that speak a little bit like English is not like their first language or whatever, but they're still speaking English and they can understand you. They pull the no habla inglés when you're cornering them into a specific point. I don't understand English that well. I'm like, bullshit, dude. You were having a whole conversation, a full blown one, and the one thing that you can't answer is this. No, I don't think so. You're not gonna pull that on me. Not
absolutely.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. That doesn't work. If you didn't know, there would have been a language barrier way before this point that you're here, where you're now cornered, where you can't answer. So that no habla inglés is not gonna work on this channel. So,
it's like out of a comedy movie.
Hell yeah.
I think it also has to do with I trust that the scientists, right, that they're actually trying to do things to make life better for all of us, right, and technology. So I think someone out there actually knows, and I trust that. Right? I think that's where he's coming from. A lot of people are coming from too. You know, they live in this world where they think, you know, the good guys are the good guys, and there's bad guys, and we got to go get the bad guys. And, you know, type of world. You know what I mean? Where presidents don't lie to people.
Well, here's the thing. All those scientists, they all contract to the government. The ones that are like out there spouting for the globe. So when you're like, oh, trust the science, like, okay, well, who are you working for when you made up all these observations? I was working for the government. There you go.
Trust the subcontractor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some people don't have the I don't know what it's called, you know what I mean? The will, I guess, to relearn, to go back and go over it again and learn it again.
The
will.
It's called the wherewithal.
It's called ego.
They don't have the wherewithal. The wherewithal.
Yeah, the wherewithal to go back and revisit and make sure. Like I forgot a lot of these things. Like what was the radius of the Earth again? And, you know, as you look these things up, you know, it shouldn't matter anymore who proved it, right? Because you have a number and a size, and you have some education in math.
You went to school. You knew how to solve for geometry.
Besides lacking intestinal fortitude.
Yeah, but when you ask for the who measured, then you need 1 hour to discover the name.
Well, that wouldn't matter too, because you'd realize that the radius is actually so small, right? That when you do the math, you know, that's why we talk about the black swan, right? That, you know, this is the process that a researcher or an investigator goes through. You know, gather the evidence and try to, you know.
Yeah, they tell us they were within 5% of the actual radius.
Right. Well, here's the biggest thing, right? Like in the science world, like in the actual science world, when someone lays claim to something, everybody agrees that that's a fact. No.
Yeah, the globe measures to be flat.
Right. I guarantee you, if someone out there actually measured it to be 24,901, it would be like the name of that person. It would be that name value. Like their name has significance. Just like Aristophanes did his little stick experiment. he got no notoriety for it, right? People in the science world, when they make a discovery, they get notoriety for it. And when you say, "Oh, like I don't know," like Eratosthenes was wrong because his numbers were off. So who corrected it?
Right.
No
You
one
would
wants
think.
to admit it.
Well, you would think NASA has already someone corrected it, and NASA has verified it, and there are
There would
there's
be a
material.
webpage for it.
Right, right, and you'd go
Yeah,
learn
but they were
about it.
using flat earth measurements, weren't they? They knew at 12 noon where the sun was, high noon, above the plane, to measure the angles from. So they were using a flat plane to do that.
Right.
They knew it.
Just like when they came up with the Saros cycle. Who came up with the Saros cycle? Some guy named Saros, right? Like people get notoriety for accomplishing things in the science and math communities.
Yeah, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Those giants. Yeah.
Just like Einstein gets credit for the theory of relativity. Like
other theories of giants.
Somebody had to have measured the damn radius.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. When you go look into it and you don't find anything, it's like, how is this science? How is this knowledge? Like, what the fuck what's going on? And then you fall into the hole, the rabbit hole, and off you go. Welcome to the real world. We're all mad down here, right?
Welcome to the real world. Welcome to Flat Earth.
They all float down here.
Hey, Mickey, did you see did you see this screenshot?
Hey, Gizmo,
going all Gizmotron on us, Gizmo.
He needs to prove that he's not a robot now.
I know. How am I doing?
Better.
Yeah, better.
All right, so I'm gonna post in the live stream. I want you to see the screenshot. You're gonna laugh.
I don't know. The roboting was pretty good too, but this is better.
I think you saw it yesterday, Sonny.
I'm in the middle of bike repair. This bitch is going back on the road.
Here you go.
Wrangle this tire back on this.
So this is my weather app. A screenshot, and it was discussing the visibility over a flat terrain.
Where'd you put it? It's not in the live stream voice text. Gizmo.
It's coming. It's just taking forever to upload.
Oh yeah.
There it goes.
19 miles. Yeah, that's good.
I swear up and down from my location where I was at, and I didn't have time to take pictures. I was busy trying to learn and stuff. But I swear up and down this oil derrick that had like a flame chute at the top was probably at least 40 or 50 miles away. If I had time to pull my camera out, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, we're going to do a quick all call to anybody that's out there in YouTube. There's 30 people watching right now. You guys are welcome to come in here. This is an open forum. We want to talk to you about the shape of the earth, whether you think it's a globe. If you're on the fence or if you know the earth is flat, please come on in here and have a discussion with us about that topic, because we do want to talk to you as why in 2023 people think that the earth is this globe, the spinning magic water ball that's in the vacuum of space. So all you have to do is click on the description of this YouTube channel that you're looking at. Go to the description. There's a link there that leads you to the Discord. Click on that link and join. And then we will see you join where it says live stream. And if we see your name pop in here, we'll go ahead and unmute you. And you can go ahead and have the floor so that we can talk about what you think the shape of the earth conversation is all about. And we await your arrival, because apparently for over as many years as we've been doing this, nobody, from the most intellect to the most common, has the answer to how they've measured the curvature of the earth. So if you're that person, you have the golden nugget of truth. If you have the key that unlocks all doors, if you have the door that unlocks all knowledge, then please come in here and tell us. Other than that, we're just going to hang out here. And if you come in here and we ask you, hey, what do you want to talk about? And you're like, well, I don't know. I want to know what you guys have to say. Well, then we're just going to continue on chitter-chattering about our day, asking Bong Sao how his day was and his time away from Discord and all kinds of stuff like that. But nothing pertaining to the shape of the earth. Because obviously, the only way we'll talk about it is if you say, hey, I think the earth is a globe. And then we'll be like, oh, really? And then we'll talk. That you understand.
Yes. You are cordially invited.
And we mean that cordially. If you're cordial to us, I promise you we'll return that cordial.
Yeah, this forum is unlike any other forum that you've probably heard of. So, and here we understand that there is no debate when it comes to this conversation. And you might want to know why. I'll leave it as a cliffhanger. I'll tell you once you get in here. I'll leave it like that.
Because we got balls. Thank you. It takes balls. Get it? It takes balls to stand up and speak.
We got what the Globers are desperately seeking, balls.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Hey, we got your balls. You know what they say?
Easy, shouldn't it? You have the majority of the world view behind you, so it shouldn't be easy.
Yeah. You gotta grab life by the balls.
That's right.
Is it? Or is it hard?
In the vacuum of space.
And science they have as well, so they say. And the model as well. They claim to have a model. We would like to see this model that they claim to have.
But do they have supermodels?
So the idea that science can be a consensus, does that not seem to make it political to anybody else?
Well, it can. There's like if everybody was being honest, yes. If they were being political, then it's political.
Scientific consensus, when they make it definitive like that, and no one can challenge it, then where does the innovation come from? Where does innovation come from?
I think the problem is in the language. I think the problem here is the language that we are using. Yeah. Consensus doesn't mean systematic experimentation. Because you experiment systematically with something and you come to the same conclusion, it doesn't make it consensus. And this is the equivocation that people are doing with.
All right. Yeah, we got the Stingray that just joined us. Stingray, are you there? Stingray.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
What's up, man? What's going on?
No, just thought I'd bob by and listen.
To what we have to say. If you complete that sentence, dude, I'm going to get rid of you. No, I'm just kidding. That's the very thing that I said, don't come in here and say. We just want to hear what you guys have to say. I'm like,
no. I'm Discord surfing at the moment, so I've just been to another 2 Discords. I won't mention them, but
they're not interesting. We are.
Well, in all seriousness, the most interesting so far out of the other 2. So yeah.
Okay. So
we're the most interesting out of all of them.
Well, because we ask the questions that nobody likes to talk about, right? Because it's pretty stupid to say, like, "Oh man, we learned that back in 3rd grade. Earth is not flat. Columbus would fall off the edge." Anyway, so what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Stingray?
I undoubtedly and probabilistically believe that we are on a planet that is rotating.
Yeah.
Got him.
That's interesting.
But why, Stingray? That's the question. I'm just like, in 2023, what makes you think that the Earth is a globe? Hey, you just whatever's obvious to you, just say it. Like, just what's
He
obvious?
said believe. So
Well, I just want him to say what's obvious to you, Stingray.
The obvious thing is when I construct a physical observational model with the base parameters that you find on Google and current science, so the size of things, the distance of things, the angle of things, and then I place an observer on a sphere and I rotate that sphere, it can predict a great number of things that I can go outside and measure in my reality. And I've actually personally measured them in 3 locations here in the United Kingdom, in Portugal, and in the Balearic Islands. And it can tell me multiple things simultaneously about my reality and predicts them. And there's no data in there. There's just the size of things, the distance of things, the angle of things.
Don't you think that's
hold the phone and like stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you used to. Okay, so check this out, man. You sound like somebody that I know that's been in this circuit for a while. Now, being very truthful, and I think you're a pretty truthful guy, huh, Stingray, I would say. But are you somebody who's been in this arena for quite some time?
On and off, yes. My first experience, I'm actually shit with extended. Can I swear? I'm actually crap. I'm actually crap with like estimating large timescales. But I think my first experience of flat Earth was when I decided to go on Nathan Oakley's, and that might have been about 6 years ago.
How do people usually know you as?
Oh no, Stingray. The Stingray.
The Stingray, right? But you've gone by just Stingray.
Yeah, always Stingray.
Yeah.
Stingray is actually a name that a nickname that I picked up at school.
Yeah, because people don't recognize your voice, and I do. Your voice is very peculiar, and like I've heard it in somewhere. Like I was like, where have I heard your voice from?
You mean British? Peculiar British.
So let me give you the Globe Earth roll, because I already know that's what you are currently. Globe Earther. All right.
I posted the definition for prediction. I'll look for post.
By the way, guys, Stingray he's
Don't
got.
forget mine, Mickey.
Oh, nobody's giving you yours, George? Hello?
It doesn't look like now.
All right, I'm gonna do it right now. 1 second. All right, so Stingray, I've heard you before, so that's no big surprise to me. But people have it in here, so and we'll just run through a few things because it's like an introductory. So you said 3 points, and you got different ways of measuring. You've done stuff so far, as I know. You've actually applied yourself to this conversation in some ways, shape, or form. So you're no stranger to the conversation. Just to let people know in here, because there's some pretty preliminary questions usually people ask, but I want to skip right to the juicy bits, right? Because inquiring minds want to know. Coming from our server is, I would say we stand out amongst the rest. Let's not waffle on. Let's get right to it. So, with this perception of the Earth being a globe and reality itself, right? Do you know that the Earth is a globe? 100%.
No.
Okay. And what is your level of certainty in this matter?
Within all probable certainty. So I would, even though I can't claim it as a fact, it's safe for me to act like it is.
Okay. So, and let's get to the bits of things of reality. And so, if we were to say right now, what are you doing? What would you tell me?
actually twiddling a piece of metal on my desk.
No, but are you sitting down, standing up?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm sat at my desk at the moment.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask the secondary question you might already know, but are you 100% certain you're sitting down on your desk twiddling a piece of metal?
No, but I am in all probability sat at my desk, so much so that it's safe for me to act like I am.
Okay. You almost sound like a person that was in here by the name of Mr. Sensible. Anyway.
God, no! I know Mr. Sensible, and I don't. Wait a minute! I don't sound anything like him, and I've got more hair.
You do, man. If I could play a clip of what he sounds like, you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, I sound like."
No, I promise you.
Right.
No.
Let the audience decide real quick before we get into it, because I know we're gonna entertain talking to him, but just 1 second, guys. I have to, because now that he's in here.
We've got a joker.
Watch this. Now, he said something. You've heard his voice. Check this out. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
I'd say that's yeah. But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes.
Anyway.
Yeah, we have very different accents in the UK.
And yeah, but anyway, if you know who he is, and you probably bumped into each other or something, like you probably had a conversation.
Well, my question is, if you are experiencing sitting down, right, and twiddling something in your finger, right, but then say you cannot be sure, 100% sure that that's what you're doing, then how can you be even 1% sure that the Earth is a ball? If you know what I mean, because you are experiencing sitting down, but you are saying you can't be sure. Therefore, right, we can't even assume that the Earth is a ball, right? Safely assume, like you said. Does that make sense?
Just make that dude, man.
I can safely assume. I can safely assume that it's a sphere and a planet because when I've
because wait, you're missing my point. You're experiencing sitting down, but you can't be sure if you're sitting down. We never experience a curved surface. Therefore, right, we can't say anything.
I agree with Bunks out.
So let me answer.
Let somebody mute that dude for me, for God's sake. I'll try to catch who he is, man.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
I'm saying just mute that dude once I find him. Something Mandong or whatever the fuck. I checked him in, he's just fucking about, so that's twice he's said inappropriate things. I see him. He's dived out.
I've got a couple of questions for Stingray. What's a planet? How does the Earth fit into that category? And what are the measurements for it being a sphere?
So the measurements I actually just got by. So first of all, can I answer? Because it goes on to the first person's question that said, how can I be even 1%? How do I treat it like it's more than 1% probable on a planet?
Yeah, that was first. Go ahead with that.
Yeah. So, but it answers your question as well. So, in order to verify this, I need something to gauge against reality. My reality is outside. That's it. So the first thing that I do is I don't want to measure the Earth. I've got a large scientific community on hand in a Google search engine, so I can get that data. So I can get the size of what they say the planet is, the sphere-like shape that we're on, and I can get the distance to the sun, and I can get the angle of the sun and the orbit of ourselves around the sun and the rotation of the Earth.
Those are claims.
Well, okay, so I can get the. Let's just imagine I said supposed in all of those things.
Yeah, those are just claims. What we're looking for is the verification of those claims.
No, I know. Let me answer the question first. So I can get the supposed, all of what I just said. Now what I can do is I can construct a model that, based on just those parameters, will give me predictions that I can measure against reality. Now, there's 3 predictions that I would be able to measure simultaneously from something like a month and a day in the year and the rotation of the Earth and a location. So given those inputs, I can get multiple predictions out of the supposed data that I got from the internet, such as...
Wait. So just to be clear, we're not actually measuring a globe. We're just affirming the consequence of one, right?
I am testing the supposed data that is available online. And I'm measuring it against reality. So what I do then is
Hold on. Wait, you're missing the point of the question. Because the question was, right, that you are experiencing sitting down. This is what you are experiencing. You don't need data for it. You don't need to verify with anyone. The best evidence is you experiencing it, right? So that's one. I wanted to sort this out first. Can you say that I am 100% sure I'm sitting down and twiddling this in my fingers because I'm experiencing, right? So what is your answer to that? Yes or no?
I can't say that, but I am meeting.
Okay. So my point is, if we cannot determine a reality from our very experience, right, then we 100% cannot determine reality from something we haven't experienced, which is, the curvature of the Earth. That's what I mean, because we experience flat. We measure it, we use it flat. You know what I mean? And we won't experience curvature. So if you can't verify reality, right, what you're doing, but while you're experiencing it, then you can't really say anything about something you have not experienced. That's what I'm saying. It's more of a logic, like this, the way you're going into the details, like that doesn't, that's all irrelevant.
Is that you, Bum, or is this a recording?
Yeah, but it sounds like you're just taking assumptions about what we would see in reality if Earth was a globe, right? Looking for those and then just matching those to your idea that we're on a globe, right? That's not measuring a globe in the first place.
Yeah, real quick. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but Spake, that is Bong Sao. That is him. That is the guy. He's here.
All right, Bong.
Right. So what you're doing is. Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
We're just introducing Bong and Spake that hasn't talked in a long time. But you can continue.
Can we be respectful, guys?
Aye, man, you boys, please behave, or you'll just get muted. I've already kicked your friend. Or is that Mombeng? Is he still actually in here? Because I already gave him cog this. I don't know if he's still in VC.
He's not in here.
He's just hanging out. Go on, Spake.
Yeah, I see him. No, just... Bro, you need to chill or you're going to get banned completely.
But
Stingray, just to be clear, Stingray, on what that gentleman, I don't know who was speaking it, but it made sense. Like, you're experiencing the reference frame of Earth. So you are stationary on Earth. You're not experiencing any motion or anything like that. And that's what he's trying to say. You aren't experiencing, so you can't say even 1% that the Earth's a spinning ball because you're not experiencing it. What you're experiencing is from the frame of reference of Earth and not above it watching it spin.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that, but I've yet to tell you why I concluded beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that we're on a planet. I constructed...
What I'm saying
by the way, I did this for flat as well, by the way, just so you know.
But you can't say that because experience is how we determine, truth or come to a conclusion about some phenomenon. Because of experience, we acquire knowledge. This is how it is, right? So if our experience, right, if we can't be sure of what we are experiencing, okay, then we can't say anything about what we don't experience. What I'm saying is you experience sitting down right now, right? You're not standing, right? But it's like you're saying, I could be standing, though I'm experiencing sitting. So it's a logic thing. It just stops there. You have to say that, yes, I 100% know I am sitting down because I am experiencing it. Then you can say, I also believe the Earth is a ball because, and then you can throw those other things in. But you still are not experiencing a ball Earth. You are experiencing the opposite, which is a flat, motionless plane. Does that make more sense? I mean, am I?
It does, but I don't work in ways like that. My life doesn't consist about what I can kind of conclude factually. It just deals with probability. And then, because there's some things in my life that I'm actually a little bit unsure on, but if I measure, let's say I'm more sure than not, but if I measure the consequences of being wrong and they're very small, I might take a chance on it. So it's more about probability than it is absolute fact.
All right, real quick before we get into any more with
probability chance that you are moving right now. Like, where's the probability we're moving?
Yeah, I just wanted to involve like as many people as we can because Stingray's been around this community for a while, and I mean the discussion, not the actual forum. But yeah, just sit tight, Stingray. I think everybody will have talking with you in a little bit. We got Motion in here. We also got new people like Ding Mombang 973. I'm gonna let him.
Nah, he's muted. He's called Desperate. No, he's muted, mate. For talking about fucking.
Guys, can I ask a question, please?
Don't unmute him, mate. He should be in Cogdes completely. I just left him to listen to the conversation.
Oh, I mean, he's in the room.
What did I do? Guys, can I ask a question, please?
I just left him
let me ask Mombang, Ding, Mombang, and then Motion. You can answer right after him because we're trying to get as many new people.
He's talking about sexual stuff 3 times at least there.
Oh, well, then ban him.
Guys, can I ask a question?
He's talking about boys getting naked and shit like that. He's just a silly kid.
I never said that. I never said that.
Why do people keep unmuting this kid? Jesus Christ, man.
Guys, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, you can. I just banned that other guy. Speak, don't worry.
If you're 1 inch deep into your mum and your dad was 1 inch deep into you, which way would you move to get out?
Hold on, Motion.
Just unmute. I should have just disconnected him to start with. I had it handled, man. I was going to speak to him. I gave him his last chance and called this, and you just banned him. Fuck's sake, man.
Mombang? Is that what you're talking about?
Right.
Well, I'm confused, man. Who was talking about that thing?
Something Mandang or something. Mandang
yeah,
or
that's the guy who I banned. You said it was like being very rude.
Yeah. I know, but I told you not to unmute him. He's kept on unmuting him. I wasn't want him banned, man. I had it handled, fuck.
Well, I don't know. You or I ban him. It don't matter to me. I don't care.
But I mean, I already put him in Cogdes to speak to him. I gave him his last chance in Cogdes. And then I never disconnected him. I just left him listening to the conversation. I tried to. Man.
Shit, dude. Maybe we can bring him back from wherever if you want. The other guy who was in here, banned him?
Yeah, I did. He's gone.
Oh, you banned him?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Motion?
I was talking to Motion. Yeah, he wasn't the bad guy. It was the Mombang guy.
He had some stupid joke. I don't know. He wasn't being sincere either.
Oh shit! I didn't even hear him. Like I was talking to Stick in the middle of.
One of them told me that.
Yeah, it was another like mom joke, some sexual thing. So I just got rid of him.
Oh.
Well, yesterday a guy told me he came from the Mignoles video. That's where he said he got the line.
That's like what, 2 years old or some shit.
I said millions of views.
It's been a while.
Did you guys hear what that other guy said? Because you should probably Cogdes his ass too. I just went on a live stream and went back, dude.
You're talking about Motion, right?
Is I we're saying
Ethergrass, you're talking about Motion, right? Okay, never mind. Moving on.
It doesn't matter anymore. They're both gone.
Yeah.
All right. So we got Irving in here. Irving, what's going on, man? We're gonna mute Irving. Irving hasn't committed any offenses, has he?
Not yet.
Anyone? Okay.
Let's give him a chance.
All right, Irving, are you there before you get axed by somebody? Irving, hello.
What's up? I'm here.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yeah, no, I'm new here, so I'm just here listening everything.
Hey, no worries, man. Welcome to the forum. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You want to take it?
How did you find the server, my friend?
I did this for flat as well, by the way, just so you know.
What?
Huh? Hold on.
That's a recording.
Okay, no, I'm just rewinding the thing. I forgot to mute my mic, though. Hold on a second.
Shit's getting a little crazy in here, guys. All right, so.
The problem is asking, bro, how did you find us?
the probability. I think the probability that the future of science is going to be a simulation, you know what I mean, is.
Fake talking?
The fuck?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he was talking. He was talking to a guy, and he's asking him a question, and you just ran over him with what you said.
Sorry, I think I'm right.
Go on, Spake.
Well, obviously, I'll try for the first. What's the new guy's name? Just so you know that I'm speaking to him.
Irving.
Irving. How did you find the server, my friend? I'll try for the last time.
Yeah, so I've been listening and subscribed for a long time, but I've never been in here. So I just saw it that it was live, so I wanted to come and listen.
From which platform?
I think it was YouTube.
Yeah. What, is there something made you listen to Flat Earth specifically? Have you been looking in it for any length of time or what?
Yeah, I'm on board. I consider myself a flat earther.
Nice one.
Yeah.
What made you? What was the awakening? Like, how did it hit you? Like, what specifically made you just think?
I don't know. I think I'm in Bible believer, so everything lines up with the Bible. So I think that really makes me go look into it, and knowing how the water, it's always flat. So there's no doubt about it in me.
Well, there's a religious area in here. I'm not sure if you need the religious role to get access to it. Maybe Miggy, you better tell me. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
If you want, does he need the role for to get access to the?
No, I don't believe so. I think you can access it right now. What role does he have? He doesn't have anything.
I don't think I have access yet.
Just give me a moment. I'm gonna give you Flat Earther because I mean, yeah, if you're being honest. The thing is, even if the role that
you need to give me free, hard evidences if you're going to get a Flat Earth role, man.
Thank you.
I'm saying you need to give free evidences for flat or globe. It's the same deal for both. Roles. So what would be your best evidence or your first evidence for the flat stationary Earth we inhabit?
I'm sorry, it was hard to understand. What was the question?
What would be your first evidence for the flat stationary Earth we inhabit for the first proof? Because we need to go through the free proofs, man. Jesus.
I think the water. For me, the water. I think would be the most important. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not really into science, but I think the common sense in that aspect cannot be denied.
So I would agree that would be the easiest evidence for anybody. So I could give you water, even though you never elaborated much, but it's quite obvious water. So what would be your second proof for the fire?
Second proof. I mean, I was gonna say all the Bible, but I guess that's for a lot of people that's something like will be in a second, or I don't know.
Belief. That's not how belief.
Yeah, but that's kind of belief. For me, it's something very strong.
Yeah, physical and natural world. Like stick to the physical and natural world. Like what evidence of the physical and natural world gives you the understanding that it's not occurring?
Yeah, so, I think that we can see too far, right? I think that's one of the things that it was pushed in the school before, and it's like, oh no, it's like law because there's a that you cannot see more, but now you can. So yeah, I think that's one of our reasons.
So have you got an example of such a thing? Like, so for you to think we can see too far, I take it, do you know the dimensions of the supposed globe Earth? Like, you know the circumference, the radius, you know how much curvature there should be? Like, if someone used the laser tests as a proof for flat Earth, I would expect them to know about the lasers, like what the specifics were. So if you're saying we see too far, do you know of an example, or could you explain an example of seeing too far? Like, what would be the? Do you understand what I'm asking? Like I always ask, man. I have to ask, bro.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Do you know how far we should see for, say, like any? I'm not wanting to give you it, but any specific observations that give you a specific height in the elevation and a specific distance and the amount of curvature you're missing from that observation. You get me?
Yeah, I do. I mean, following the formula the most common formula. But
what would that be?
Well, the one that always been sharing in the videos.
Of how much, say, per mile squared?
He left.
Jesus Christ.
He's back.
I thought that was a shot. Maybe.
I'm sorry. I think I lost connection or something. But yeah.
Just like, have you seen it? For instance, the Black Swan image. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
The video. Yeah. So you would know how far you
that
can
is
see.
very interesting to me. We can see too far according to the formulas that are glow formulas, right? And they just don't work.
Yeah, he's asking which one. Which one?
I don't remember which one was, but it was the one with the 8 inches per mile.
Okay.
That would be the drop formula. In this case,
the
horizon.
Yeah.
But he's like, yeah. He's sitting close to it, but like, if there's any more follow-up ones you want to ask, Spake.
We only got one more. You see, Tufari gave me a kind of example. He explained a little bit. So, what would be your last proof for the flat earther rule? I don't know if you've already been given it pre-ceremonial, I think, anyway, by Miggy. But yeah, what would be your last?
It can be taken away. It can be taken away. I just give it to them, man. It's like they're saying they're flat earth, I give it to them, and if they prove to be otherwise, I take it.
Nah, it's fucking free proofs, mate. There's always free proofs. I would expect them to give me some evidence for the simulation as well. Like something to do the placebo effect, or like
I treat everybody
experiment, or because there is a couple for the concave alpha, but that just gets given away too easy as well for the simulation alpha.
Oh, you can. No worries. You can take them through that step or whatever. I just give it to them. What I do though is just let me explain. What I do is like if they have the role and they start saying stupid things, then I take it from them, because obviously no flat earther will say dumb things, like really dumb, and or LARP, or say things like, well, the Earth could be concave, and then just like, yeah, you're not a flat earther, because some people have flat earth tags that I didn't give them. And they're like, I'm like wondering, how do you get a flat earth tag, dude? Like, so yeah, I just take it from him. I just give him like I don't know, whatever earther. Anyway, your last point, Irving.
It's a good way of shaking the tree, man.
Yeah, one way or another, one of us will be in here and we'll hear him say dumb things. Go ahead. What's your last one?
Yeah, what I was gonna say, the other thing is like, I've seen a lot of NASA videos, and one of the other proofs is like we don't really land in the moon. I think all that is being debunked in a lot of videos. So and you can see with every news, everything they push, it looks very, very like
ridiculous,
fake. So that just makes me understand how this world works, faking everything and faking history, faking everything. So that, I think that's another reason that pushed me to the flat Earth, because with all the media, how they work. Yeah.
That's what I saw first, man. I tried to prove NASA was in space the very first time.
That's how you came to the flat Earth, isn't it? Spake? Through the fake stuff?
I may have did on acid. Well, I was on a different kind of psychedelic. M-bomb, M-B-O-M-E, it was called this shit. And I was tripping out my mind in a 24-hour gas station. And I met these other dudes doing the same, just going to get party essentials. And he was like, there's no such thing as, no, the ISS is not in space, and there is no space, and they've not been to space. And I'm like, man, what the fuck are you talking about?
You're tripping out, huh? You're like, shit.
I was pissing myself laughing, and I kept thinking about the rest of that trip. Like later on, back at the party, I kept thinking about it because I was mixing music on the iPad. I kept pausing it and turning around. Everybody would turn around, and I'd go, "There's no space," and everybody would laugh, and I'd just put the music back on. I was doing it the whole fucking night, man. It was amazing. But then a week later, I was like, right, I'm going to prove this. And then but that back 10 years ago almost, you could search for Flat Earth and you'd find a good video.
Yeah, I have a couple of them stored. Some people have their stuff stored too, like some of the good stuff. But there's a lot of the content has been deleted by these guys.
Hey, quick question. Do you guys think it's kind of suspect that a person like Elon Musk, who owns SpaceX and has produced so many rockets supposedly and brought so many people into space already, isn't it kind of suspect that he himself has never went there and has no plans yet to do so? Like literally the first thing I would do if I had the technology as advanced as he has with his company, I would shoot myself up, to be in a place that no one has been, that doesn't exist.
Check it out. Clay, kings don't fight wars. They send soldiers to fight wars. They don't go themselves. They just send their subject.
I think
he's a jester.
Well, but I mean, like the idea that this guy has, the capability to like not even have. He can allow people to do things, and here, go get on my rocket. If it explodes, oh well, that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Like what?
Yeah, but we know that no one goes up, right? There's no one.
No, he's just playing his part in the show.
Well, whatever.
I bet they thought that. I bet they wish he wasn't as insane as he is, because he's fucking scrambling.
Yeah, I guess the reason is why he didn't go up there, and is because he knows that there's nothing to go up there.
Yeah, but we're not going to worry about that. He's just a billionaire with money. All right, so anyway.
Bro, he's not even got that, man. See, if he tried to draw money at the bank, I don't think he would get much money at the bank before the bank would say, sorry, we need to halt this right now. Like, these people are put there in these positions, man. Like, Trump, he couldn't, put all his money into Bitcoin right now. All that money is not even his, man. He's just a person fucking allowed to.
Yeah, well, Elon's Elon, but I do want to get back to Stingray because we already introduced the new people in here. There's no more new people, just Stingray. So I think, who was it that was having a conversation with him last? It was Heretic. Was it you, Heretic, that had it? I don't know if you guys were on a point or you wanted to talk to
sorry.
him. If you lost it, whatever, we can reconvene the discussion.
Well, I was just wondering what consequences he was affirming to get to his globe.
Them all.
Yeah, because we were trying to get the measurements, but then he just started talking about things he would expect to see on the globe, talking about us seeing them, and then going, yeah, it's a globe. So I just wanted to know a little bit about what those were.
Oh, if you're with the Stingray, that's to you. Conversation circled back to you again. If you're here with us, we need to summon Stingray. Stingray, are you with us? We can see you, Stingray. Freaking hell. He might be in the potty or something. Who knows? He's not answering the call. He might be back.
What said, Stingray. What Stingray said. He says he's based on all these predictions, but all those predictions have already been made on the flat, Earth.
Real quick, guys. Yeah, sorry, Bonk. He is an anti-flat earther. Just so that you guys know, this is not just your normal Glober person, just rando. He's been in the circuit for a while, so he's been on Nathan Oakley's. He's well known.
Wow.
So yeah, Stingray. Yeah, you can look up. I think QE has did like some videos on him, so that he's been a part of like the anti-flat Earth club. So just that you know,
that's why we opened with the fallacy. Of course,
medium. He's a medium to top level sophist. So if you're ready to deal with that, then go on.
I was gonna stop him immediately, like fallacy. Like what? What are you doing?
Yeah, of course.
Sounds legit.
Just sometimes
Okay.
you need to identify these characters, and he's one of them. He's an anti-flat earther. So
Okay. Matthew, one of them. Matthew Lance.
he's low level, dude. That guy is like a level 1.
The grunt.
Stingray from a level 1 to 100. He's probably like a level 60, 65, 70. Sophist. He knows exactly how to get out of a tight situation. If this is a Stingray that I remember.
Yeah.
So just you have to know what you're saying.
Boss. He's a boss, right?
Nah,
boss
he's
level.
not a boss. No, there's certain ones I think would be boss level, and he's not.
Mid boss.
Yeah, he's mid boss, probably.
The dungeon
He's still,
level.
he's still somebody that might give you some trouble if you don't know where you're like. I've heard his arguments, so just
build a lot of magic resist.
I love when they say predict. They keep on using this word predict with the globe, and then they never actually mention what the fuck they're predicting.
Yeah, he was taking a long time to get to that, and that's what I was wondering about.
You gotta put into some of these words, man. Like it's the words that they use.
Can you predict the distance to the horizon using the globe formulas?
Oh, that's one of those like,
Just wait. The magic happens when misdirection is gonna. The top level sophists and medium level they're good at this. They know how to misdirect. And if they're in a tight situation, what happens is they start throwing out some trigger words, and they trigger the flat earthers who are chomping at the bit to get into the conversation, and then they'll sidebar your main point.
Hey, Bongzao. Bongzao, are you a flat earther?
The hell?
Yeah.
Clay, you don't know Bong?
Yes.
Oh, you might be you're before Clay's time.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Bong Sao walked with the immortals when we were all here. Me, Spake, what was it? Jedi, Indio, Drace. Drace was barely coming into like when the club. What was it?
Yes. I am part of the resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched you guys for 6 months before I jumped in, and
That's right.
Bogsaw was all over the place. One of my favorite flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. He's akin to like I always have I have a GIF about him actually. It's one of my favorite GIFs. I saved it, bro, because like every time somebody listened to Bong Sao, they were like, they didn't understand where he was coming from, and I was lost sometimes. And I'll listen to him like, dude, I don't know what Bong Sao was trying to get to, and then all of a sudden it's like it comes together, and it's like it looks so disorganized when he's saying it, but then at the end it's like all of it makes perfect sense. So I gave him this GIF right here. It's like a table flipping. It's all under control. Like it's all disorganized, and then it comes all just neatly stacked after he makes a mess of it. I'm like,
That
how
Jeff's
do
a Jeff.
you do that?
It's like a M. Night Shyamalan movie, you know? Like,
Yeah, it takes you for a ride, and you just think you know where you're going, and you're like, dude, I'm lost. And then he like says something at the end that's profound that ties everything in, and you're just like, shit, dude, that's freaking Bong. Like, how do you do this? Like, yeah.
weed, a lot of alone time when you're smoking some weed.
all that China ditch weed around.
It's that high on pot news, bro. It's one of those. You know when you guys are just chilling with your friends, just high and thinking about shit. You know what I mean? Just letting your imagination. It's one of those, man. It's like it's just yeah. Or maybe it's God revealing things to us to share. Good stuff, man.
No, man, but we're back. The team's getting assembled again, and I think it's for a reason.
The Avengers.
I'm serious, man. Like I came back then, and I even heard Jedi was gone. Like he was passed away, and I was like, dude, Jedi's passed away. And he comes on like, shit, dude.
Catty, man. Catty as well, man. Catty's not been seen for about a year. I think I've got a feeling in my gut he's gone. Or Catty would have definitely been in, man.
Yeah. Who else was in MIDI HC? Chocolate saying, like, these guys are legends. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Never forget Flat Smacker, man. Flat Smacker's playlist. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, bro. Rest in peace. Like, that guy, he went out with like that. Like every time I think about it, man, we were there, Spake, when he was saying like his final goodbyes to us.
Right, man.
And you know, just the compilation of all the information that he gave us, like on his, he's like all his like his legacy, basically. It's now
he gave me it, bro. Before last time I seen him, when he gave me that Google Drive and he wanted me to test it to make sure nobody was able to like access or change anything, and then I never seen him again after that day, man.
Yeah, no, I had I won't say the last conversation I had with him was his goodbye, because he told me his situation with his brain, and so he's like, it hurts too much to be on. He's like, but I'll say this, you know, with the last time that I'm gonna be doing this, and dude, I was choking up, man. I was tearing up and shit. I was like, dude, come on, man. And like, he's like, yeah, he's like, I'm gonna give this to you guys, and this is like, and like that is to me was like the evidence of, I don't want to say where it all began, but it was like something was set in motion when Flat Smacker's playlist like sent us all that information. Like it was everything he could possibly research at the time when he was doing it those years ago, and he gave us that drive, and it was like full of like everything that he could possibly think of put in there. And I'm telling you, it's impressive when you look. I would just challenge anybody to look into that Google Drive, like. And save it too. Save it to your own. Save all that stuff.
Oh.
But yeah, everybody's done hard work, and that's what I'm saying. Everybody's leaving their own like legacy behind. So the content that we put on the 24/7, like on voice, and like what Flat Smackers, dude, R.I.P. Rob Skiba, bro, like him too. Antonio Subrats, like these are legends, bro. They're never gonna be forgotten in our Flat Earth family. So it's like they have a place with us, because they're now living in our memories, and we're gonna continue to like speak their names and such. So, and the stuff that they've done to like progress the movement is legendary. So we owe them a great respect, and honor their memory from just like doing stuff with them. Continuing to like the good fight, that's all we can do, man. That's it. Just continue to move forward and speak to people who don't know what they don't know. Yeah, it's who else? I mean, there's been some people like in between those who are like haven't been well known that also passed on. But I don't think too many like that I know of like.
I gotta say, the first time I heard Jedi on here, which wasn't that long ago, my mind was blown. I was just listening to him take this guy apart, and it was great. It was awesome.
Yeah, the old days were amazing. They were a sight to be seen, Kim. Because now and again, we got Stingray in here, but like, we were dealing with like 10 Stingrays. Like, we dealt with like Kosho and Zanuck, and we dealt with like the likes of Gem Panda, and like before they even became their own little group and formed the Alliance of Doom or whatever you want to call them. Like they were in here. They were mixing it up with us, and we were trying to get everybody, because at that time it was like a debate for us. We were debating the topic heavily, and I mean it was like yelling and screaming, like people were. Because I remember Spake wouldn't sleep for days, man. And I was up all night too, trying to like, it was like nonstop. You had to be. It was like you had to go 100% full metal to the pedal, like the pedal to the metal, excuse me. And like, yeah, it was just.
I had many sleepless nights when I was discovering truth. That's for sure. So
yeah, we curated this forum. Like this forum is, I think, it's the pinnacle of all of our struggles. It's, whether it exists in this forum in Discord or whether it's in another platform, we still have the same people. Like, it doesn't matter. We'll go wherever we need to. 24/7 will always exist. it doesn't stop with Discord. If something happens and they take Discord down or whatever, it will always still exist no matter what platform we're on. But like these guys put a lot of time and energy and effort like to get where it's at. Like Lunatic, myself. Look, man, like old dude, like that dude. I always mention old dude because he's like, the way he sounds. He sounds like a Braveheart character because he's like he's truth. He's all truth, man. He wants to stand up for truth. But I told him, man, is like if anything, man, if I want to have somebody fight by my side, it would be you. Like, we're gonna do this shit together. Like, take down hordes of enemies. Like. But I think like Bong Sao, like man, like I'm telling you, these guys are impressive, man. Like if you're in here and you're just hearing me talk about them, I say things about these guys because it's true. Like Spake has taken down like a lot of people all at once. Like these youngsters that come in, he's good at handling the younger kids. But it's hard because nowadays it's not the same. The landscape is different.
Well, I met Bong last night. It's nice to see you again, Bong.
Yeah, nice to see you again, Kim. I was gonna say hi earlier, but
it's all good. You guys you're all phenomenal. I'm glad that we all can convene here. It's great.
The landscape has changed a lot. Like, time to change up strategies.
Yeah, well, our focus now is that it moved from debate to not a debate, because it used to be, right? We were curating a forum. We're curating it to be like, remember the arena? You left when we had the arena up, right, Bong?
Oh yeah, I was here. I just participate a lot. I listened a lot. There's just too many. There's too many OP champions on FE, so I just I'll just watch.
Well, the arena is now like it was what formed the path of what we're on right now. So then now it's like basically just whoever comes in here. You still got that? That's old, bro. Check out what Dre's put up in live stream voice text. This was crazy, man. That's crazy.
Smart.
Welcome to Flat Earth Arena. Here's your edge. We shove him the hell off of it. It was glorious.
It was the debate phase, the training, the learning, we were still learning, the excitement, that you're learning and what you're learning is solid as, you could totally go up against any astronomer, globe Earth, whatever PhD. It was like empowering what you were learning, and at the same time,
we're now all of us in here, like Bong, including you, we're epic levels ahead of everybody, even these sophists. Like I'm telling you, man, like, it's strange because now the position that we're in right now, like. You're like an instructor, dude. Like people are gonna look up to you. You're setting an example for others. So it's like the reason we all came back, and I could see is there was a need for us to like get back in this and like show people, lead the way.
Yeah.
The creator designed us for times such as these, bro. So we are now. This is it. Like the coming back together is like. It's going to be the solidification of like all of the people who made this place. And then from here, we're going to now teach people what, the difference between believing these lies and knowing the truth.